Quite a crucial phase of the game here. Can Middlesex establish a first innings lead, and a substantial first innings lead? There are moments they are 32 runs behind with 4 wickets left at 302 for 6. Same team as yesterday. Well, same teams on the field, but also same teams here. We've got Phil Britt will join us later. Andy Rowley from BBC London. I'm Clive Egan from BBC Coventry, Warwickshire, BBC WM. Morning, Andy.
Good morning. Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. It's a very different day weather-wise from yesterday. It was very grey early on yesterday, and quite gloomy actually. It was quite dark, but completely different today. Sultry, warm, and should be in for a really good day's cricket. As you say, Clive, it was really enthralling yesterday. It swung this way and that, and you never quite knew who was in the ascendancy. But Stevie Eskinazi, by getting to the end unbeaten on 178, it's his highest score in first-class cricket. I spoke to him after the day's play yesterday, and he said he was over the moon, but there was still work to do, and that's exactly how Middlesex will be approaching this day. They're in a very similar position to how Warwickshire ended the first day, a similar sort of score. Warwickshire was 7 down, and they only managed to add another 30 odd from this position. So Middlesex will be looking to go quite a bit beyond that and hopefully set themselves up to put Warwickshire under real pressure. As for Warwickshire, they need to try and get early wickets this morning.
So Ricky Clark to open the bowling, and over to Andy.
So in comes Ricky Clark from the Birmingham end of the ground here at Edgbaston, and he will bowl. It's left outside the off stump by Eskinazi. 178 not out off 241 balls now. He survived some close calls, one through to Simpson, an edge that was not given out, I should say, but then there were a couple that flew through the slips from Rankin as well. There were quite a few that came off a leading edge or just dropped short of a fielder, but overall it was a brilliant knock because so many others were dropping like flies around him. As Clark comes in for the second ball of the day, bowls, and Eskinazi plays that down into the offside, and he did this a lot yesterday. Just takes a very quick single to the fielder who's close in on the offside, and that is the first run of the morning.
General consensus from both interviewees yesterday, Eskinazi and Chetan Patel at Warwickshire, was the ball's nipping about a bit, but Patel says there's absolutely no spin, he says. None whatsoever.
He did very well to take 3 wickets then.
Well, he's a wily customer, but I mean, yeah, he's probably, the spinner will always say that, but clearly there's not a great deal of turnout there at the moment. Whether that develops as the game goes on, we shall see.
Clark in past the umpire, bowls to Harris, who just plays that out into the leg side. He has faced 44 balls, Harris, for his 8 runs, and he did a real job coming in and just trying to see them through till the close yesterday evening. He didn't try and hit out very much at all. He just had one wild shot which induced a little march up the pitch from Eskinazi just to say, come on, just keep concentrating through till the end. But it's could prove very rewarding for Middlesex if he can stick around. As Clark comes in to bowl again, and this time Harris is very firm with his forward defensive, pushes it out towards Barker, who's fielding at mid-on. City looks a real picture today, looking out over the stands opposite us, and really does. Which building's that one, Clive? The one with the green?
The Rotunda. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly, to be honest. But it is very striking.
There's not that many of the skyscrapers in Birmingham as compared to some cities that you visit. As Clark comes in, bowls, and Harris plays that down into the offside. They've got plenty of fielders in and around the bat. They've got 2 slips and a gully, although the slip's gone on a bit of a wander all of a sudden. I think he's coming back over now. Points in pretty close as well. They're all trying to save a single, really. Cover and mid-off, the same mid-on, and then a mid-wicket fielder, and only one fielder as I can see out on the boundary, which is down towards fine leg.
It is a new ball, of course, just the 6th over of this ball.
Can Clark make it work for him? Past the umpire, bowls, and another good straight delivery, but Harris has certainly got his eye in from his work earlier on this morning, no doubt, in the nets, and plays that down into the offside. So they weren't really playing and missing there. They managed to get bat on ball on most of those deliveries, and this partnership continues. And we have reached 303 for 6 after the first over of the day, and that is 31 short of the Warwickshire first innings total.
There's one added from the first over of the morning. I'm going to see Keith Barker bowling from the pavilion ends. As we've been saying, Middlesex resuming a similar position to Warwickshire yesterday. They're 1 wicket better off. Warwickshire felt, having got off to a good start yesterday morning, they didn't get as many runs as they should have done. So the question now is whether Middlesex can. I think a 40 or 50 run lead here would be very useful. But still behind at the moment. As far as bonus points are concerned, still plenty of time for that. We've got 24 overs to Warwickshire need 3 more wickets to get a maximum bowling points. 100 more runs, 97 more runs would get Middlesex maximum batting points. 303 for 6 Middlesex this morning, about 1 over. They've added 1 run, and it's vital for Warwickshire that they restrict Middlesex to at most a small first innings lead. Middlesex 31 runs behind, starting today in a similar sort of position to where Warwickshire started yesterday, and Warwickshire in the end didn't get as many runs as they would have liked, having lost their last few wickets very quickly. So I hope they do the same to Middlesex, and they made a good start, because Keith Barker with his first ball of the morning has ended Steve Eskinazi's remarkable innings of 179, and bizarrely, really, he's had his off stump knocked out of the ground. So Middlesex now are 303 for 7. Well, I didn't see that one coming.
No, nor me. But what a good delivery it was. And Eskinazi, who's rarely been beaten, he's had so much of the bat on ball. He's tended to try and play a stroke to everything that hasn't left too much, and has looked pretty impregnable. For much of his innings, there's been a few occasions where chances have been given, but this morning, I think that's probably was that his third delivery he faced this morning, or second?
Yes, I'm trying to remember when he got the single second bowling. I think it's probably his third. Yeah,
it was a brilliant innings though, when so many others have found it difficult. There's only been 1 other half century in the match, I think, from Clark. And for him to score 179 is
Lamb as well. Lamb got a half century as well. But the point is, a lot of Warwickshire players got around 50, but none went on to make that sort of big score, and that's the difference between the two sides at the moment.
Well played, Stevie Eskinazi. Top score he's ever had in first class cricket, and he was averaging about 49 in the championship coming into this match. So to at 179, that will bump that up even further, and he was definitely in the top 10 of the averages coming into this one in the county championship, and that will certainly boost his average even further.
So Barker's second wicket is now crucial for Warwickshire and get these last 3 wickets. It could even have a small first innings lead themselves. It's still up for grabs, that first innings lead. Just 31 behind now are Middlesex. Ollie Rayner comes to the crease, tall batsman. And can Warwickshire prevent another partnership? He just needs one more sort of 50 partnership from Middlesex, and that'll put them in a good position. And if Warwickshire can prevent that from happening, then it'll have been a good start to the day for them. Barker comes in to bowl to Ollie Rayner, and that's pushed out in the offside. There's no run. Does tend to be the case at Edgbaston that the morning session tends to be when the most wickets fall. Middlesex did well yesterday to get to lunch with 1 down, having had to about the last hour of the morning session, but just still had a total of 4 wickets in that session yesterday, with Warwickshire losing 3.
We had a good chat about looseness yesterday, and then he goes gets one with his first ball.
Exactly what you want. Barker comes in to bowl, and that's turned round to mid-wicket. There's no run. Very good first ball. Right on target. And he's the first bowled of the match.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, Warwickshire will be relieved have got that breakthrough. Can they follow it up? Barker, left arm over to Rayner. Good shot down the pitch, and that's going to go for runs. Jonathan Trot's giving chase. I think he will get there. It'll certainly be 2. Do they want to risk a third? No, they don't. Ollie Rayner's off the mark with a 2. 305 for 7.
Both of these bowlers I've noticed this morning have bowled a really straight line. It's we saw quite a few tempting batsmen out wide outside off stump yesterday, and some straying down the leg, but they've been very accurate in these first 2 overs, just what Jonathan Trot would have been hoping for from his 2 opening bowlers.
2 slips and a gully, so not all out attack from Trot. He doesn't want to lose runs as a fielder quite close in at mid-wicket. Barker comes into bowl to Rayner, and that's edge and just past the diving second slip. Ricky Clark, who's as good in that position as anybody, dived to his left, couldn't reach it. And it's 4 streaky runs from Ollie Rayner, welcomely received by Middlesex. 309 for 7.
I've got a feeling, Clive, that this is going to be virtually tied up by the time it's the end of the innings.
It would be an exciting one in his match now. It would be pretty tense.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, well, not sure. I mean, probably. I'm not sure a third slip would have got to that either. I think it probably this was underneath the hand of Clark as he dived to his left.
Yeah, it was very low, wasn't it? It would have been just the most amazing catch, but I don't think he could reach it.
Barker into Rayner, who leaves that one outside off stump. Good over from Keith Barker then. You can see the 6 runs off it, but 4 of those were for an edge to third man, and he got the wicket. 309 for 7 Middlesex. They trail by 24 runs now.
These 2 were a big part of the 2012 championship winning team, these 2 bowlers.
Yeah, Barker in particular bowling in tandem with Chris Wright took a lot of wickets, but Ricky Clark had a good season as well.
And it was a very interesting little spell last night when they decided to finally take the new ball. They had a single ball from Barker and then decided to bring it in. Here's Clark with that new ball, and it's a strong forward defensive again from Harris, who's really played a very good defensive knock. He's just I seem to remember 3 of the runs that he scored came from a streaky one through the slip cordon. It wasn't. I'm not sure if it was a catch, but generally he's just been dealing in dot balls. And it's not so important that he just holds up one end anymore with Eskinazi gone. He might want to try and add a few himself now, as in comes Clark to bowl, and again Harris is well forward and there's no way through that resolute defence. He's obviously seeing the ball quite well.
Yeah. Clark bowled well yesterday in spells. Beat the bat of Eskinazi twice in 1 over, or in fact he got edges in. He got 2 edges of Eskinazi in 1 over, both flying at catchable height through the slip cordon where there wasn't a fielder, and the particular place where the ball went. Harris at the moment looking solid, not scoring runs either. Warwickshire will be patient. Still plenty of time left in this game as long as the weather holds.
As Clark turns at his mark and runs in from the Birmingham end to bowl to Harris, who rocks back, plays that off the back foot. It's very well fielded at point, and there will be no run. That was a good diving stop from Panay.
Yeah, we'll focus a little bit on the fielding of the young members of the team. It was mixed yesterday. A couple of errors. Matt Lamb let one through his hands for a 4, but he also took a good catch. And a couple of occasions, both Lamb and Panay maybe weren't as sharp as they might have been, but understandable. That was a good stop, saving 4 runs from George Panay. That's important for Warwickshire to stop the runs being scored.
I think he's taken your advice and gone for the county cap today. As in comes Clark again, left outside off stump, this time by Harris.
No, it's Lamb that wears the floppy hat, and he's got it on again.
Oh, yeah, there he is at mid-wicket. All right, so I think I would go for that sort of hat myself, to be honest.
It probably offers a bit more protection from the sun.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people wearing them on the way in. The fans will be in for quite a hot day out there in the sun. They'll be needing the sun cream and the cricket hats today. Clark bowling to Harris. Right arm over the wicket, and it's played back down the pitch by Harris. And a bit of a shout from some of the Warwickshire fielders, but another good defensive shot from Harris. 309 for 7, Middlesex. Clark's taken 1 for 50 from his 19.5 overs. And Eskinazi has gone, if you're just joining us this morning on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM and BBC London. 179, bowled by Barker. And Clark's last ball of the over takes an inside edge, that one, off Harris. Drops with no harm to Matt Lamb at mid-wicket. There's no run, and that ends the over. And it'll be Barker to resume again from the pavilion end, having taken that wicket in his last over.
Ricky Clark's 5th maiden, and only 1 run conceded from his 2 overs this morning. He's 1 for 50 off 20. Keith Barker then bowled to Ollie Rayner, found his edge in the last over. 1 good shot also in that over from Rayner for 2. And so a brisk 20 or 30 from one of these Romanian batsmen could make a big difference. 3 slips in, and I put a 3rd slip in, taking Gully out. Shortish mid-wicket, about 3 strips away as Barker bowls. And that one, is he played on? He has played on. And that one nipped into Rayner. I think his first inclination was to leave it, then he realised it was coming back at him, and he tried to dig it out, but he could only knock the ball onto his stumps. The stumps stay upright, but the bails have come off. And Rayner goes for 6, and Barker has struck twice this morning. Crucial breakthroughs for Warwickshire. Middlesex still behind, a 309 for 8.
Yeah, they're still trailing by 25. And the feeling now, I would imagine, is we've just got to get parity. When they arrived this morning, they would have been thinking, can we go beyond, get 30 or 40 runs beyond? But I think now they'll just be thinking, how many of that 25 can we get? Can we get up to the Warwickshire total? And just say, right, well, it's all on the second innings, because this is not the start that they would have been hoping for after getting to a good position overnight.
This is all going to go down to the second innings for these 2 teams. I was talking to one of my fellow journalists yesterday, and we both agree that both these teams have got a major collapse in them. Either one of them could go down like a pack of cards in the second innings, and are both capable of doing that. So it's all going to be down, really, whatever sort of lead either side has in the first innings. It's likely to be all down to who is the more solid of the 2 in the second innings. Neither of them are exuding confidence with the bat at the moment.
Well done, Keith Barker. He's done very well at the start of today's play.
Well, he's I'll put him 1 behind Jitan Patel now for the season. Puts him, I think, onto 15 for the season. Patel's on 16.
Obviously, he's taken quite a bit over 200.
I've got my figures in front of me. I think quite a bit over that. He's 2 matches away from 100 first-class games. Keith Barker, he comes in to bowl to Helm as a new man, Tom Helm, and he's beaten him outside off stump first ball. Really good ball from Keith Barker. 309 for 8, Middlesex.
So his father, I imagine his father was good friends with Clive Lloyd.
Probably. His father played cricket. His father, also called Keith, was a cricketer, or is a cricketer. Well, I'm not sure he plays now, but so I think and he was with Lancashire, with Lancashire sort of youth setup as he comes into bowl, and I suppose he was sort of having trials at Lancashire, and they ummed and ahed over whether to offer him a contract. So Warwickshire stole in while Lancashire was still not quite making their minds up.
Oh yeah,
so it proved to be a good move.
He was born in Manchester, wasn't he? So I guess that was when his father might have been.
Yes, I think I haven't got my notes in front of me, but I think his father comes from Guyana.
Well, I'll tell you what, Clive Lloyd is not a bad guy to be able to tap into as your godfather for cricketing advice.
Barker into Helm, 4 slips in place, and that's a roll off the pads of Helm down to fine leg. That is going to be 1 run, quickly picked up and thrown in. It's 1 leg by. No, it's not, it's a run. I thought the umpire was about to signal leg by, but either he never was or he changed his mind. So Helm is off the mark, and it's 310 for 8. Every run counts. It takes Middlesex to 24 behind. As I say, this was a one innings match now. The tension would be palatable. Not too many in the ground at the moment. Hopefully more will come. It's a nice hot day. There's a scattering of people around the ground. It's been a good game. Never been much in it. Barker to Harris. Well, Harris was straight down the leg side there, Barker, and Harris had a go at it and missed it. And the wicketkeeper takes it. It wasn't a great ball, but it was a bit of a loose shot from Harris.
I just don't think there's any point now in Harris continuing to just try and defend and stay in. I think you've got to a point now where he's the senior batsman and he's got to throw caution to the wind a bit just to try and get a few more runs. I'm not saying be completely reckless, but he can't just defend.
Barker into him now, and Harris turns that around his pads down to mid-wicket for a single, which means he'll keep the strike. Just lost his line slightly at the end of that over, Keith Barker. He's got 2 wickets this morning, so he can be forgiven. 311 for 8. He's 3 for 77 now, Keith Barker, getting a round of applause. The deficit now is 23.
So, work to be done for both teams here. 2 wickets more for Warwickshire to wrap up a really good morning's work for Middlesex. How close can they get to that total of 334? And can they even surpass it? That would be a real boost to them now, given what's happened this morning. They would have been hoping Eskinazi could have pushed on. He would have been eyeing a 200, I would have thought, coming back in today, given what he'd produced yesterday. But it wasn't to be. Just a 1 run added to his overnight total. As Clark resumes from the Birmingham end of the ground, running into bowler Harris, who plays that down into the offside, and that will be a relatively easy single to the deep field at point, and that means that 312 for 8 now. Harris has moved on to 10 from his 56 balls, and Tom Helm, who's got his 1 run from his 3 balls faced.
If Warwickshire do bowl Middlesex out for less than 350, it means the teams will have got the same number of bonus points each. Started the match 31 points apart. Middlesex 31 points ahead of Warwickshire. 6 games to go after this one, so it'll remain 31 points if Middlesex are bowled out for less than 350, and then it'll be all down to who wins if either side wins.
Clark bowling to Helm, who leaves that outside off stump. It's a quick one, rose sharply as well. And were you saying, Clive, that these two face each other?
They do next championship match. There's a little way away because we've got the T20 in between, but Warwickshire at Lords in early August.
So it's like a double header,
yeah,
isn't it?
And
I imagine both teams would be saying if they can win both of them, that would kind of make them safe.
Well, certainly. I would think if Middlesex get even a win and a draw, that would be a big step towards it. Probably wouldn't quite make them safe, but be a big step towards it.
Clark bowls, and that will be played back down the ground. I imagine.
I think Warwickshire are too far behind, really, for that. I mean, if they win both, that gives them a decent chance of survival.
Right, yeah. They would. I think if they won the first one, then it changes completely the attitude going into the one at Lords. It sort of makes them think, well, we could really reel them back in and put ourselves right up there with them if we can get the 2 wins out of them. But first things first, they'll be trying to get the win on home turf against Middlesex here at Edgbaston. As Helm is on strike, facing Clark, who runs in from the Birmingham end, and that was it looked okay in the end, but I thought he was going to leave that, and then he played it very, very late, Helm, into the offside. There's no run.
Elsewhere, Women's World Cup is back underway. England are playing South Africa at Bristol. England 59 for 1 in the 12th over. India have won all their games, and Australia won all their games. Both lost a couple of wickets, actually. India 43 for 2 against Sri Lanka. And Australia made a bit of a sticky start, 27 for 2 in the 12th over against Pakistan.
Clark coming into bowl. We'll continue to round those up for you as the ball is played out into the offside, and that might run all the way away for 4 from Tom Helm. It's a nice shot. He didn't put any extra effort into that, just timed it quite nicely and pushes it through the offside and through the covers for 4.
Yeah, good shot, valuable runs for Middlesex. In the Championship, Surrey I think lost 1 this morning, 129 for 2. Still 519 behind Hampshire at the Oval, so they've still got work to do. Yorkshire have lost 1, so they're now 88 behind with just 2 wickets left against Somerset at Scarborough. They're 180 for 8. Durham's tail end is still resisting well.
Clark into bowl to Helm. Oh,
Gone.
That has gone. Edged into the first slip's hands. And Clark, who looked a bit miffed that the previous ball had gone for a 4, sends a really good ball down, and it was too good for Helm. He just feathered that outside edge, and bucket hands at first slip. Takes it Andy Umeed, and Helm goes for 5. 316 for 9.
Yeah, straightforward edge into the midriff of slip. I mean, too many of those in this match, but that edge then from Helm, so one very good shot from him, but here he goes to Warwickshire now. We'll believe they can get a first innings lead, albeit a small one. There's 18 between the two sides now, 316 for 9. I think was that the last ball of the over, so the new man won't be facing straight away, so Harris might have a bit of a go. So Durham 290 for 8, they trailed Derbyshire by 7. Second wicket is, said when the team's 206 for 2, that they've still got a lot of work to do, but they're still 495 behind. Kent 206 for 2 there.
Is Ben Duckett still in?
I don't know, I'll have a look in a second. And they're starting the game. Very nice. Where Sussex are 18 without loss in the 6th over. Ben Duckett is gone for 105. He's the man out this morning. And in the varsity match, Oxford in some trouble, 62 for 5, replying to Cambridge's 225. Here, Middlesex are down to their last stand, 18 runs behind. They do have the senior batsman on strike, but this morning they have lost Stevie Eskinazi, bowled by Keith Barker, adding 1 run to his overnight total, so he was out for 179. Ollie Rayner playing on to Barker to go for 6, and Tom Helm now called Umeed bowl Clark. He's not on strike. Harris on 10, 3 slips in place. Barker comes in to bowl to him. Harris turns that round the onside. It really would be a thriller now if it was a 1 innings match. They would need 19 to win. 18 runs behind.
They should probably view it as that, mentally, have that approach to it. Unless
they put a really sort of big final wicket partnership, which you do sometimes see these days. It really is, as I said before, it's almost academic. It's all down to the second innings of each team. Barker, left arm over, and that's going too far down the leg side. It was a slower ball. Tim Ambrose takes it low, just on top of his toes, and there is no run.
Murtagh can bat. He has batted as high as 8. Well, he's batted even higher than that in different times due to night watchman duties and whatnot, but he can bat as high as 8.
Well, you rarely these days get number 11s who can't contribute something, and that's almost squeezed through. So quite so often you see these days the last wicket stands. They're much more commonplace than they used to be. Not like
the former Middlesex number 11 Phil Tufnell wasn't
no
that handy with the bat.
Oh, the genuine number 11 sadly has disappeared from the game. Probably the last one Warwickshire really had was Chris Martin in his spell here. But he didn't get to bat all that often. But anyway, in comes Barker to bowl to Harris. That's all 3 slips in place. Good Yorker length delivery from Barker. Well dug out by Harris. Now 2 balls to go. Will Harris be keen to keep the strike, or will he just play normally and trust Murtagh to survive? We did see Chetan Patel not keep the strike at the end of the Warwickshire innings and paid for it.
Glenn McGrath was a classic number 11 in the modern age, wasn't he? He just used to be one of those who said, look, I do enough damage with the ball, can't you guys do the right thing with the bat?
He has got a first class average of 20, Tim Murtagh, which is pretty remarkable for a number 11. That one is short, and it's a attempted hook shot, and that is going to clear the fielder for 6. So Harris deciding to go for the runs. He's pulled that away for 6, and that's Middlesex's 4th 6 of the innings, fifth 6 of the innings in fact. Eskinazi hit 3, Milan hit 1, and now Harris has got 1, and that reduces the deficit suddenly to 12.
Yeah, well timed, good shot, rock back. The fielder on that fine leg boundary did feel that there might be an opportunity to catch that, and he watched it very closely, but in the end just didn't drop enough.
10 first-class 50s, Tim Murtagh. So Warwickshire know the job isn't done yet, and it can be so frustrating when the last pair hold you up and score some runs. I've just got a slip in a gully, the last ball of the over. I think they want to keep Murtagh there if they can. They've not got all out to save the one, but they've got one extra man in. Barker's coming round the wicket to Harris. Yorker length delivery. Harris plays it to mid-off. It's fielded there. There's no run. But a big 6 of that over makes it a valuable over. 322 for 9. Yes, well, they've got 3 wickets so far this morning, Warwickshire, and still have hopes of a slight first innings lead here. Middlesex 322 for 9. They're 12 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. And the important thing this morning for Warwickshire was to make sure that Middlesex didn't develop a sort of 40-50 run first innings lead. It could still happen, but it's looking a lot less likely now. And Keith Barker was first to strike, ending Steve Eskinazi's big innings by more than double anyone else has managed to score so far, but he lost his off stump to be bowled for 179, and then Barker induced Ollie Rayner to play on for 6, and Tom Helm was caught at slip by Andy Umid off Ricky Clark for 5. James Harris just to reduce the deficit somewhat, but Middlesex still behind at 322 for 9. They trail by 12 runs. And I'll do that one more time shortly, and then we will have Phil in as that's it. Sorry, Andy. Sorry,
yeah, sorry. Ball by Clark. It's played down into the offside, and there's no run from Tim Murtagh on strike at the start of this over from Clark. They had a little crossover between the two fielders there, Trot and Barker, just as Clark was beginning his run up, which sort of brought out a glare from Ricky Clark as he comes into bowl again to Tim Murtagh, number 11. Murtagh, he's kind of steps away, steps back outside leg stump and plays it out into the leg side.
Well, having just bigged up his record, that did look a bit like a number 11 shot, didn't it?
It did a bit.
Maybe he's decided he's just going to swing the bat and see what happens. If I were him, and if I was James Harrison, look, James Harrison just hit a 6. For Tim Murtagh, I would look for occupation rather than trying to hit some blows, but he may see it differently.
Murtagh on strike to Clark, who comes in for his third over now from the Birmingham end. He leans back again, Murtagh, but does play that out into the offside. He looks like he's almost a bit frightened, backing away from his stumps.
Did his best to lob that into the hands of mid-off. Just dropped it just short.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit edgy, shall we say, but he's very experienced, Murtagh, and he'll have seen this situation time and again, so he won't be overawed by this. 322 for 9. 12 runs short now of the Warwickshire first innings total. Clark just moving Trot slightly in, which might have been...
Sorry, Annie, just got to do a quick update. Well, a productive morning for Warwickshire this morning, who are very keen to prevent Middlesex gaining any sort of significant first innings lead, and they've taken 3 wickets, so Middlesex 322 for 9 are in fact still 12 runs behind, and Keith Barker got the crucial wicket as Steve first ball of the day, the second over of the morning, and knocking Eskinazi's off stump out of the ground, so the batsman was out for 179. Since then, Barker's had Ollie Rayner play on for 6, and Ricky Clark's had Tom Helm for 5. James Harris has hit a 6, he's on 16, but Tim Murtagh is playing like a number 11 at the moment, so Warwickshire will hope they can get this last wicket soon. Middlesex 322 for 9, trail by 12.
Attempted hook shot, he looked like he was trying to swat a fly there.
I shall bring yes, that's right, I'm going to bring Phil in here now, and I shall pop back in half an hour.
Thank you very much indeed, Clive. And Phil Britt will be joining me, Andy Rowley, as we continue this commentary from Edgbaston. Clark into bowl to Murtagh, who backs off again, and it's a one-handed drive right down the ground. It's very unorthodox, but it will bring him 3 runs. He just took his left hand off the bat and just struck it one-handed down the ground, and that will be 3 to Murtagh. Harris is 16 not out. Murtagh off the mark now, 3 of his 5 deliveries, and Clark has 1 more ball to bowl of his 3rd over of the morning. A glorious morning here at Edgbaston, and a very good morning to Phil Britt, who joins me in the commentary box.
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, everybody. And, just saying to Clive, you haven't left me much to do here. Judging by the way Murtagh's backing away, it shouldn't really take too long.
That's quite unorthodox, isn't it, what he's doing? But we were saying he's got a very healthy average for lower order batsmen.
It's one of those, you don't see them very often now, real genuine number 11 looking players who back away to try and hit the ball.
He's obviously got a good eye for the ball, but he just
clearly
doesn't like to hold his ground
clearly.
so much.
There's been Warwickshire come out with a bit of a purpose this morning. That was a big wicket, the one of against Stevie Eskinazi, first ball.
Clark bowls, and short bouncer towards Harris. It's taken by Ambrose. There's no run to end that over. 325 for 9, and so 9 runs the deficit. And we were just having a little chat about how you actually approach this morning's play. Now Eskinazi's out, and they've lost the 3 wickets. It's almost like you should be thinking, let's treat it as a 1 innings game. Can we get to their total and surpass it? If you're Middlesex, and for Warwickshire, defend it with all your might and see if you can come out with a first innings lead. But I said it yesterday evening, the scores were so similar. At the end of the first day, Warwickshire were 302 for 7, and coming into today's play, it was virtually identical, except it was 6 wickets down for Middlesex. So they must have been thinking on very similar lines to how Warwickshire were thinking yesterday.
Exactly. Yeah.
How many runs can we add?
Yeah. This is a sort of sheet of paper thickness between the 2 teams, isn't there? So you're virtually coming down now to plenty of time. The forecast looks reasonable for a sort of one innings game for one of these 2 sides. A win for Middlesex, I think, would pretty much put them in a very safe position. Here's Barker bowls, and this one is driven by Murtagh down to mid-off, where Rankin does the fielding. Warwickshire, by the same token, if they were not to come away with a victory here, I think, and did lose the game, the gap would be up to about 50 points, and with only 6 games to go, even the most optimistic would start to say that that's too big a gap to catch.
And they've got a long time to stew on that as well.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
T20 taking over.
A few tough games to come away as well, as this one is lobbed away down to fine leg by Murtagh. That not quite, just failed to carry down there, and
he just had to get his body in the way, kind of fended it, didn't he?
Fended it in the end, sort of. George Panay, I think, down there. As that one is 326 for 9, so another single to Murtagh. He goes to 4. Harris is on 16. Harris played a couple of nice shots actually, and whilst this has been going on, he's been watching at the other end, but he's actually quite capable batsman. As Barker comes into him and bowls, and this one he turns away nicely through mid-wicket. Just get a single. 327 for 9, so the gap between the 2 sides now just down to 7 runs. And with the 1 wicket in hand, Warwickshire got all their bowling points, and at the moment both sides have taken exactly the same number of bonus points from this game. It's just a question whether Middlesex can scrape another 23 runs at least in the time available. Barker bowls, Murtagh goes backwards, sideways, and swings and misses, and it goes through to Tim Ambrose.
I was saying to Clive that I've just got a feeling it's going to be virtually identical. I don't think they'll get to 350, and I'd be delighted to be proven wrong. But my feeling is that 3-3-4. It's going to be about there.
About right.
It's going to be like, right, as you were, off we go again.
And here we go again, exactly. Barker in a slow one, which Murtagh reads and then puts his head up. He's standing with both legs akimbo, swinging at the ball, and he's looking at the sky as if to say, a batsman of my class, how didn't I put that away for runs? And it was just an agricultural swing from the hip.
It's maybe the T20 and one day influence, the 40 over influence as well, because he doesn't get his left foot to the pitch of the ball. He moves that out of the way just so he can get an even bigger swing in.
Barker into him again. This one is hit hard and high and has gone off a thick outside edge down to third man for 4. And there's a man down there for that, but it flew. He was looking to launch it away somewhere over extra cover. But in the end, it flew off the edge, up in the air, and bounced past Jeetan Patel down there at third man. So 4 more to Murtagh, takes him on to 8 off 10, and Middlesex are just 3 runs behind, 331 for 9.
It's unorthodox, but sometimes it works.
Indeed.
And we were saying, I think it's an average of about 20, I think Clive was saying, for Tim Murtagh, which is quite astonishing for a number 11. But I was saying he has batted, 8 most of the time, 8 or 9.
He certainly has come out with a purpose here, which really, I think he's just have a swing, get whatever runs you can get, and then let's get on with the job which you're employed to do, which is to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it would be different if Eskinazi was still there.
Yeah.
They would, all of these batsmen would just be trying to stay put and not do anything silly. Now Eskinazi's gone, it's up to them to try and add some runs as well, rather than just stay put. As Clark resumes from the Birmingham end, it's a very nice drive that down the ground from Harris. Thinks about a run, but the mid-on and mid-off converge on that very quickly, and Trot puts him off going for that single, and the scoreboard remained 331 for 9. 3 runs behind then Middlesex against Warwickshire here. You're listening to BBC Coventry in Warwickshire, BBC WM, and BBC Radio London, live from Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are trying to get 1 more wicket at the end of Middlesex's first innings, and Middlesex trying to see if they can surpass that Warwickshire total. Clark into bowl to Harris, who drives down the ground. That will be a single to Trot this time down there at mid-off. And they will switch around the field as the left-handed Murtagh takes strike. We were just having a chat about traditional number 11s, as in the real number 11s as we used to know them, and we're thinking of Tufnell and Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, we used to have we had I've forgotten his name, who's the chap who he's got the same name as the bloke who's the lead singer in Coldplay, Chris Martin.
Yeah.
In fact, it might have as well have been Chris Martin from the band who batted at number 11, to be honest. With his guitar, he might have actually done better.
Devon Malcolm was another, wasn't he?
He was another genuine. And going back, you definitely had some guys who came out, and really the highlight of an innings was to see some of these guys throwing the bat. They used to really come out and whack it round.
Fun to the crowd as Clark comes in to bowl to Murtagh, who steps back and kind of hacks that cross bat shot down the pitch. It's fielded by Clark, who looks disgruntled and bemused how anyone could play a shot like that to his bowling.
Well, it really was. It was a Wimbledon type smash, but he was actually travelling back towards the umpire at square leg. Terrific eye, but certainly not going to get his body in the way, is he? He's not going to be hit by the ball.
Back and across.
Mark Church has called that on his Twitter, but I don't think this is back, and this is run away and across.
He's made room again, Murtagh, and he plays that through the fielder at mid-off, and Trot will race back to try and get that and whip the throw in. They get 2 for it, and that means that they're even closer now.
Level?
And in fact, they've gone level.
Level. Where this would now start to get annoying is having seen the way that Murtagh bats and the likelihood that you always think you're going to bowl him. If now Middlesex sort of took a 25-30 run lead with this, because then I think that would give him a useful advantage. Ricky Clark's already bringing out his second slip Porterfield out into the covers, which is probably a smart move because Murtagh has hit the ball in the air in that area.
I think they should just say, you miss, we hit,
The good old-fashioned Yorker, I never quite
just
understand
straight.
Yeah.
Because Murtagh is so vacating.
Yeah.
And just saying, he's showing the whole of his stumps and probably another set.
We were talking about this earlier the other day.
Clark into bowl again to Tim Murtagh, who steps back and almost gets an edge off the underside of the bat there, but it's through to Ambrose and head in hands moment for Clark.
We were talking, I think it was on the opening day, Clive and I were talking about the bowl outs, which you don't have too often in the one day game, and how rarely the stumps were hit by professional bowlers. It almost seems to me that the safest place to actually stand if you're on a cricket field is in front of the stumps, because they're very rarely actually hit.
It's like if anyone joins me on the golf course, the safest place to stand is next to the flag. Or on the green, actually.
On the green. But he's now going to try round the wicket. He's going to change the attacking line with this last ball of his 23rd over.
Murtagh. 10 runs not out off 13 balls. It's been entertaining as Clark bowls and flicked up in the air by Murtagh, and that will be the end of the innings. And what did I tell you?
All
square. 334 all out, and nothing between the two sides whatsoever. Clark bowled a short one. Murtagh just tried to fend it off in front of his helmet and just guided it into the gloves of Ambrose behind. So he goes for 10. It was an entertaining little cameo from Murtagh. He's got more to think about now with his bowling, and Harris is the man who's left stranded, having batted very well. He lended really good support actually to Eskinazi yesterday evening, and then this morning hit a 6 over fine leg, but he's left as the not out man. 334 all out, and
18 he had.
18.
Yeah,
we could have
it off the board.
We could have just said, right, we'll just start from here.
Well, can you tell me what's going to win the 2:30 this afternoon as well? And I'm sure that if you'd like to tweet in Andy Rowley, he'll go through the card at this afternoon's race meetings. He's a man of can actually see into the future.
Yeah.
Now, what are the umpires doing? Up, down, one down, up, down, cross.
Who are they indicating to as well?
I think what they're doing, they're indicating
heavy
the roller on the wicket. Let's run through the card, shall we, for you? This morning, let's just do this morning because you can pick the rest up from your morning paper. But we lost straight away this morning. First man to go was Stevie Eskinazi, who was comprehensively bowled by Keith Parker off the first ball he faced, I think, this morning. The first over was to James Harris from Ricky Clark, and then Barker came in and bowled Eskinazi with that addition to his overnight score, 179 off 243 balls, 24 fours and 3 sixes. He was at the wicket for just 8 minutes short of 6 hours. Terrific innings. I thought he batted really well yesterday after the first ball where Warwickshire thought that they either had him LBW or caught, one or the other. Neither were given, but I
spoke to him last night. That was his highest first class
yes,
score.
I beat 157 I think was his previous high, so well done to him.
Really nice guy.
Yep. So he batted beautifully, and he rode his luck a little bit early on, but full credit to him. We then saw after Eskinazi had gone, Ollie Rayner came out and he played on for 6 again to Barker. Tom Helm came out and Ricky Clark had him caught at slip. A good ball from Clark, and Helm just edging it through to slip where Andy Umi took the catch. He went for 5. Tim Murtagh came in, joined James Harris. They added 18 runs, of which Murtagh got 10, with a little bit of stepping away and a bit of excitement for the crowd, entertainment for the crowd, before eventually he gloved one and it looped up nice and easy to Tim Ambrose, give Clark his 3rd wicket of the innings, and Middlesex finished on 334 all out of exactly 94 overs. It took them 11 overs less than Warwickshire to get to the same score. Both sides have taken 6 points from this, 3 batting and 3 bowling, so no change there. And just quickly on the bowling figures, Barker ended up with his 2 wickets there, he got 3 for 89 from 26 overs with 2 maidens. Clark was 3 for 61 from 23 overs with 5 maidens. Panayi was 0 for 39 from 7, a bit expensive, George Panayi. Boyd Rankin got the 1 wicket for 77 from 14 overs. Again, he was quite expensive, going at 5.5 and over. Had a couple of maidens in there. Jeetan Patel 3 for 29 from 16 overs and 4 which were maidens. Trot bowled 7 overs, 0 for 25 with 1 maiden, and Umeed last night just bowled the 1 over, 0 for 4. And there were 13 extras, 2 no balls, 1 wide, 5 byes and 5 leg byes. And it's all square as we go into round 2.
Well done to Clark and Barker. I thought that they bowled very well this morning, in particular, and they weren't actually that lucky yesterday. I thought Clark bowled some really good stuff yesterday without much reward, but they've managed to wrap that up, and with the scores all square. And Patel, special mention to him as well, because Clive mentioned that he spoke to him yesterday evening after the day's play and interviewed him, and Jeetan Patel was saying that there was no spin whatsoever to work with really at this point in the game. Whether that changes as we go on will remain to be seen, but for him to take 3 wickets in that spell yesterday, and they were all in the middle of the innings. He got Milan, Simpson and Higgins, and that was very important in terms of stopping Middlesex going on to go past the total, given what Eskinazi was doing.
That's absolutely. He actually, in fact, he could easily have had 2 wickets in his first 2 balls, because the first one Eskinazi just nicked down straight through Tim Ambrose's hands down the leg side. Next ball he actually struck, because he had David Milan caught behind by Tim Ambrose off an top edge as he went to cut a ball. So I've got the single which Eskinazi took when he went through Ambrose's gloves, brought Milan down, and he went next ball. So yeah, he bowled pretty well, considering I hadn't really heard that from Clive, that there was no spin. So it's all to play for. So as a man of forecasting, you're only here today, aren't you?
That's right.
So come on then, it's all square, you can have nothing better. Where do you see this one going?
I don't.
Ignore your loyalties.
Yeah,
on
no,
this
that's
one.
the thing.
You can't have loyalty driven. You've got to. And we won't hold the gun to your head if you were to say Warwickshire. In the same way, I'm sure I worked for Warwickshire. So if I was to say Middlesex,
I would say it favours Warwickshire purely because they are batting first of the. Middlesex will have to come in 4th innings, and we still yet to see what turn the wicket might provide come that stage. Jeetan Patel bowling in the 4th innings, if they've got a good enough lead, Warwickshire, I think that gives them a slight advantage. That's not to say that I think that they will definitely go on to win, because as Clive mentioned, both these teams have probably got a collapse in them.
I think that's absolutely. That's what I. If I felt that either of these teams have got recent history of being big run accumulators, I think I would go probably along your lines, that Warwickshire have the slight advantage, being able to set a target and trying to defend it. However, you just don't know what you're going to get. Middlesex have proven that recently. Warwickshire have proven that with the bat. One of these two sides does actually find it's their day, then I think they will win, whichever side actually bats well. If Warwickshire don't bat well, I think Middlesex will win this game, and I think similarly if Warwickshire do bat well and make big, I think it will be a target. That one thing is for sure, they've got to go for a victory. Warwickshire have to go for a win.
So are you expecting them to score at a
I think they're going to have to score rate quite quickly, set something which they give themselves enough time to bowl Middlesex out. A draw does them no good. It still leaves them 31 points behind Middlesex, and with just 6 games to go.
It's great to see a result match though, potentially. It's really set up very nicely as a game, and I keep doing this for Jamie Reid, because he's coming tomorrow. You'll meet Jamie
setting
tomorrow.
him up setting him up for the third.
He came down to Chelmsford and a dramatic final day there when Middlesex looked like they might be able to get through it with Nick Compton scoring a century, and then Harmer ripped through them in the end. And I just wonder if Jamie's in for another.
Radio London might decide not to send him. They might keep you here for the day rather than have a repeat if that were to happen. He would be on the do not send him on the last day of a county game, please.
I'm off to check on the thunderstorms down at Lord's, you see.
Oh yes, of course you are. Well, you could give Jamie your tickets and stay on. Can we have a little bit more interest in the county game?
Yes, well, I'll tell you what, I think that this is going to be just as exciting as watching that first day at Lord's, given the way this game is set up. I've always been a fan of, rather than what might be seen as the great sporting occasion, I've always been a fan of wherever you get really, really competitive sport. That is what ticks the box for me, and I think that this is going to be a really, really interesting couple of days here at Edgbaston as we prepare for Warwickshire to resume. Players and umpires are back out on the field of play.
So Warwickshire's two openers are out there, Andrew Umeed and William Porterfield. Porterfield has had a couple of innings since coming into the side on Ian Westwood's retirement, and he'll be looking for some runs as the first over from Tim Murtagh at the Birmingham end is in, and Umeed pushes it away into the offside. There's no run. So all square, we start again, and this time it's down to a one innings game. And we have plenty of overs left in the day, 85 overs remaining in the day. I talked to the scorers this morning, by the way, and I said, now come on guys, explain to me how we finished at 7:15 last night, 10-7.
Mr. Smith and Mr. Shelley?
Yeah, and how can we be, in fact, 2 overs up on the innings? That's Murtagh bowls, and this goes through to John Simpson.
What was their answer?
Well, I had a whole heap of smoke and mirrors from them. They told me that they'd got so much time for Compton's injury, and then they had to take account that Jeetan Patel was hit. And it was like, come on, we're talking 45-50 minutes here. You know, Compton, yes, he might got hit, but he wasn't laid out for 3/4 of an hour.
It's a long old last session, that's for sure, yesterday.
And how they could end up 2 up. Murtagh in and bowls, and Umeed is. Now, did that carry, or did that just drop down in front? I've got a feeling that carried, you know.
I thought that on first sight, and but the way they're looking at it, I wonder if it just maybe bounced just before, because they're not.
No, Ollie Rayner got down to it. Perhaps it did. Perhaps he would give it being harsh. It was an outside edge, and it was one of those where he played it away from the body and opened the face, and it flew to second slip, and Ollie Rayner got his right hand to it. We'll say it bounced in front of him. Murtagh in bowls, and this time Umeed is defending it back. And
it's a great thing for Murtagh though, because it gives him, that glimpse that there might be something in it for him so early in the piece, having just given us a very entertaining little knock. Murtagh is now very much on the day job of trying to remove these Warwickshire batsmen. He got Porterfield in the first innings, caught behind for just 3. He's bowling to Umeed at the moment though.
He comes charging in, and Umeed waits and leaves outside the off stump, and a bit of bounce there which goes through to the keeper. Important session this one for Warwickshire. They've got an hour to bat to lunch, just over an hour, and it's important that they get through this with perhaps they could afford 1 wicket down. I think if there's much more than that, then Middlesex will feel that they've taken major steps into the Warwickshire target setting.
Moving another fielder into the gully area. I think that's Sterling coming round.
So here's the last ball of Murtagh's first over, and Umeed chops it away to cover point. There's no run. So end of the over. It's 0 for 0, but just that one little bit of heart stopper for Andrew Umeed, which he got away with. And it's going to be Tom Helm, who I think will be bowling from the pavilion end.
So no Finn, no Roland Jones for this match. A big opportunity for Tom Helm and Jimmy Harris and Higgins. They all can try and weigh in, see what they can do, and we'll also see if there's anything in it for Rayner before Patel in the last innings, to see if this pitch will offer any spin. But Helm will be looking to try and show what he can do. He got the 1 wicket in the first innings, managing to get Panay. In fact, no, he got 2. He got Trot as well. He got Trot with a caught and bowled. And now coming in to bowl to Porterfield, and the left-hander just plays that down into the offside. There's a big cry from the Middlesex field because they thought that was a decent, accurate delivery, and it wasn't the most convincing of shots. Lots of fielders in and around the bat. There's 2 slips and a gully. There's a point fielder, which is Compton. Sterling is at cover. A mid-off, a mid-on, square leg, and down at fine leg, the only fielder in the deep. Tom Helm then. Second ball of his first over from the pavilion end. Looking down at the 7 on his back. Now they get to choose the numbers, because I would have thought 7 would be quite a popular number.
Yeah, got a little bit of a hold up here while William Porterfield is.
I think he got one on the gloves on that ball from Helm, and that's why there was quite a big cry, because it wasn't the most convincing of shots from the Ireland international.
He's calling the physio on. He's looking. It's his left hand that he's got. He's just signalled to David Milan in the slips. I've got a bit of a problem, and I might need the physio. So the Warwickshire physio. It seems take a long time to get the physio out. If there was a real emergency,
maybe he was out behind the bike sheds having a.
He doesn't smoke.
No.
No.
While this break in play's going on, with the physio now jogging on, we'll be able to hand you over to Clive Eakin, who will join Phil for the next half an hour.
Thank you, Andy. Well, that was all a bit of a waste of time the first couple of days, wasn't it? Shouldn't have bothered.
No. It's.
I don't think I can't remember ever been to a game where the first innings have been tied before. It's probably happened, but
can't think of one that's happened too often. It's. Our co-commentator called it absolutely smack on. He's doing all our at lunchtime. Clive is doing all our racing tips for the afternoon.
I did say, we have said throughout the match it's been pretty even, so it's quite pleasing that analysis has proved to be correct. We've got this interruption elsewhere. Surrey have lost 2 wickets now this morning. They've still got a bit of work to do there. 139 for 3 at the Oval, replying to Hampshire's massive 648 for 7. Yorkshire have lost the 9th wicket, 213 for 9, still 55 behind Somerset. I'll come back to that one in a minute in terms of what it means here. Durham all out for 301 eventually, so Derbyshire got a first innings lead of 67. They are 8 for 1 in reply, Derbyshire, so that game's moving on nicely. Let's have a look at what happened in that first innings. Durham, like Derbyshire, did tail wag a bit at the end. 73 not out for Paul Coughlin, and 5 wickets for Imran Tahir, formerly of this parish. 5 for 110 for Imran. Hang on, is that the same Imran Tahir? Was he doing playing for Derbyshire? Is that right?
He was on debut.
William Porterfield has received treatment. He's okay. I didn't realise he'd gone to Derbyshire. There we are. That's a good debut.
It's Helm in outside the off stump, and it's he's no shot off from Porterfield, who seems none the worse for the smack on the finger.
And Northants have lost a 3rd wicket at Beckenham, 219 for 3, replying to Middlesex, to Kent 701 for 7. And Sussex 41 for 2 in the first day at Leicestershire at Arundel. Varsity match, Oxford 114 for 5, applying to Cambridge's 255. Come to the Women's World Cup in a moment. I've also got to do an update. Well, we're all square here because Middlesex were bowled out for 334, the same score that Warwickshire were bowled out for in their first innings. Warwickshire have been pretty pleased this morning. A couple of wickets apiece to Keith Barker, including the crucial one of Steve Eskinazi, who started the mini 179, and 2 wickets for Ricky Clark, and last wicket stand of 18 took Middlesex level, but Warwickshire will be pleased to have avoided a first innings deficit. They're now batting in their second innings. William Porterfield's taken a knock on the hand. He's been struggling a bit injury, yet to score after 10 balls of their second innings.
Not missed anything because all 4 deliveries from Tom Helm have been played back. Porterfield still banging his hands together as if to say, as if he's trying to get a bit of feeling or something back into them. I'm not sure that's the prescribed way of dealing with a bang on the hand, but still, here's Helm in. Porterfield leaves outside the off stump.
Women's World Cup, England 118 for 1 against South Africa at Bristol, the 22nd over, half century for Tammy Beaumont, she's still there. India 80 for 2 against Sri Lanka at Derby, and Australia 74 for 3 after 22 overs against Pakistan. I mentioned that Somerset game because, in fact, Yorkshire now all out for 213, so a first innings lead of 55 for Somerset. Now that these two teams have got the same bonus points,
let's just break in as for Helm to bowl the last ball of his opening over, which is wide outside the off stump. Porterfield, if injured hand, didn't have to play a ball after he'd been hit.
Same number of bonus points these teams, so a Warwickshire win would put them 15 points behind Middlesex. A draw keeps the two teams 31 points apart, and of course a win would put Middlesex 47 points ahead. But from Middlesex's point of view, a draw might seem, well, great, we'll still be 31 points ahead, but they may not be 31 points ahead of Somerset. If Somerset beat Yorkshire, which is looking possible, let's say, because they got that first innings lead, they could, if in comes the bowler there, that's Umeed, I think did play at that one from Merter, misses it. It's a very nervy start from Warwickshire. So if Somerset were to win their game, for the sake of argument, they would be, I think, about 22 points behind Middlesex if Middlesex draw this. So they'll be a little bit uncomfortable about where Somerset are.
Somerset were 2 points better than Warwickshire. They were 43 to Warwickshire's 41. So they were 29 behind Middlesex.
This next one is pushed out by Umeed, no run. So these two are similar in the first innings, weren't really screwing. So they did last half an hour or so, took a bit off the new ball, but only added 15 runs.
Somerset only got 5 bonus points, so
one less than
that's one less. So they would have a 15-point swing. Which
would take.
Let me just go back again. It would be. Take them up to 50. It would, at the moment it's 29, so 14 points.
That one is played back to the bowler about to mid-off. There's no run, so a draw for Middlesex. Okay, keeps them with a bit of breathing space, but Somerset will have closed the gap, so they'll still be a bit nervy. It would keep Warwickshire at bay a bit. Obviously a win for Middlesex would be a big I'm saying if Somerset win, of course Somerset might not win. That game is still very much in the balance, as is this. But I suppose the question is whether Middlesex would feel a draw is a decent enough result. Probably, but a win would be very nice for them. Merter into Andrew Umeed, who drops a bat on that. Remember, Umeed played apparently the longest century in terms of minutes in the history of the county championship in the last match, so he's in no hurry, but there's still a fair amount of time left in this match. But I do think Warwickshire might need to score a little bit more. I suppose they did in the end. They did score about 3 and over in the end, didn't they? Which they'll need to do, I think.
Yeah, they're going to have to. I think they've got to give themselves enough time to bowl Middlesex out here, because the draw really doesn't help Warwickshire at all. They've got to go for the win here.
Merter into Umeed. Umeed leans back and cards at that first runs of the innings, and there's going to be 4 of them as well. Not sure went exactly where he intended, but he did play it down. Despairing dive from Gully. Umid is off the mark. 4 without loss, and at least the lead is going to be remarkably easy to calculate in the second innings, because it is what the score is. If you're just tuning in, and again, I'll be interested to know when the last time this happened. It must happen from time to time, but both teams all square on first innings. Both making 334s. I think particularly unusual when the game is relatively high scoring.
Yeah.
You might be more likely to get it if both teams are all out for about 150, but both teams to get beyond 300 and end up with the same score. He's a bit spooky. In comes Murtagh to bowl to Umid, who drops a bat on that and plays it to point. But I did say, what a thrilling one innings match it would have been. And in fact, it would have ended in a tie. So it would have been...
Well, we've got that now. We've got the next 2 days.
Well,
it's a one innings game
could
for
be.
2 days.
Could be fascinating match. That would be a remarkable tie. It ended at a tie if all 4.
Yeah.
If both innings ended up being all square. Anyway, 4 without loss, Warwickshire. They lead by 4. Andrew Umid on 4. William Porterfield yet to score. William Porterfield clearly struggling, having been struck on the hand. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yes, having struck him on the hand, then Tom Helm proceeded to bowl the next 5 deliveries really wide of the off stump, so not forcing Porterfield to have to play. We haven't yet seen Porterfield play a shot since he's hurt his hand, and whether it's caused any problem. He does look a little bit more comfortable now, though, as he waits, and Helm comes into him and bowls, and this is caught at slip, and Warwickshire have lost the first wicket. It takes the outside edge of William Porterfield's bat. He goes for naught, and his poor run of form just continues. I feel really sorry for Porterfield. He cannot get going at all. He's got the opportunity, but he blipped it straight to Rayner, and Rayner doesn't drop those at second slip, and Warwickshire are 4 for 1, and the worst start they could hope for.
Yeah, juggled slightly by Ollie Rayner, but he clung on to it, and William Porterfield having a really tough time of it at the moment. 3 in the first innings, out for naught in the second. Early breakthrough for Middlesex, who've got about 50 minutes to try and get more. If they can get one more before lunch, I think they'll be very happy, as Jonathan Trot marches out. Again, so much field depends on Jonathan Trot. He made 49 in the first innings, and Warwickshire need him. They need a big partnership somewhere. What Warwickshire haven't been able to do is produce a sort of big innings that Stevie Eskinazi managed. He got double the number of runs the next highest score got. 83 was Ricky Clark's total. Eskinazi 179 in the first innings. Warwickshire, G.T. Patel did say that had review systems existed, they certainly would have reviewed the first ball on Eskinazi because they thought he hit it, but he also was honest enough to say, that's cricket. You just if that was a bit of luck, well, there we are. But he made 179. Can anyone from either side produce an innings like that? If they do, they might well win the game for their team.
So Helm takes his 3rd wicket, and that one kept quite low to Rayner. He had to take it. It's one of those which sort of doesn't get up too much, and in the end he took it very low down at slip, but take it he did. So big early breakthrough, and Helm just putting the ball in the spot. I don't think that was a result of his bad hand there for him. He's in to the new batsman, the right-handed Warwickshire captain Jonathan Trot, and I really do think here that Warwickshire are going to build a innings round Trot.
Yeah, I suppose in fairness to Porterfield, he may have played it a bit tentatively because of concern by his hand, but he's struggling for form at the moment. Of course, Warwickshire have lost Ian Westwood, who retired with immediate effect. Not sure whether Ashley Giles might be on the phone to Ian now. Ian, just a thought. Anyway,
Helm again comes in, Trot waits, and this is just moving away off the seam. Trot offers no shot to it, it goes through to the keeper.
So they've got the inexperienced Andy Umid opening the bat at the moment. He had that big innings against Lancashire, which will have cemented his place at least for a while, I'm sure. Other options, if they felt that Porterfield was too out of form, there are not many really. Alex Mellor had a go at it early season.
Liam Banks, I think, has been opening in the seconds. He's quite well thought of. He's just got into the England under-19 squad. This one is short. Trot ducks underneath it. It goes harmlessly through to Simpson, the keeper.
I wonder whether he'd be available for the next championship match, actually, because he's in the one-day squad as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Which I think might...
The other option may be to move Hayden up to open, because he's still struggling batting at 5, and just wonder whether it might do what he do in white ball cricket, particularly as he's going to be in a run of it. This is short, and Trot is trying to whip it away down the leg side. Follows it a little bit, and there's oohs and ahs from behind the wicket that Trot may not have been too far away from getting a nick onto that one. He didn't, he survives. And Helm probably gets away with it as well, so all round both bowler gets away with it, and then in turn batsman gets away with it. Lovely day here at Edgbaston. It's a
intriguing match as well, worth coming along to if you're in the area.
Bowls, and Trot is running this one away through the vacant 4-slip area down to the boundary for 4, so Trot's on his way, and just again not an entirely controlled shot from the Warwickshire captain, but brings in 4 runs. He goes on his way, and it's 8 for 1. We've had 4 overs.
He did keep it down, but that all 8 Warwickshire runs have come down to third man so far. They all count, of course, but what would be a challenging total? I would think if the ball's nipping about a bit, might take a bit of turn. Anything above 250 you would think would give them a chance. A long way from that, of course. Both teams, of course, scoring 334 in the first innings, so...
But both teams capable of a bit of a collapse.
Absolutely, yeah. In comes Tim Mercer to bowl to Andrew Umeed. Oh, he plays and misses that one outside off stump. 1 or 2 in the slip cordon. Thought there might have been a nick, but the bowler knew there wasn't, so it's not out, but a good delivery from Mercer. And Andrew Umeed looking a little nervy, but he's still there. And vital from Warwickshire's point of view that he stays there. Just going back to the Yorkshire being bowled out for 213, by the way. A 5 for Craig Overton, 5 for 87. 3 wickets for Tim Grunewald, formerly of this parish. Former Warwickshire bowlers doing quite well today. Here's Tim Mercer to bowl to Andrew Umeed. And Umeed leans back. That's a good shot. Nothing wrong with that. He's got that one through the offside. It will be, even though it's a short boundary, not perfectly timed, and it will be cut off. So he'll only get 2, but he'll feel good for that. 10 for 1. Let's go through the Middlesex innings then, now that they're all out. I'll take it from the start of today. They started today 304 for 6 and didn't add too many more before Stevie Eskinazi losses off stump to Keith Barker for 179, 243 balls, 24 fours and 3 sixes. Next delivery is just on leg stump. Umeed turns it round to mid wicket. There's no run. Eskinazi's dismissal made it 303 for 7. Then Ollie Rayner was bowled by Barker, just played on one that nipped back, and he made a late decision to play it and played it on. He was out for 6 off 6 balls. He hit 1-4, and Tom Helm then edged Ricky Clark to 5. He'd face 8 balls and hit 1-4, so it was 303 for 7 and 309 for 8, and then 316 for 9. As in comes Mercer, and that's played to back a square leg for a single. Mercer came in and swung the bat a bit. He got 10 before he was caught behind by Tim Ambrose of Ricky Clark. 14 balls, 1-4. Left James Harris, 18 not out, 66 balls. He hit 1-6, total of 5 sixes in the Middlesex innings. There were a total of 13 extras, 5 byes, 5 leg byes, 1 wide. That was 2 no balls, 1 delivery. Ricky Clark guilty both of those. Mercer turn from the Birmingham end. Jonathan Trot doing his usual routine, holding Mercer up a little bit. Trot, remember, captain for Warwickshire in this game. Can he play a captain's innings? Mercer in to bowl to him, and Trot plays that off his toe. A bit of excitement, and got his bat onto that pretty comfortably. He gets a single. He moves on to 5, 12 for 1. The bowling figures: Keith Barker 26 overs, 2 maidens, took 2 wickets today to finish with 3 for 89. Ricky Clark 23 overs, 5 to finish 3 for 61. They were the only bowlers used today. George Panay 7 overs for 39. Boyd Rankin 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 77. Chetan Patel 16 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 29. Jonathan Trott 7 overs, 1 maiden for 25. And Andrew Umeed bowled 1 over, which went for 4 runs. It's Tim Murtagh in to bowl to Umeed. And that one hurries Umeed up a little bit. He just gets bat on it and out to the offside. So that's a couple of deliveries, encouragement for the bowler, but a reasonably lucrative over for Warwickshire. 2 and a 1 to Andy. Umeed is now on 7 and a single to Trott, who's on 5. Warwickshire 12 for 1 after 5 overs in their second innings, lead by 12.
Not entirely comfortable looking just at the moment. Just giving both batsmen, just hurrying them a little, but the board ticking over. That's what Warwickshire have got to do. They've got to get post the scores which they feel that they can defend. When we were talking with Andy, we felt that if perhaps the advantage was slightly with Warwickshire insofar as at least they knew what total they were going to be able to set, or they hoped they could set a total on the basis that they have to win. Helm comes in and bowls, and Trott helps this one on its way off, just off leg stump down to long leg for a single. Goes on to 7.
Middlesex is 334, by the way, took 94 overs, whereas Warwickshire took 105.
Yep.
Both innings ending in the last ball of an over, but Middlesex is 9 overs quicker. Not that it counts for anything. Both teams take 3 batting points and 3 bowling points, 6 bonus points each from the game. Both drop 2 batting points. Yeah, of course, what we'll be interested to see whether Jita Patel says there's absolutely no spin out there at the moment, but will there be on the final day?
His Helm in bowls. Umeed leaps outside the off stump ball, which pitches and goes bounces quite high above the stumps and keeps climbing through to the keeper. 13 for 1. Umeed, who made 14 in the first innings. Trott was out for 49, giving that return catch to Helm. Strange shot as well that he was out to. It stopped a little bit on him as he comes in, Helm, and bowls, and Umeed again offers no shot outside the off stump. So, crowd this morning is pretty much the same sort of size as I think we've seen throughout the game. It's the ones we can see. It's heavy smattering just down as we're looking down on it, down at fine leg in front of the scoreboard, and the stand down there. But, and a few in the Holly stand today as Helmet in bowls, and this is hitting Umeed on the pad. There's a sort of strangle LBW shout, but it was always going down the leg side.
So that's slight unpredictability of the pitch, and particularly early on in both innings, players did take quite a few blows. We see William Porterfield hitting the glove in this innings, and of course Nick Compton had to retire, hurt at one point. He was hit twice, so maybe just the ball rearing up on occasion. As Helm again comes in and bowls, and this is a slow one. That definitely hits him on the pad, and a big shout for LBW because he was just falling across the stumps a little bit. Interestingly, the bowler didn't get too interested in that, which was it was mostly coming from the slip cord, and Rayner, Mallon and Robson all shouting away there, but not out was the response from Graham Lloyd.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a struggle for Warwickshire, but can they get to lunch without any further loss?
Last ball of Helm's third over is in, and this is left by Umeed, maiden over. 13, no, it's not a maiden over. They scored off the first ball, didn't they? Trott scored off the first ball, so 13 for 1.
I think generally in the first 2 days the evidence is it's got a little easier as the day's gone on. Which is often the way at Edgbaston, obviously, as the ball's softened. Even though Middlesex only lost 1 wicket in their hour before lunch yesterday, it was there were quite a lot of plays and misses, and the ball was doing a fair bit. So Warwickshire will feel the longer they can get into the day, the easier it might become. But they're already 1 wicket down, still 40 minutes to lunch. 1 more would make it a good session for Middlesex. 2 more or more than that would make it very good. Or at least in terms of the session with the ball. They won't be too pleased the way it went with the bat. Murtagh in, and Trot and drive that doesn't get it away. There's no run. I guess both teams will feel they should have got a little bit more in their first innings, given the positions they were in going into a new day. Very similar positions. Warwickshire were just over 300 for 7 down yesterday. Middlesex were just over 300 for 6 down today, but neither could get to 350.
Yeah, I think their biggest disappointment would be that Eskinazi went without adding to his overnight score, because he looked pretty well set yesterday. Trot
plays that to mid-on, and there's no run. 13 for 1, Warwickshire. So plenty of time left in the game. It's 79 overs left today, including this one.
Middlesex be a little bit concerned when they look at their scorecard and see the weight of runs one man made out of the 334, that there's still just a little bit of out of form in that lineup.
True, although they were hope to get more than naught from Sam Robson second time round, won't they?
Yeah.
This one, Trot turns round to a square leg for a single, back of square leg. Trot moves on to 7, and both batsmen on 7. 14 for 1. The lead, therefore, is 14. Sunny day. It's been an intriguing match from the word go. I hope it just finishes even if it finishes in a draw, I hope it's a good exciting draw that doesn't peter out on the final day, because it doesn't deserve to. This game deserves to go the distance. Murtagh, the ball to Umeed, 3 slips and a gully, and Umeed plays up on his toes, plays it down onto the leg side, plays that one efficiently enough, no run. For 1. Umeed, first innings just missed a touch of controversy about it. He clearly thought he'd jammed the ball into the ground when he was given caught. The umpires consulted, decided against him. I don't know whether that's been looked at since, but anyway. In comes Murtagh, and Umeed leaves that one. Good leave. Wasn't too far wide, but wide enough.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. There's everything seems to be analysed completely these days, isn't it?
14 for 1. Yeah, so Middlesex all out for 334, losing the last 4 wickets. Just 32 more runs this morning. Needed the last wicket stand of 18 for them to get level. Murtagh, right arm over, and Umeed plays that one just a little on leg stump, and Umeed leans into that one nicely and plays it through long on. Long boundary there. They'll take 2, and they will, after a moment's hesitation, correctly turn for a third. And Umeed moves into double figures, and it's 17 for 1 rather. So very quickly on the scoreboard, 17 for 1, so 4 off that over. A single to Trot, who's on 7, a 3 to Umeed's on 10. 2 umpires are having a chat. One of the Middlesex players is nosing and having a listen. That's Ollie Rayner, but I'm sure there's nothing major they're chatting about. I wonder what they are chatting about.
I don't know. There's nothing with the conditions or anything like that. So.
Well, they are on the radio to. I wonder if it's a sight screen issue again. They're on the radio to somebody. We had an issue with a sight screen yesterday. I wonder whether people sitting right by the tarpaulin, are they concerned about them? I don't know.
But they're a long way across.
I think. Anyway, or whether the sun's shining on something.
Anyway, Helm in the meantime bowls, and Umeed, who got 3 off that last one, leaves outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Anyway, they're still on the radio, umpire, and he's looking across to that end, so it may be something, or might be. I wonder if it's spectators above the tarpaulin. They're more in play, aren't they?
Yeah, or it might be a bit of reflection from the sun off one of the windows, maybe opened. But, anyway, we got a bit of reflection off some from the city centre the other day. We better have a word whilst we're up here. As Helm in bowls, and I've shot off it. It goes through to the keeper. There's no run. Sun goes in for temporarily.
Maybe that's because the umpires have asked it to.
Yeah, that's... He turns. Helm 1 for 5. He's in his 4th over. He comes in past umpire Lloyd and bowls, and that's full. Driven, but not timed by Umeed, and fielded off his own bowling. And there's no run. 17 for 1. We're in the 8th over after Warwickshire this morning wrapped up the Middlesex innings for 334, identical to their own score. And Eskinazi 179, Rayner 6, Helm 5, and Murtagh 10, leaving James Harris 18 not out, and Helm in. Bowles wraps him on the pad and gone. This is the end of Umeed, LBW to Helm, and it kept low on him and he got nowhere to go. He was right bang in front of his stumps. 17 for 2, Umeed's gone for 10.
Well, that kept him possibly low. I think that was pretty unplayable for Umeed. And that's interesting. It was the first one that seen really do that. And a big blow then for Warwickshire to lose the 2 openers. 70 on the board. Umeed beats the ground in frustration. He knows that was a big innings, important innings. Hasn't been able to do it in this game. I'm going to do a quick update for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Well, Warwickshire just spot a bother in their second innings. We had the scores tied at the end of the first innings. Warwickshire doing a good job this morning to dismiss Middlesex for 334, 2 wickets apiece to Keith Barker and Ricky Clark today, including that of Eskinazi for 179. He fell to Barker. 134, the same score that Warwickshire made in their first innings, but Warwickshire now 17 for 2 in their second. They've lost both openers. William Porterfield's poor run of form continues. He got hit on the glove at one point and was struggling with that, and then he edged a Tom Helm delivery to second slip to be caught for naught. And just now Andy Umeed getting an unplayable low delivery, trapped LBW. He's gone for 10, and Warwickshire in some trouble here at 17 for 2, leading by 17. Update of the moment. Helm 2 for 5 now.
Yeah, there was nothing there that Umeed could do about that. He kept low, he'd gone back, and he was absolutely slam bang in front of his stumps. And we could give that one out from here, I'm afraid. It was a poor start for Warwickshire, but a terrific start for Middlesex, who they're going to be really up for this one. 2 wickets. It's having lost 4 themselves this morning. We've had 2 already, so that's 6 wickets in an hour and a half's cricket in this over. Andy Rowley will replace me, but Helm into the new batsman, who is Sam Hain, and he's welcomed with a short delivery, which has a little note wrapped on it saying nice to see you this morning, which goes past the end of his nose and through to the keeper.
Of course, Warwickshire without Ian Bell in this game, so any inexperienced batsman to come in next, albeit he did well in the first innings, Matt Lamb. But Warwickshire under a bit of pressure at the moment. You feel that these two, hey, not in great form with the red ball, but these two need a partnership.
Yeah, it's the time now for Hayne to find a bit of form. 17 for 2, Helm in. It's outside. There's a shout for LBW. I think a very optimistic one. He didn't offer a shot. He clipped the pad. Again, I think Helm bumped up by his wicket earlier in the over, and there's 2 so far. Big deal of that one. End of the over. I shall make way, and he will join Clive.
Thank you, Phil. All Brit. So Middlesex at the moment on top. Can they get another one, another 2 before lunch? They'll be really in a strong position. I had to do an update for BBC WM. Well, a fascinating and evenly balanced match is just at the moment swinging Middlesex's way. Warwickshire are 17 for 2 in their second innings. That means they lead by 17 because the first innings finished all square, as Warwickshire did a good job with the ball this morning to dismiss Middlesex for 334, the same they got in the first innings. Keith Barker got Steve Eskinazi for 179 at the start of the day, and the rest came fairly easy. 2 big Clark, but Warwickshire have lost both openers. William Porterfield's poor run of form continues. Hit on the glove at one point, he was struggling, then he edged a Tom Helm delivery to second slip to go for naught, and just now Andy Umi getting an unplayable delivery that kept very low. LBW 17 for 2, lead by 17. And Andy rejoins us as that one is left outside off stump.
They're bouncing, aren't they, Middlesex, at the moment? They're really into this.
Elsewhere, just keep your trust. England's women still going very well indeed. 178 for 1. Tammy Bonant's on 81 now. Sarah Taylor's also on a half century. 180. Refresh that as in comes Mercer to bowl to Trot, who plays that back to the bowler's no run. 178 for 1 then in the 32nd over. India recovery nicely, 121 for 2 in the 32nd against Sri Lanka at Derby. England's games at Bristol. And Australia 143 for 4 against Pakistan at Leicester. Latest in the championship, in the first division, 2 other games. Surrey, no further loss, 182 for 3, 466 behind Hampshire. In comes Merter to bowl, 3 slips and a gully. Trot leaves that. Somerset, 13 without loss in the second innings. They now lead Yorkshire by 68 at Scarborough. Could be a chance there for Somerset to get their first win of the season. Derbyshire in a bit of trouble, 31 for 3. They lead Durham by 98 in the second division. Northants no further loss, 236 for 3. Still 465 behind Kent. And at Arundel, no further loss for Sussex, 61 for 2, first day of that game. That's against Leicestershire. And no further loss for Oxford University either, 144 for 5, trailing Cambridge by 81 in the varsity match at Fenners. In comes Merter to bowl, and Trot leaves it. There's no run. Trot, as a captain, knows he needs to play a really big innings here for Warwickshire. Somebody you feel for Warwickshire needs to get a century. No one managed it in the first innings. Ricky Clark got to 83. First and foremost, Warwickshire have got to get beyond 200 to give themselves something to bowl at.
It's a good situation, I would say, for or it's not a good situation for him, but this is the sort of situation that was made for Jonathan Trot.
In comes Merter to bowl, and Trot pushes that out into the offside. There's no run. That was a maiden over from Merter, his second. He's none for 12 after 5, 17 for 2 Warwickshire after 9 overs, and they go 25 minutes to go to lunch.
I watched his first England century down at the Oval, and I knew from that first innings, and my brother and I were talking about it afterwards, and we both felt that he had what it took to be a Test cricketer, because he showed such brilliant application in that Ashes Test match. I think it was the last of the series that day. Well, it was at the Oval, so it must have been. But he was fantastic, and he does show great grit in these sort of situations. He's as standing captain, he's really got to in this situation. It's going to be Helm bowling again from the pavilion end, and he's already had some joy with 2 wickets for 5 runs in his 4 overs so far today. Bowls, and that's played down to the offside. He's going for the run there, but is sent back pretty quickly, Hayne. He advanced to about halfway down the wicket, and Trot was not interested in the slightest.
Well, Trot was right, and Hayne did go a long way down there, but the fielder was straight onto that. That would have been far too risky. Hayne almost get himself into trouble.
I mean, it would have been Hayne's call, wouldn't it? But Trot just didn't move and basically told him get back.
Well, he's right, because he would have been run out if he'd gone. One of them would have been.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would have been Trot as well, because the fielder advancing on it would have probably thrown it the way he was looking. As Helm bowls again, and rocking back there, Hayne pulls that into the onside, and that is a really good stroke. It will go for 4. The fielder just couldn't get to it. He dived, but couldn't quite reach it. Compton down on that mid-wicket boundary, or cover boundary, I should say.
Slightly puzzled as to why Compton is in a bit from the rope. It's a very short boundary there, and he was in a little bit from the rope. If he'd been right on the rope, he might well have been able to stop that. Slightly puzzled by that. There might be a reason for it. He's a little bit further back now.
He's pretty much at square leg, but he was covering across the mid-wicket as the ball is played down to the offside, and this time Hayne does get the single. Trot happy to go for that one, played out into the covers, and a single to Hayne takes him on to 5, 22 for 2.
Yes, Hayne, obviously important thing to remember, he's up the order by 1 in this game because of Ian Bell's absence. He's coming in ahead of Matt Lamb. He's generally struggled with the red ball, but did produce a decent innings at Chelmsford when he scored a half century. Brilliant with the white ball this season and last season. Can he find some form? We know he's got the ability. It would be a very good time for Warwickshire if he could find the form now.
As into Trot will come Helm, bowls a short one. Trot sees it early and ducks it, and that will go through to the wicket-keeper Simpson. Yeah, I was reading about Hayne and his exploits as, a wonder kid almost, coming through and breaking records.
Yeah, we had a terrific first season. And he was just playing red ball for a while. They brought him in for the white ball last season very successfully.
As Helm passes the umpire, bowls, and Trot is caught there on the pad, but it will be a shout of excitement from the Middlesex fielders, but without any hope of a wicket there. The umpire happy that was not going to hit the stumps.
What excited him there was, again, that one kept low and hit him low. He was well outside off stump, I think, which is why there wasn't really an appeal. But again, the 1 or 2 seem to be keeping low at the moment. The one that got Andy Umid did, and that's something that Warwickshire are going to have to be mindful of.
Yeah, I think that there's variable bounce in this pitch. From what I've seen over the 2 days, is that another short ball, but that is only just over Trot's head. He ducked it because it was very short, but it didn't get nearly the bounce it should have done from that sort of length, and it's through to the wicket-keeper. And this pitch is starting to show some demons, and while it's worrying for Warwickshire, certainly with the score at 22 for 2, it will also, to the bowlers for Warwickshire, the likes of Clark and Barker will probably be thinking, God, it could break up even more.
Well, it could, although, and I don't ask me what the science is, but it does tend to be the case at Edgbaston that it'll sometimes do this in the morning session and then become a bit easier as the day goes on. So I should be very keen to get into as far into the day as possible without too much further loss. But you're right, and it will be interesting to see, and because the other thing, we haven't seen any sign of turn yet. Will we get that? Warwickshire need to have a total to take advantage of any of this, though, as Murtagh comes into bowl and Hayne plays out to the onside. He always moves across the stumps, and Trot does the same, and Hayne in particular looks always like a candidate for LBW because he does move across his stumps, but usually does manage to get the bat to the ball. He is on 5. Warwickshire have lost the 2 openers, both going to Tom Helm. In comes Murtagh, and Hayne has a loose looking shot. He's going to get runs for it, but that sort of squirted off his bat on the offside. He was trying to play it straight. It's come off the sort of outside of the bat, not quite an edge, but not the middle of the bat either, but he gets 2 runs for it. He's on to 7, 24 for 2.
So is he eligible for England now?
He's either is or he's very close to it now.
Born in Australia. Well, no, raised in Australia.
Raised in Australia, yeah. English parents, British parents. So I'm not quite sure. I can't remember the exact time of it, but he certainly will be close to it now if he's not already there. He plays that one onto the onside for no run, 24 for 2. There's a bit of gardening.
There's a lot of chatter from Middlesex in the field. There's 3 slips, a gully, and they are trying to put the pressure on here, and they're very much feeling that another wicket could be possible before lunch.
It's been that sort of game, each team been on top at various different times. Murtagh to Hayne, hits that one uppishly, it's just short of the man at mid-wicket. Did go straight at him, so in a way he's unlucky not to get runs, but he's also fortunate that that didn't carry all the way to mid-wicket. 24 for 2. He's on walkabout. Sam Haynes' parents may well be listening to us in Australia. They stay up during the night to listen, and it's a big moment in this match. Hopefully Sam sees it as an opportunity here. Murtagh comes into bowl to him, and he's edged that, but edged it down, and he's not going to run, but he's so confident it's going to go for 4, and it does. It was an edge, but certainly played it with soft hands, and it rolled through the slip cordon for 4 runs. So hey, not finding it easy, but he's got 4 more. He's on to 11, 28 for 2.
Yeah, he's scoring at a rapid rate as well, given the circumstances. Lots of men round the bat, and he's scoring it over a run a ball at the moment.
And it is important that Warwickshire do keep the scoreboard. It's always obvious thing to say from up here, but it's important to keep the scoreboard moving along. They don't want to get stuck in a rut when they have to set some sort of target. Murtagh comes into bowl, and Hayne plays that to mid-on for no run. He got the 4 from that over. He's on to 11, 20, and he got 2 as well, didn't he? So 6 runs off the over. 28 for 2, Warwickshire. 11 overs of the second innings bowled. 74 left today. If Warwickshire were to average around about 3 and over, which they did in the first innings, then by the close, if they're still there, they would have around 230, 240, which if they can get to that, if they can get to the close and still be batting, that would give them a chance, certainly.
Yeah, that's sounding all right as a target for them, and then if they've still got wickets in hand, they could maybe add a few more in the morning and then have a real go at Middlesex. But it will be Helm to resume. He's done the damage so far from this pavilion end. He will bowl, and it's left outside off stump by Jonathan Trot, who's on 7. Hayne on 11, 28 for 2. If you're just joining us this morning, or this afternoon now I should say, Eskinazi, the brilliant innings came to a close very early today. 179, his highest score in first class cricket. And Middlesex did manage to reach parity, 334 all out, just as Warwickshire were. It's Helm bowls again, and it's played down into the offside behind square by Trot, but there's no run because that one is picked up there in the point region. But yeah, they managed to reach parity, 334 for both teams coming into this second innings, and Warwickshire now in a little bit of bother, but these two are a very capable pair. Helm and Trot, Hayne and Trot I should say. Helm trying to get one of them out before we break for lunch. About 20 paces to his run-up, bowls another short one, doesn't get an incredible bounce, but Trot ducks out of the way, and it's through to Simpson, the wicket keeper.
Might be. I'm just trying to remember. This might be already the most, the biggest session for fall of wickets. We've had 6 wickets in this session. I'm trying to remember whether there's any other sessions we've had that many wickets.
Well, it's certainly as Helm bowls again, another short one, and Trot ducks out of the way, and there's no run. Certainly, I'm definitely coming across to your comment about the danger of the wicket in the morning sessions, because both days it's been much more dangerous at that time of day. And then if these two can get into the afternoon, they might be able to get a good partnership going. But Helm is looking to have something to say about that. Big chance for him in this game with no Finn and Roland Jones. Comes in past the umpire, bowls right arm, and just clipped off his legs there by Trot out into the leg side, and that will be fielded down towards the boundary rope by Compton, and there's just a single.
Interesting that Middlesex have already put 2 men on the boundary, so that there's already a little element of defence there. But obviously runs, it's such a tight game, every run matters, and although they got 3 slips in the gully in, they have kept 2 men back, make it harder for Warwickshire to score boundaries.
Helm in towards Hayne, as Hayne clips that off his thigh, and it will go down towards square leg. Thinks about a second, but tells Trot that there isn't one on, and that will be the end of the over. 30 for 2 Warwickshire. Hayne will be on strike on 12, and Trot is now on 8.
So 15 minutes to go to lunch. It's going to be a bowling change. We are going to see James Harris replace Tim Murtagh from the Birmingham end. And Murtagh finishes none for 18 in his first spell. A couple of maidens in there. And he's got 3 wickets in the match so far. James Harris took 2 for 86 in the first innings. Wickets fairly well spread out for both teams, actually. No one's got more than 3 wickets. Harris to bowl to Hayne, 2 slips and a gully. Again, field fairly well spread out. They've got 3 men on the boundary now, 2 on the onside and 1 on the offside. Harris comes in to bowl, and Hayne is taking advantage of that for a nice easy single, maybe even a 2. In fact, they are coming back for 2, and they're going to have to be very quick here, mind you, and they are. Not that it was a bad throw, but a really good throw could have put Hayne in a bit of trouble there. The tactic of playing the ball into that space is a good one, because it's got an easy single there now, but I'm not sure going for the second run was necessarily the right move. However, it worked. He got 2. He's on to 14, 32 for 2.
Look how many acres he's covering.
Well, it is a long way out. I can understand why he thought it was 2, and either way he got them, but just looked a little close for comfort. Harris into bowl, and this time he plays that onto the offside. It's stopped in the covers there. Tumbling stop by Paul Sterling.
I mean, if you had your eye in like Eskinazi, once he was very well set, there's such a wide expanse on the leg side to target if you wanted to. I mean, at times he was just chipping it, wasn't he? Yesterday, Eskinazi, towards the end of the day, he was just he knew there was fielders out on the boundary. He was just chipping it in between them.
Harris in, and that's well wide, and not called as such, but 32 for 2 remains the score. Hayne does a bit of prodding. He's already on to 14, so he's got a start. To be fair, he batted reasonably well in the first innings. He did make 35. Just felt that, and it was Harris that got him out. No, it wasn't. It was Higgins that got him out. Just felt the shot he got out to was a little loose, albeit it was a good ball. But he made a contribution on that first innings, and he's already on to 14 here. And he plays that one onto the offside. Again, there is a sweeper on that offside already, so he only gets a single. But an easy single. He's on to 15. 33 for 2.
Jonathan Trot, I was seeing in the averages, is he was just outside the top 20 in the county championship on 46 average coming into the game.
He's got 4 first-class centuries to his name this season. He's also got 1 in the universities match, 3 in the championship. So he will be approaching 1,000 first-class runs this season. By the looks of things, he looks around him, surveys the field. He's still got 2 slips in the gully. Still plenty of room on the leg side, but he's played that on the offside. It was on off stump, and he's played it to the sweeper on the offside. Again, that's I suppose the price you pay for having a fielder preventing the 4s on the sweeper position. It does mean there's a little gap there, and both Hayne and Trot have helped themselves to singles. This over, 34 for 2.
They've struggled really, England, to replace him at number 3 in the batting order. Although I think Root's moving up to 3 now, isn't he? Which might be the long-term solution to that.
Hayne on strike. That's a bit over pitch, and Hayne's driven that. That is where having the sweeper is beneficial, because that would have been a 4 had there not been one. It wasn't a great delivery. there. Good enough shot, but very well stopped by Nick Compton, and he saved 3 runs there. So 3 singles in the over, 2 to Sam Hain, who's on 16, 1 to Jonathan Trot, who's on 9. In fact, they got 5 of that over in total, because there was the 2, wasn't it? There's a hasty 2 from Hain as well. So Hain's on 16, Trot's on 9, Warwickshire 35 for 2 off 13 overs, and as I was saying, nice and easy to work out that they lead by 35.
Yeah, it's always helpful, isn't it? That it's nice of them to do that for us. What are your thoughts on having quite often teams have their best batsman at number 3, like historically there's been quite a lot of that, but Root has had such a tremendous average at 4 and 5, so there was a bit of reluctance maybe to put him in at first wicket down.
Yeah, I always find it hard to believe there could be that much difference. Maybe it's partly psychological, I don't know, between batting 3 and 4. I mean, as has happened here, you're almost as likely to be in pretty early anyway, batting at 4. Often when one early wicket falls, another falls anyway, so
you've got to be ready, haven't you? Pads on.
Yeah. That's, I suppose it's partly where the batsman feels most comfortable. So Hain has been batting at 5, he's now batting at 4, and they do get quite worked up about the batting order sometimes. I remember there was a game at Hove a couple of years ago where Ian Westwood suffered an injury in the first innings. It was a dreadful pitch.
Yeah, it's Higgins into bowl, change of bowling from the pavilion end. He bowls, it's a forward defensive from Hain, there's no run.
And so Westwood suffered an injury in the first innings. And in the second innings, they batted Chris Wright, and I can't remember I don't think they opened with him. I think they batted them at number 3. And the explanation given was they didn't want to change everyone's batting order because Westwood wasn't going to bat. So by putting Wright up there, it meant everyone below Wright stayed where they were, and that they preferred to do it that way.
Higgins full delivery. It's defended by Hain, and there's no run.
Rather than everyone move up 1.
Yeah.
They lost the game, so in that sense it didn't work. Although Wright did reasonably well, and it was.
They're creatures
it was a very
of habit,
close
aren't
match.
they? I think that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you'll remember Nasser Hussain holding the 3 fingers up as if to say number 3 to the. I think it might even have been here. He was saying to the media, "I bat at number 3." As into bowl comes Higgins. It's well wide outside off stump, and no shot offered by Hain. Yeah, I think there's a lot of debate about whether you should move up and down the order. And I mean, I remember Steve Waugh, who was such a good batsman, was batting at 6 for much of his career, and he seemed to be perfectly happy there. As Higgins comes into bowl, past the umpire, and he's managed to have a little shout there for an LBW. Hain is just stretching out his knee as he moves away. Umpire wasn't interested, a bit wide. He's also looking at where the footmarks are here from Higgins. Just having a little look at that.
Let's go back to Trot. He's just over 700 first-class runs now, I think, for the season, so he's likely to get to 1,000.
He was a brilliant ally for Alistair Cook in those years when he was at number 3. As Higgins comes into bowl, it's left outside off stump and no run. I always remember that series down in Australia when they just batted and batted and batted. They all got hundreds, the top 3.
Just remembering Hain, of course, he got out just before lunch, didn't he? When Warwickshire almost got through a session reasonably well.
Higgins bowling to Hain, clips that off his thigh, and that will go down towards the square leg boundary, and just for a single. Compton's there, throws it in, and Middlesex are on the move. End of the over. They are all dashing to their spots for the next over, and Warwickshire leading by 36 for 2.
Yeah, so Hain, from memory now, of course, Warwickshire lost 2 fairly early. Well, they batted for half an hour, then lost 2 wickets and very few runs on the board, 19 in the first innings, not dissimilar to here. And then Hain and Trot were batting really well, and then Hain got out just before lunch, frustratingly. So obviously he won't want to repeat that. He'll be anxious to try and make sure that doesn't happen, because if Warwickshire can get through these next probably 2 overs, then Maybe it's not been a disastrous session for them, or taking the session as a whole. They might even feel it's been a good one since they got Middlesex out relatively cheaply. But a third wicket will put Middlesex well on top. Harris comes into bowl to Hayne. That's well wide, and it's a very good take by the wicketkeeper. That is called a wide, and that is Graham Lloyd, who's been a little stricter. Is that Graham Lloyd? Or is that is that Neil Mallender now? No, it's Neil Mallender, isn't it? So Neil Mallender, being the bowler, has perhaps been less quick to pick up on the wides, but he has signalled that. There have been a few wides in the game now. Warwickshire bowled Middlesex bowled 2 wide deliveries in the first innings, and Warwickshire bowled 1, so that's the 4th delivery to be called wide in the match, which you always see in red ball cricket. And Hayne plays that one to mid-on. It's just played on middle and leg for no run. It was Harris who bowled them, both of them, in the first innings as well, so that's the 3rd time now he's been called for a wide in this game, James Harris. One of those wides went for 5, but good wicket keeping there from Simpson, diving to his right.
Yeah, it was a very, very good take.
Yeah.
Low in front of his first slip.
Great for Warwickshire would receive 5 runs now if they came their way. In comes Harris, and that is not as wide, but wide enough for Hayne to leave, and also bouncing well over, so Hayne's happy to leave that one. And probably one more over to see off before lunch. The clock is a bit slow here. I'm not sure they go on the clock, but we're not quite at 1 o'clock yet. There's 4 balls to go in the over, mind you, so if they do want to get another over in, he might just have to get a bit of a shift on here, Harris. 15th over of the innings. In comes Harris to bowl, and that's driven and just half stops in the covers, which prevents more than 1 run. Sterling couldn't stop it cleanly, but got a hand to it, slowed the ball down, and Hayne is through for a single. He moves on to 18, 38 for 2. So we've only had the equivalent of 20. This is the 26th over of the day, including the ones between innings. So again, another morning session where we haven't got through too many overs. I'm not quite sure what the delay would be this time. We didn't start late. Anyway, a little bit slow today. Harris comes into bowl, and Trot pushes out the offside. There's no run. I suppose William Porterfield did require a bit of treatment, didn't he, for his injured hand? So that would have slowed it up a little bit.
It wasn't as long as Compton's.
No, it wasn't. And of course we have had 6 wickets to say. That's probably more wickets we've had in any session of the match so far. The last 4 Middlesex wickets and the first 2 Warwickshire ones in the second innings. But, still quite a lot of the day to go. I think we'll get 1 more over in after this, with 2 balls to go in this one. Harris to bowl to Trot. Trot takes a little step across the stumps and just pushes it onto the onside, quite deliberately placing it for a single. Takes him to double figures. He's on to 10, 39 for 2. They've worked the singles quite well so far, these 2. So crucial from that point of view that they can see this through to the interval now.
Looks like quite hot work as well out there.
Yeah, of course that will potentially impact on Middlesex a little bit more as the day goes on out in the field. Harris is quite keen to get this ball bowled. He's conscious, I think, of the time. Comes into bowl, and that's left by Hayne, taken by the wicket, but Middlesex race to get round. They want to get 1 more over in. They should do, I think. Even on my watch, which is a bit more accurate on the clock, we're just about being able to squeeze an over in. And given also that sometimes the umpires, if they feel they're a bit behind, will
I've really seen a team move so quickly. They're obviously well aware of it.
So big over this, from Warwickshire's point of view. They must survive it. And Ryan Higgins come into the... sorry, I missed the fact that he came in last over. This is his second over.
Yeah, Higgins resuming from the pavilion end. Will you be doing an update in a moment?
I'm alright for a bit, you carry on.
Higgins to bowl then from the pavilion end. And it is Jonathan Trot on strike. 10 not out, 39 for 2, Warwickshire. And that one left wide outside off stump through to the wicket keeper. So this is the last over before lunch, we reckon.
Well, Higgins needs to be a little bit more accurate than that. If he bowls that line all over, then Trot will just let them all go past. So he just needs to make them play. But you saw that effort from Higgins in the first innings. Only his third first-class match. Took 2 for 38 in his 19 overs, including the wicket of Hayne.
He's not the tallest, is it? So it's more of a skiddy delivery that he sends down. Not the quickest either, but he needs to get a bit straighter, as you say, to ask Trot the question. This time again, left outside off stump by Jonathan Trot, who wanders off towards the square leg umpire, just to gather his thoughts before the third ball of this, the 16th over of the Warwickshire innings. 39 for 2, so therefore a lead of 39. These two have put 22 on off their 47 balls. Hayne and Trot, and Higgins into bowl to Jonathan Trot. Passes the umpire, and Trot just clips that down, and that will be 4, I think, unless the fielder, no, he can't get there. 4 off his thigh pad, little leg glance from Jonathan Trot, and that will race away for 4.
Well, he just got back to that. If he's missed that, he's plumb, and that would have been a very easy decision for the umpire. So just got bat on it in the nick of time there, Jonathan Trot. And again, that one may have kept a bit low. Something he's going to have to be mindful of, both these batsmen, because they tend to play across and move across their stumps. So just got to watch for these ones, particularly from this pavilion end, that keep low.
That was a better delivery from Higgins in the first 2 of the over. Bowls again, and that one again too far outside off stump. And just not going to be offering a shot to that Trot at this stage of the proceedings, with the lunch break imminent. You have to make him try and play in this last couple of deliveries if you're Higgins and Middlesex. Higgins into bowl, Trot on strike, rocks back and just plays that down into the offside behind square. It's fielded in the gully region, and there's no run. 43 for 2. After that 4 from Trot, it's moved on to 14 of his 32 balls. And this one likely to be the last before lunch, as Higgins comes into bowl. Jonathan Trot will leave that as it just moves away from him outside off stump, and away go the players towards us here in the pavilion end, and that will be the luncheon break. 43 for 2 Warwickshire, Hayne on 18, Trot on 14, Higgins 0 for 5 from his 2 overs.
He'd be disappointed with that over, but Higgins really, the one that he made Trot play, he very nearly got a wicket with, but didn't make him play in any of the others. He's got to do an update now, BBC WM. Well, this match, as it has been really throughout, is still very finely poised, with Warwickshire 43 for 2 in their second innings. That means they lead by 43, having taken the last 4 Middlesex wickets for 32 runs this morning. It left the two teams tied at the end of first innings. Warwickshire lost openers William Porterfield and Andrew Umeed early this morning. Worryingly, Umeeds was the one that kept very low and had an LBW, and Jonathan Trot almost went the same way just before lunch, just got bat on ball. He's still there on 14, Sam Hayne on 18, and these two have taken Warwickshire to 43 for 2 at lunch. They lead by 43. So there we are, that's the situation there. It's an absolutely fascinating match. It's fluctuated back and forth, and no doubt will continue to do so. So join us after lunch. And the game's moved on nicely in that session, so a result one way or the other is looking more likely, though all results still very possible. So Middlesex all out for 334 in their first innings, scores tied at the end of the first innings. Warwickshire 43 for 2 at lunch, lead by 43. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes.
And I'm laughing, not smiling.
Well, welcome back after lunch to this fascinatingly poised LV County Championship match with Specsavers. Oh, I'm out of date. I do beg your pardon. Specsavers County Championship match. I'm calling it the Britannic Assurance next. But 43 for 2, Warwickshire. It's a very finely balanced match. They lead by 43. Two teams tied on first innings. It lets me wondering, I know it's not terribly likely, but if this match ends in a tie, I bet it'll be the first class match ever to have both teams tied at the end of each innings.
I was there.
So I'll give you the other scores. It's resuming after lunch. England's women going really well in their World Cup game. 343 for 2 after 47 of their 50 overs against South Africa. 148 better than a run of ball from Tammy Beaumont. Sarah Taylor made 147 of 104 balls. So huge score racked up by England. India not quite so lucrative against Sri Lanka at Derby. England's games at Bristol. India 200 for 5 in the 47th over against Sri Lanka at Derby, and Australia 268 for 8 with 1 over to go against Pakistan at Leicester. On to the county championship. In the other first division games, Surrey have lost a 4th, now 204 for 4. They're still 444 behind Hampshire at the Oval, and Somerset going still pretty well, 36 without loss in their second innings, lead Yorkshire by 91 at Scarborough. Second division, Derbyshire recovered a bit, 60 for 3. They lead Durham by 127. Northants 256 for 4. Replying to Kent 701 for 7 declared at Beckenham, and at Arundel, another festival ground then, Sussex 108 for 3. Of course the game at Cheltenham finished yesterday, so all 4 of the second division fixtures in this round are played at outgrounds, and one of the first division games also played at an outground. Should the committees of Warwickshire and Hampshire be listening? 43 for 2. Terrific game we've got. Sunshiny, lovely day.
I think anyone who's come along today will be delighted to have seen the weather forecast from the start of play, and we've not been let down at all during the first 3 days in terms of how competitive it's been. And we will resume after lunch with Tim Murtagh bowling from the Birmingham end of the ground. Comes into bowl to Hayne, who just plays that down just wide of the gully, and that will go down towards the boundary just for a single. Compton Fields throws it back in, and 1 run added to Hayne. 19 not out now, and 44 for 2 the score.
So still got the offside sweeper there, the offside to the right-handers. The ball's coming from the Birmingham end, and they've also got a man on the long leg boundary. They haven't got an extra man deep on the leg side this time since lunch. Still protecting that boundary on the offside.
This is a very, very important session, I would say, for Warwickshire in particular. They could find themselves in a good position come the tea break if these two can really get going and rattling along with a good score. But if wickets continue to fall, pressure will be on. Middlesex bowling with Murtagh past the outside of the off stump, and left alone by Trot, who watches it through to the wicket-keeper. Wasn't really troubled too much by Higgins in the last over before lunch. Trot, he was very happy to leave anything outside his off stump.
Murtagh back in the attack. after lunch. I suppose in theory, as long as Warwickshire makes some sort of score, you should favour the team batting first in these circumstances. It doesn't always work that way though.
As Murtagh passes the umpire bowls, and that's a forward defensive from Trot into the offside, fielded by Sterling, and there's no run.
Once and if Warwickshire get past 200, then I suppose you would have to start favouring them, because in theory at least it should get harder batting last.
Well, Phil put me on the spot and did ask me, and that was the way I was leaning as well. I thought that if you can settle total as the third team to bat, then you'd have to favour that, if it's any sort of imposing total. As Murtagh comes into bowl, Trot drives into the offside. Sterling's there to field, and then there is no run.
There have been some big run chases this season. So I think it's possibly less the case than it used to be. But even so, yeah, I think if Warwickshire get something on board, once they get past 200, I think they'll start believing they've got a real chance, but they've got to get there first.
44 for 2.
3 teams have successfully chased down over 300 this season to win matches in the championship.
As Trot forward defensive to Murtagh's straight delivery.
In fact, Worcestershire chased down pretty much 400. They chased down 399 and won by 4 wickets against Kent at New Road. Northampton did it against Derby. They chased down 326. And the one time it's happened in the first division this season was at Headingley, where Hampshire chased down 320 to beat Yorkshire.
So they won't be phased, potentially, if it is a big total. But as you say, we were thinking might be about 230, 240 by the end of play if they stay in Warwickshire. As Trot leaves that outside the off stump, it's through to Simpson, and that's the end of the first over after lunch from Tim Murtagh. The score is 44 for 2 Warwickshire. The 2 openers have gone, but Hayne is there on 19 and Trot on 14.
Yeah, so the scoring rate has slowed down a little bit, so maybe we've got 68 overs to go, so perhaps, yeah, still I suppose we're still looking at 220, 230 by the end of the day, if Warwickshire is still there. Big if. Tom Helm, 2 for 12, is returning to the attack. Got Umi brought one that kept very low. Adam LBW got the outside edge of William Porterfield, had him caught at second slip. So Helm, who's had his injury problems over the years, so it's good to see him there playing. It's only his 15th first class match since he made his debut in 2013. Back problems have held him back, but here he is, comes into bowl to Hayne, right arm over, and Hayne leans back, plays a good shot through the offside. There's a chase on, it's a long boundary, the ball is just going to be pulled in. Good chasing. Could this be the first all-run 4 of the match? It is. I think there should have been a couple previously, but this time the batsmen are alert to it, and the best efforts of Ryan Higgins come to Ryan Higgins and Paul Sturley, I think it is, with him.
Yeah.
It was all largely in vain, although I suppose at least it forced the batsmen to run, but they got 4 anyway. First all-run 4 of the match, 48 for 2.
If that was a 100-metre race, Sterling would have just been left slightly in arrears there by Higgins, who got to the ball, flicked it back, and Sterling actually overran the flick back, and that's what created the chance for the 4th.
Next one is left by Hayne outside off stump, so 48 for 2. Hayne on 23 off 30 balls, so again, as he did in the first innings, he's looking pretty good. He's got off to a good start. Just gave it away a little bit just before lunch in the first innings, so I'll be anxious to see the job through this time. He's probably got his ideal partner at the other end in Jonathan Trot.
He's got very smooth action, Helm. He looks a good bowler to me.
Stands up straight and easy, comes the bowls just straight down the leg side, and it's come off the pads of Sam Hayne. Well taken by the wicketkeeper, diving to his left.
What a good take that was, very acrobatic. I saw a really good one yesterday from Ambrose, and that one from Simpson down the leg side was very well taken. I was almost thinking there might have been a little flick on that one, but no one else appealed. So.
He's still only 23, Tom Helm. Took 5 wickets in a one-day match with England Lions in Sri Lanka in March. Comes in now to bowl to Hayne. He's a little bit wayward there outside off stump, and Hayne has flicked it away. He's going to get 4 down there to wide third man. Second 4 of the over, and it is the 50 up for Warwickshire. 52 for 2.
It runs very quickly, doesn't it, over this outfield? It's a long distance out to that boundary.
106 balls for the 50. In the first innings it took him 105 balls, so a very similar pace to the first innings. This next one from Helm is left by Hayne. There's no run, and it also lost 2 wickets, almost identical to the first innings. So are we heading for 334 then? 52 for 2. Hayne now on 27. Man is dropping back now. They have put man on. They didn't have anyone on that long boundary on the offside, but they are dropping point most of the way back. And they've got 2 men on the leg side boundary. So these 8 runs in this over have forced Darren Milan to be a little bit more defensive. Still 2 slips in a gully in place. That's turned round into a gap just wide of mid-on. Well run by Sam Hayne for a single. He's played that over really well. Sam Hayne taking an all-run 4, a boundary 4 and a single to move on to 28 and take Warwickshire to 53 for 2 off 18 overs.
They look happy at the moment, this pair, to let Hayne be a little bit more aggressive, and Trot will just play his own game a bit more circumspect, a bit slower. And that often works quite well, to let one of them just be a bit more adventurous. And at the moment, Hayne is the aggressor. 28 off 34. It's not a bad strike rate for white ball cricket. As Middlesex look to Tim Murtagh for a breakthrough here. Murtagh coming in from the Birmingham end of the ground, bowls, and that's driven down the ground by Hayne, but it's straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, not out of the middle of the bat. Murtagh getting one to nip back slightly.
Tim Murtagh, no wicket yet in this second innings, but 3 in the first innings for 85. As he returns to his mark. In past the umpire, bowls, and that's going to be played into the offside by Hayne. There'll be an easy single there down to the fielder in the point region, and Compton throws it back in, just the 1 run.
He used to have done that well. They just exploited that gap caused by the man being put back on the boundary in the offside. Just placing the ball there to get a straightforward single, keep the scoreboard moving, which Warwickshire need to do.
I was seeing a few of the players down at breakfast this morning, and I have to say that from 20 years ago maybe, they are serious athletes. They look very, very in tune. As in comes Murtagh, and forward defensive from Trot, and there will be no run. They'll definitely see Middlesex this as such a massive part of the game, because they'll have a almighty respect for Jonathan Trot and know exactly what he's capable of, and I'm sure that they're well aware of Hayne's reputation.
Yes, and they know they've got a rookie coming in next in Matt Lamb, so yeah, they might feel, no disrespect to Lamb, they might feel one could be followed by another fairly quickly.
Murtagh running into bowl. Trot flicks that off his pads, and there will be no run. It's fielded by the fielder at mid-wicket, who launches that back towards the wicket-keeper Simpson, and well taken by the wicket-keeper. 2 slips in a gully at the moment for Middlesex, as they try and get another wicket in this session after lunch. 18.4 overs gone, 67 remaining in the day. Murtagh, 2 balls to come in this over. 54 the lead for Warwickshire, as Murtagh runs in past the umpire, and it's a forward defensive from Trot, who just plays that down into the offside. There's no run.
It's Trot looking pretty solid at the moment.
He's kind of looks like he's almost zoned out between balls. He just sort of seems pretty serene, just prepared just to bat time at the moment and let Hayne do the a bit of the scoring as Murtagh comes in again, and Trot this time a bit of a squirty one that just goes out towards the boundary out at point. Compton is fielding well down there, and he means it's just a single with a good throw in to the wicket keeper's end, but that was slightly edgy one. He kind of took his bottom hand off the bat there, really, didn't he, Trot?
Yeah, it's definitely a false shot. Played it one-handed in the end, but did manage to keep it down. Well stopped by Compton. So just the single, 55 for 2. Pleasant day. Sunny's just been behind clouds from time to time. It's probably not too bad in terms of heat for Middlesex out there. Still 1 or 2 players wearing jumpers.
I was amazed at that.
So, they're dropping, even for Trot now, they are dropping a man out to the point boundary. Not all the way down, but a fair way back, 3/4 of the way back. 2 men on the leg side boundary still, 2 slips and a gully for Tom Helm, and Trot gets behind that, and there is no run. Issue before lunch was from this end, the ball seemed to be keeping low from this pavilion end on occasion. Andy Umid appeared to get an unplayable one that kept low, and was LBW, and Jonathan Trott just managed to get bat on one that kept low and would have had him plumb in front just before lunch. So Tom Helm puts the ball in the right place, he might get one to do that again. Comes in now to bowl to Trot, and that one rears up, and Trot has played that with the splice of his bat. It's got up in the air, and that might well have gone to a 3rd slip. It's gone for 4. There's 2 slips and a gully in place, but maybe Trot was expecting the low bouncer, and that one reared up. And more signs of variable bounce of a different sort there. Trot did well in the end, defended away, but it was in the air as it went past the slip cordon. He gets 4 runs, he's on to 19, 59 for 2.
That was vicious, that ball, and Trot did very well to play that. It's the sort of ball that you might have expected from Curtly Ambrose. It bounced so steeply, and Trot did really well to play that right in front of his grill, leaping up into the air as he played it, and fortunately for him didn't go to a fielder.
Right, Helm in again he bangs it in short. This one doesn't get up as much, and it'll just be a single by Trot. Helm bowling with some aggression. Trot moves on to 20, 60 for 2.
That will be a real worry, the way that bounced, because we saw 2 before lunch to Trot that were short from Helm, and they hardly got up off the pitch. I mean, they were only just over him as he ducked out of the way, Trot, and they should have bounced much, much steeper than that. And then that one just flew up off the pitch. It sort of spat like a cobra. And Trot did really well, actually, to play that.
So Helm to Hayne now. Right arm over, and Hayne plays back that into the ground, into the offside. Big shout of no as Paul Sturley feels it. Doesn't feel it cleanly, but he makes sure he gets body behind it so it doesn't go past him. And it's 60 for 2.
Well, Middlesex definitely feel that there's more life in this at the moment. They're keep encouraging and clapping as Helm returns to his mark.
So a fair old session this as well. Still got 33 overs after this one till lunch, till tea rather. That's left outside off stump by Hayne. Nips back a bit, goes over the stumps, and there's no run. So it's quite a lengthy session, and it could be a fairly defining one. Middlesex will be anxious to get at least 3 or 4 wickets this session.
Jimmy Harris just having a quick word there with Helm as he throws the ball back to him after shining it.
So last ball of the over. Let's see what he can produce from this. He comes in to bowl, pitches it up, and Hayne just gets bat on that, squirts it out to the offside. There's no run. End of the over with that forward and a third man with a steep delivery from Trot and a single. He's on to 20, and Warwickshire 60 for 2. They lead by 60. They're in the second innings.
He looks like the They're most likely at the moment Helm from this end, the pavilion end. He's bowling a very good line and then throwing in the odd one that spits up off this pitch, and twice in that over the batsmen were a little unnerved by the bounce that Helm managed to extract from the pitch. Can Murtagh cause some problems from the Birmingham end now? Coming into bowl, third over after lunch for him, and it's through to Simpson, left outside the off stump by Jonathan Trot. 20 off 46 for him. Current partnership is 43 off 76 deliveries. Just dragging Warwickshire out of what was a tricky position after that difficult delivery Umeed got, and Porterfield already gone as well, so the two openers have been removed reasonably cheaply in both innings by Middlesex, as Murtagh bowls again to Trot. A flashing drive, and it's through past the outside edge to Simpson, and he was beaten there by Murtagh. And they are doing a lot of gardening at the moment, these two batsmen. They're prodding the pitch after every delivery.
Yes, in fairness, they do tend to do that, but even so. It's past 750 runs for the season now, Trot.
As he takes his mark again, and Murtagh into bowl, played very late by Trot, down into the ground though, and it's fielded at gully.
That's first class runs, I should say.
I think that's David Milan out there at gully, I think. And he is looking really enthusiastic, as you'd expect a captain to. He's really trying to G up the team.
Well, two relatively sort of new captains in Milan and Trot.
As Murtagh comes into bowl again, and Trot, well, he did play the forward defensive, but the ball dropped down a bit too close to his own crease for his liking. It could have, I suppose, bounced back onto the stumps, but it went wide of them towards the leg side. But we did see Ollie Rayner bowled in those sort of circumstances earlier today. David Milan is a player who's been touted as a potential captaincy material, and he's been given the reins in these last two games in the county championship. Murtagh bowls, forward comes Trot out of his crease and plays that down into the onside. There's no run. $60 for 2. One more ball to come of this Murtagh over. As Trot waits in glorious sunshine here in Birmingham. Murtagh coming into bowl from the Birmingham end of the ground. And down the track comes Trot, plays that down the pitch as well, and it's fielded at mid-on. There's no run, and that's the end of the over from Murtagh. 21 overs in the innings. 60 for 2 is the score for Warwickshire. Lead of 60. Hayne is on 29, Trot on 20.
So Tom Helm to continue. Sun shining. There's still quite a strong breeze blowing out throughout this match. You can see the Warwickshire flag in particular just directly behind the batsman is blowing fairly keenly. Flag being at the Birmingham end. Breeze has always been there. Helm comes into bowl. 3 men guarding the boundaries. He comes into bowl to Hayne, leaves that one outside off stump. 2 slips on a gully, then he's got a cover, a mid-off, mid-on. And then he's got a man on a long leg boundary, the mid-wicket boundary, and on the backward point boundary. So at the moment, David Milan opting for a balance between attack and defence.
I think they feel that Helm's bowling a good spell here. Want to give him every chance.
Comes in now to bowl to Hayne, And Hayne plays back to that, and that will call on that man on the deep point boundary. He comes round to field it, and it's 2 runs for Sam Hayne. The ball's gathered in by Ryan Higgins, and Hayne on to 31, 62 for 2.
Great throw from Higgins down there. Long old throw in from that boundary.
Helm in again to bowl to Haynes. A bouncer, and Haynes played it down well. 2 men on the trap there on the leg side. He's played it along the ground to one of them for a single. Haynes on to 32. Got an update for BBC WM. Warwickshire 63 for 2 in this very tense match. They lead by 63 after remarkably the first innings left the 2 teams all square, having both scored 334. 2 early wickets lost by Warwickshire, but Jonathan Trot and Sam Hayne are doing their best to steady the ship. There has been some variable bounce. One since lunch reared up sharply on Trot, and he edged it high through the vacant third slip area. He's on 20. Sam Hayne is looking fluent at the moment. He's on 32. And Warwickshire 63 for 2, leading by 63. One left by Trot.
He's one of those that doesn't really engage in any of the chat with bowlers and fielders, and just he's kind of in his own zone, isn't he?
Helm comes in to bowl to him. That's a bouncer. It's taken by the wicket keeper. Yeah, he has been known to be drawn in occasionally, but comes down the pitch again to do a bit of gardening.
Excuse me.
Yes, that sort of day, hot, close day. Helm to bowl to Trot. And right arm over, and that's played onto the onside for a quick single. And Trot moves on to 21. I'm not suggesting you're about to expire, Andy, but if you want to take a quick break, Phil will come in for half an hour. You pop back in half an hour and replace.
Yeah, sorry about that. Excuse me.
So 64 for 2. Keep updated on the scores elsewhere. England ended up with 373 for 5 against South Africa. I'm calling that game as an England win. Is that a bit risky? I don't think so. 373 for 5 at Bristol. 148 to Tammy Beaumont. 147 to Sarah Taylor. They put on 275 for the second wicket. In comes Tim Murtagh. He's going to bowl to Jonathan Trot, who plays that one. One might get a little bit low. Trot's played it from front of his pads down to back of square leg, and good running from Jonathan Trot to claim a second. Hayne has to scamper. Just stalled a little bit there, Hayne. The umpire, square leg umpire, has to fall to his knees to avoid the throw threatening him. At the end of all that, it's 2 runs to Jonathan Trot, who moves on to 23, 66 for 2. Continuing with those scores, ends a big score for England. India 232 for 8 against Sri Lanka at the end of their 50 overs at Derby. They've won all the games so far, India. As this next one, Trot, a bit of an inside edge onto the to mid-wicket. There's no run. Australia made 290 for 8 against Pakistan in their 50 overs at Leicester. Oval, no further problems for Surrey. 228 for 4, replying to Hampshire's 248 for 7. And no problems yet for Somerset's second innings. 41 without loss. Lead Yorkshire by 96. It's slow going for them. They're only scoring about 2 and over, but they are getting ahead. In second division, no further loss for Derbyshire. 79 for 3. Lead Dunham by 146. In comes Murtagh to bowl to Trot. Plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. No further wickets either at Beckenham, where Northants are 273 for 4. Replying to Kent 701 for 7. And at Arundel on the first day, Sussex 138 for 4 against Leicestershire. And finally, Cambridge have made some inroads. Oxford 175 for 7. 50 runs behind Cambridge in the varsity match at Fenners. Here, Warwickshire 66 for 2.
I found out something at in the lunch interval which will interest you?
And Murta comes into bowl to Trot. Ooh, Trot leaves that, and that looked like a good leave. It, didn't get up, it was wide of off stump.
Shot through that, isn't it?
Yeah.
The record which we have been giving to Andrew Umeed for the slowest ever Championship 100 is wrong.
I must say, it surprised me.
It's actually not held by Umeed, who's second fastest.
Second
slowest rather, which it was fastest. Slowest. It's actually Jason Gallion who's got the record for Lancashire. So he can have that.
But still slowest for Warwickshire then.
Oh yeah.
Murta comes into bowl, and that's right in the blockhouse, dug out by Jonathan Trot to mid-off for no run. I suppose, because we do it in minutes, don't we? In terms of, they've done it in minutes because he used to only do it in minutes, and of course, you used to get a lot more overs in minutes.
So ball-wise, it could be.
Because I'm sure some have lasted a lot more balls than that in the past.
But we will never know, Clive.
No, because they didn't count them. Go back and look at the videotapes of all the games that have ever been played.
Exactly.
66, I suppose you can go through the score.
Something for you to do during the winter nights.
And this next one, it's a leading edge from Trot, and that's gone through. I don't know if that was in the air when it went in between second slip and gully. It's gone for 4. I think Middlesex need an extra slip in the cordon. It is a 50 partnership between these two. 70 for 2. Trot's on 27, but there's been a couple now that have gone from edges at catchable height through the slip cordon.
Yeah, that one definitely flew through. It would probably unlikely that somebody would have actually been in that spot, but it gives them encouragement.
So, second 50 partnership between these two in the game. They put on 67 in the first innings for the third wicket.
Encouraging to see Hayne beginning to show a bit of form as well.
Yeah, I say he looked good in the first innings.
Yep.
It's always the way of batsmen. He looked good until he got out. Around about this sort of stage of his innings. So can he go on this time? I think batting conditions are probably a little bit trickier than they were first time round.
The odd one's really keeping quite low, isn't it? There was one outside the off stump there. The one which got Umeed definitely kept low. But they are scoring as well with they're getting the ball ticking over quite nicely. Hayne faces as Tom Helm in. This is full and driven out into the covers. There's no run. Paul Sterling out there does the fielding.
Still just got those 2 slips in the gully. Still 3 men protecting the boundary. Obviously Darwin can say he doesn't want runs. He doesn't want a lot of boundaries scored and the scoreboard moving quickly. But just wonder whether, it's easy to say sitting up here, just wonder whether he's been slightly overcautious.
Here's Helm, got both wickets, both openers to his name as he comes in and bowls, and Hayne will get a single here, just punching it out into the covers, and goes out to a sort of deepish cover point where Ryan Higgins does the fielding. One more to Hayne, he goes to 33, 71 for 2.
Again, these two, especially Hayne, are exploiting those gaps well, and taking a lot of singles where the fielders are back. And so, although he's stopping boundaries, and he's not stopping runs.
Lovely sunshine here at Edgbaston as Helm comes in and bowls, and this is run away into us just in front of cover point, who has to come round, restricts again. Higgins restricts Warwickshire to a single, but it was a comfortable single, just a lean into it and just push it away through the offside. In his 10th over, Helm, he's got both wickets to ball to for 32.
You shouldn't forget it is a weakened Middlesex bowling lineup with no Steve Finn or Roland Jones. Warwickshire, of course, are without Ian Bell, so there's a little bit of give and take there.
Hayne waits and turns this one away down to deep square leg for 1. So Warwickshire just ticking along in singles, but keeping the board ticking over quite nicely. Remember, they really do. I think Warwickshire, of the two sides, both sides obviously want to win, that goes without saying, but I think of the two, Warwickshire probably need the win more than Middlesex. I think Middlesex, if I'd be quite happy with the draw because it keeps a good chunk of points between them and Warwickshire. In fact, it would be if Somerset were to beat Yorkshire. This is down the leg side. No shot offered by Trot. He just lets it go. And the ball goes through to John Simpson. Got a lot of overs left in the day. Still got 62 overs to go in the day. So going to be another late finish tonight, I think. Helm, one ball to go in his 10th over, turns into Trot, who is turning this in the air round to the corner to almost like a leg gully position, which is Sterling is there, and the ball just drops down in front of him, but just for a second Trot must have thought, what have I done? But didn't quite carry to him, and as he gets up, Neil Mallender walks past him and gives him a playful push to Sterling.
Oh, good piece of field placement there. It was obviously done with a reason, putting that leg gully in, and it very nearly paid off. Trot very nearly playing that one into his hands, but he survives it. So 73 for 2. In comes Murtagh, and that's hit off the toes by Hayne to mid-on. There's no run. Warwickshire started this round of matches bottom of the table on 41 points, one of two counties still without a win, Somerset being the other. 2 points behind Somerset. If Warwickshire and Somerset get the same result, if they both win or both draw or both lose, Warwickshire will have gained 1 point on them via the bonus point, so they'll be 1 point behind. So they could still be bottom even if they win this game, Warwickshire. They started 31 points behind Middlesex, who in turn were 29 ahead of Somerset. In comes Murtagh, and that's playing the offside, there's no run. Remember, 24 points is the most you can get for a game. So with the bonus points match between Warwickshire and Middlesex, a win for Warwickshire would take them to just 15 points behind Middlesex, and a win for Middlesex would take them to 47 ahead of Warwickshire. So they started 29 ahead of Somerset, so if Somerset were to win their current game, they will take 21 points. As Hayne turns that one round down to fine leg for a single. So worst case scenario for Middlesex, and we're a long way away from it in both games, but worst case scenario would be them losing and Somerset winning, in which case I think they'd be 14 points ahead of Somerset, and they would be 15 points ahead of Warwickshire, with still 6 games to go. On the other hand, a Middlesex win could well take them above Surrey in the table, because I doubt Surrey are going to win their current game. Started 12 points behind Surrey. Murtagh comes into bowl, and that's gone past Jonathan Trot, or has it there? Well, no, the bowler isn't appealing for a caught behind. The wicketkeeper was pretty convinced. He looks a bit bamboozled, but the bowler didn't even go up for it, so it must have clipped something or something. There must have been a noise, but not ball onto bat.
It was really strange. Batsman and bowler not in the least bit interested, and umpire, but the whole of the slip cord and the gully all thought he'd gotten into it. But absolutely, as Clive said, there wasn't any sort of reaction from Tim Murtagh, the bowler.
In comes Murtagh, and Trot pushes that to the offside. And there is no run. Trot on 28. Second wicket falling on what was it, the second wicket falling
17.
17, yeah, so 2 less than it did in the first innings. So at the moment this innings is going in a similar fashion to the first innings. Well, the 2 openers lasted less time, so scored about as many runs. Trot plays that back to the bowler, and we've got Tim Murtagh practicing his footballing skills. Maybe trying to catch the eye of Michael O'Neill and play a bit of football for Northern Ireland. 74 for 2 after 25 overs.
I just come up in the lift with Trevor Francis. He might be. Pity he's not at Birmingham still. He would have been happy to have had a footballer who can do that on their books. 74 for 2. And Hayne sat down just before lunch when I was walking around to the museum. I just sat and watched him for 10 minutes. Nick Compton, busy chattering away. Really nice actually. Rather than just ignoring the people sat down on the front row, he did it in the first innings. He's back out there again, yattering away. Everyone, he's actually offering conversation as well as responding to it. And he was saying the very most they'd want to even think about chasing is 275, which seems an awful lot of runs batting fourth.
2 for 33. Tom Helm has now been replaced by Ryan Higgins, none for 5. Yeah, once it gets to that stage, time starts becoming a factor as well.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Higgins, who I thought bowled really well in the first innings. He's in again. He's just had the 2 overs so far, as this one has Hayne reaching for a wider delivery outside the off stump, and he gets it, but only plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
For Warwickshire to get 275 ahead, they'd probably have to get certainly into the early part of tomorrow morning.
200 off 60.
Well, about 3 and over from here gets them to 250, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not beyond the realms that they're there by tonight, but this one outside the off stump and left by Hayne. A lot of water to go under this bridge yet though, isn't there, before that? So 74 for 2. James Harris is warming up as well down below us, so we may be seeing a double bowling change. There's Higgins into Hayne. Hayne is across his stumps and runs this away up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Must be a little bit tough for Middlesex after a great, glorious season last season to find themselves having to look over their shoulders this season, but as I said before, it happens quite a lot. Lancashire, Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire have all been relegated this season after they've won the championship, and with only 8 teams and 2 going down, it's likely to happen more often.
Bowls, Hayne is squared up on that one a bit, and in the end has to jab at it and play it down. Sterling does the fielding at extra cover. I wonder sometimes whether a side has a real battle. You know, everybody and most things went well with Middlesex last year. They played exceptionally well as a unit. To keep that coming back out after the winter and doing it again is not always that easy. And we've seen it with Warwickshire as well. This is outside the off stump, left, through to the keeper. The year after they won the championship in 2012, it wasn't, whilst you looked at the team and thought, well, this is going to be just as strong, it didn't quite click the same way.
Went right down to the wire as well last season, of course, with that trick at the end of the game against Yorkshire.
Hayne waits as Higgins in. Hayne is wrapped on the pad, playing across his stumps. Not out, says umpire Lloyd. Has a good long look at that. So it is one of the things which does worry you a bit with Sam Hayne, that he plays an awful lot of shots, but he has done from the day he came into the team, where he actually goes across his stumps to play down the leg side, particularly behind square on the leg side, and you do feel that if he misses it, he does leave himself wide open for the LBW.
Well, Ryan Higgins was really confident in his case there. Really get quite so much support, I think, from his teammates, but he was pretty adamant. But not out is the call. 74 for 2. We're going to get a change here, intimating James Harris is going to come on for Tim Murtagh. 2 overs for 8 runs in his innings so far for James Harris, who started the day batting. He was left not out in the end. Took 2 for 86 in the first innings. He was left not out 18. As Middlesex were all out for 334. And Tim Murter currently 11 overs, none for 28. He finishes his latest spell. And it's Harris bowling from the Birmingham end to Jonathan Trot. And that's short, and Trot tries to pull it as it goes down the leg side, but doesn't make contact. Still two men on the leg side boundary now is a long boundary to Trot the right-handers. The bowling's coming from the Birmingham end, so he's got a man about 3/4 of the way back at mid-wicket, and also a man a few metres inside the rope at long leg. There is a sweeper on the offside, 2 slips and a gully, so the field about where it has been for much of this innings. Mid on quite fine, mid off a little wider as Harris comes in, and Trot plays that down to the ground, and that's a good piece of running from Trot. He took the pace off the ball and mid on just a little bit on the back foot, and Trot was able to scamper through for a single to move on to 29, take the score to 75 for 2.
Really important partnership for Warwickshire, these two. They need them to. They need to be batting most of this session. See if Warwickshire are going to set up a target for Middlesex.
They've only managed 7 century partnerships so far this season. As Hayne plays that back, there's no run. They had some decent partnerships in the first innings without any of them getting to 100. And these two, as I mentioned earlier, Ship put on 67, and they put on 78 for the 6th wicket. Warwickshire got, and then 83 for the 7th wicket. No one managed to go on to 100, and actually no one in the Middlesex innings. Although they got 114 for the 2nd wicket. That did include 3 batsmen because of Nick Compton retiring hurt at one point. Hayne plays that one to mid-off, and there's no run. So I suppose that indicates that there's always a chance you're going to get a wicket, even when the batsmen are well set. And they put on 81 for the 3rd wicket, 57 for the 5th Middlesex, but couldn't get any of them all the way to 3 figures. And, so this stand currently worth 58, and it's still worth 58 just for a moment. Again, the bowler not really going for it. There was a slightly more muted appeal from the wicket, but it was a very good ball, we should say, from Harris. It beat Sam Hayne outside off stump as he played a forward defensive, but he did miss it completely, so he stays.
The guys behind the stump seem to be seeing more than they're seeing in front of the bowler and the umpire, because that's 2 now we've had where they're convinced behind the stumps that he's had a touch.
Harris in, and Hayne drives that to mid-off. Trot's a long way down. In the end, he's able to continue because there is a misfield there, and whether that was the fielder just being a bit put off because he might have seen out of the corner of his eye that Trot had gone a bit injudiciously far, was about to be sent back, but the fielder misfielded it, and they do in the end get through for 2. So a bit of a gift of 2 there for Hayne. He's on to 37, and it's 77 for 2 Warwickshire. 27 overs bowled, 58 left in the day, so another 26 till tea. So far, Warwickshire have survived without any loss since lunch. 77 for 2.
Ryan Higgins will continue from this pavilion end. Quite a lot of people sat in the Hollies stand today. It's actually ideal for watching because the action is quite close. Watching over on that side, but actually I almost feel like you're part of the game going on in there. Did a really good side-on view. Here's Higgins, starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's into Trot, who is driving away nicely through extra cover. He'll get a couple of runs here as it's picked up by Tom Helm, who throws it back into Simpson. Not before they've completed 2 runs. 79 for 2.
I haven't had too many misbehaving of late, and it's the feeling here as the day goes on it becomes less frequent.
Higgins bowls, and this one turned away on down to deep mid wicket, and he'll get another one. So Trot on to 32, Haynes on 37. It's 80 for 2, and so Warwickshire lead by 80 runs. That's very handy. This is. We'd have to do this a few more times where they both get the same score on first innings. It does make our maths much easier. So it's Higgins in, races in, and this is left by Hayne outside the off stump. Clive's got an update coming.
Well, Warwickshire enjoying a good partnership in this really tight game where there's never been much between the two sides. Indeed, there was nothing between them at the end of the first innings. They both scored 334, so it's all on second innings, and Warwickshire are 80 for 2, which means they lead by 80. Lost the openers fairly early on, but since then 63 added between Sam Hayne and Jonathan Trot. Hayne playing pretty positively, he's on 37. Trot looking pretty solid, he's on 32, and ball misbehaving a few times, although lately it seems to have calmed down a bit, and these two trying to build a partnership which could get Warwickshire on top here. They're 80 for 2.
One of Clive's updates done. Another one in just a minute, but in the meantime Higgins comes in and bowls, and Hayne gets kind of cross and just pushing this one down to short extra cover where Sterling does the fielding. There's no run. Nice economic because he was in the first innings. He bowled 19 overs for just 38 runs, took a couple of wickets, Ryan Higgins, so he's settling into this Middlesex side pretty well. This is bowled and caught at slip, and Warwickshire have lost Sam Hayne, the third wicket, where he's gone for 37. It's 80 for 3, and Higgins, who are just talking up, strikes off the very next ball. A good diving catch, and Ollie Rayner takes the catch at second slip. Warwickshire just as they're starting to get going, lose that third wicket, and this is very, very similar to the way things were in the first innings.
Well, also in the mode of dismissal there, Hayne will be disappointed again, just again chasing a wide one from Higgins and edging it, and caught it slip. He went in the same way in the first innings for 35, now he's gone for 37. He looks disappointed. He was looking good, but he misjudged that. Now Matt Lamb comes out. Is it asking too much for this young man to produce another innings? Middlesex may feel they have a decent chance here of getting a couple of quick wickets and getting themselves right back in the situation again. So Lamb walking out to the middle, and Hayne gone. Higgins striking again, 1 for 8 again. He is moving it away, Higgins, but I'm not sure it was one that Hayne had to play at. Same with the first innings. He'll be disappointed, I'm sure. Showing signs of form, he hasn't quite turned that into a big score. In this game he's made 2 contributions, 72 runs in the match, but it was like that big score.
An innings really where Warwickshire needed him to go on and turn that into sort of a high half century or even beyond. Didn't quite get to it. He went for the drive, wasn't quite at it, got the outside edge, and it flew through to Rayner, who took a very good catch there. So there's 2 catches for him at second slip, and just when Warwickshire were beginning to look like just putting partnership together, just as in the first innings when they were 86 for 3, here they are 80 for 3.
And Harris will come into bowl to Trot. More important for Trot to stay there now. He turns that round his pads for a single. He was, of course, Matt Lamb's partner for much of certainly the early part of Matt Lamb's innings, first time round, helped him along. He will look to do the same again. He comes down the pitch now to have a chat with Lamb. Only his second championship match, Matt Lamb, home debut. Trot on to 33 with that, 81 for 3. Lamb scored 51 in the first inning. He's going to do an update now. This match continues to be finely poised, but Warwickshire have just suffered a blow after a decent partnership between Sam Hain and Jonathan Trot. They are 85 for 3. Matt Lamb, the youngster, just hit his first ball for 4, so a nice start for him. He's in because Sam Hain went in much the same fashion and for a similar score as he did in the first innings, edging a wideish delivery from Ryan Higgins and being caught at second slip, this time out for 37. He'd shared in a useful stand of 63 with Jonathan Trot. Trot is still there on 33, and with the first innings scores tied, it's all on the second innings, and Warwickshire leading by 85 or 85 for 3. As Harris comes into Lamb, it's a lovely cover drive to start with. He leads up. That's a well judged leave. I'm not sure that missed by quite as much as Lamb expected it to, but it did miss. And so he goes on a little walkabout. He's on 4. He was on 3 for an age in the first inning, so he got off that pretty quickly this time.
Well, you couldn't ask for a more confident start than the ball he crashed away.
So in comes Harris to bowl. And he leaves that one Lamb. I think that was a better judged lead despite the oohs and ahs. Somerset have lost their first wicket at Scarborough. They're 59 for 1. They lead by 114. Not much has changed elsewhere. Derbyshire now 100 for 4, leading Durham by 167, and Sussex 164 for 5 against Leicestershire.
Truscothick was the man to go at Scarborough.
2 slips in the gully. Still much the same field as it has been throughout, although just one man on the leg side boundary now as he comes in. And Lamb has caught behind his edge that playing one which bounced a bit about chest height, and Middlesex have got themselves right back in it with 2 quick wickets. Harris striking a good delivery. It lifted as a difficult one for Lamb, and he just prodded at it, and Simpson takes the catch, and Lamb has gone for 4, and Warwickshire back in some bother now at 85 for 4, leading by 85. At this point I'll bring Andy back in.
Yeah, just pushing at a ball which was probably best left there. There was no need to really push at it. It was flying, it was going wide of the off stump and rising, and he just pushed at it, got a nick through to the keeper, and perhaps a little bit of inexperience there from Matt Lamb. He played the first ball away nicely for 4, but almost looking to push it too hard, and there are times where perhaps he's going to have to just rein in enthusiasm a bit. But Warwickshire lose their 4th wicket, and suddenly it's advantage Middlesex, and they'll feel now that they could get into this Warwickshire middle order. There's a game here which might just swing their way. It's going to be really key, this period between now and tea, for Warwickshire to re-establish as we welcome back. Right, Mr. Andy,
thank you very much, Phil.
Because just seen, whilst you've been waiting at the back of the box there to come on air, you've just seen the game swing back, I think.
Oh yeah,
Middlesex way.
I would have to say so. Yeah, I mean, while Trot and Hain were there, I was thinking this could be quite a long afternoon. But as usual in this match, wickets have kept coming. There's never been a really long spell when there haven't been wickets. There haven't been any giant partnerships, have there? No. Really, to speak of. I mean, Eskinazi had a magnificent innings, but there weren't that many big partnerships that he built. He just kept scoring the runs with whoever came in. As in comes Harris to bowl, and that one's left outside his off stump there by... in comes Harris to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose leaves that outside his off stump, and there will be no run. That's the end of the over. 85 for 4 are Warwickshire, and that is a lead of 85, of course. And speaking to one of our colleagues in the media just during the break there that I had, they were saying 220, 230, that would be a really good lead at the end of the day.
Talked to Nick Compton before lunch, and he reckoned they wouldn't want to chase any more than 275. Right. And that was from Nick Compton out on the boundary. He reckoned that was the maximum that they'd want to go for. At the moment, 275, I think Warwick should bite the hand off for it.
So were you just wandering round past?
Yeah, see where the flag is.
Yeah.
This is good for anybody who's listening on the radio.
There's a flag of St George over there in the corner where Compton's fielding, which is on the square leg boundary, more like fine leg really. But the first ball of the next over is left outside off stump. Higgins bowling.
No, wrong flag. You've got wrong
Oh
flag.
right, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Dan, you may not be able to see it around the pillar.
Ah, got you.
Down mid wicket.
There's another St George.
Yeah. That's,
it's got a bear in the
yes.
top left, hasn't it?
Yeah, as the other one has as well. They both have got bears in the top left hand corner. One's a bit bigger than the other, but
Higgins into bowl, left outside off stump by Jonathan Trot. He's 33 not out of his 73 balls.
One of the flags is clearly washed in a more upmarket detergent than the other one. The one down at long leg is infinitely cleaner than the one which is propping up against the mid-wicket boundary. That one looks as though it's been tucked in somebody's garage for a while.
In comes Higgins to bowl. 1 wicket so far for 8 runs from his 4.2 overs. Left outside off stump by Trot. Yeah, I remember.
There used to be catchy phrases with all the detergent adverts. Do you remember?
Yeah.
I struggle these days to actually think of anything which is catchy on the detergent ad.
Well, they used to knock on the door, didn't they? The Daz Challenge or whatever it was.
Not the oh no man, but it was something similar to oh no.
As in comes the ball at Higgins. It's played off his pads into the leg side by Trot, and he will take a single to Murtagh. And 86 for 4 is the total for Warwickshire.
And the Diz Challenge I used to do, or whatever it was called.
You want to be careful with those flags though when you wash them, because they're such brilliant whites. I had a Lions jersey once, a British and Irish Lions rugby jersey, and that was put in the wash by someone who I won't name, but completely dyed the white bits pink. Which kind of ruined it really. As the ball is left outside off stump, this time by Ambrose, and it will be no run.
It could have been worse. It could have been the club jersey. You then got to turn up Saturday afternoon in a very nice shade of pink.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a danger. As Higgins comes into bowl again, a skiddy sort of delivery as it goes past the outside edge again. This time just leaving it though, it was quite far wide. They're changing very quickly, aren't they, in between wickets? Middlesex, they're business-like. Whipping
through it. Higgins doesn't take very long, but he looks a very useful member of this team, I have to say. I said in the first innings that
I remember
he's just backing up to the main seamers. He's just giving that fourth seamer option as something which I think Middlesex will take benefit from.
It shows good strength and depth, doesn't it?
Yeah,
because
it does.
They've got quite a few out at the moment for one reason or another. Yeah. And the guys who are coming in, the likes of Helm and Higgins, and they're really showing good support for the stalwarts. Is that? Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Phil? It's Harris into Trot, who he flicks it away down to deep square leg for single. Across the different commentary teams, you get some who want to do one over each, some who don't want to let you speak.
No,
there are certain commentators who, if you go there, you may as well just sit and chew a gobstopper, really, because you don't get a chance to say anything. And there's others who don't want to do similarly. Give you sort of 5 overs each.
I'm a guest at the moment, so
you're not.
Doing exactly what I'm
we
told.
Share these. Ambrose is playing this next ball from Harris up to mid-off, and there's no run. No, we share all these commentaries, and it's quite frankly, we're all working with. The good thing is that we all work together with one another, and so
No, I think it's a really nice way it all works, and I know that Kevin Hand and Mark Church really enjoy meeting all the other teams during the season, and you catch up with people, and it becomes a really nice thing because 2 or 3 matches against each of the teams per season, maybe more, and it's always good to catch up.
Harris in bowls, and a flash at this one from Ambrose, and lucky he didn't get a nick through. That flew through to the wicket keeper. Ambrose, yet to get off the mark, was looking to crack that one away.
Trot is kind of doing the teapot, isn't he? I'm not sure if it's that is in regard to the shot he just watched.
Well, it was a dreadful shot, really, in the situation where you just lost 2 quick wickets, and it could easily have been a third. Had it gone off the middle of the bat, we'd have said what a great shot from Ambrose, but...
Well, he's not even got off the mark yet, so that was quite a flashy shot to
open up
try and do that.
Another wicket, and it really would be trouble for Warwickshire, I think. Harris in, Ambrose pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's a regrouping time here for the Bears, because they've gone suddenly from ticking along what looked quite comfortable at 80 for 2. It's now 87 for 4.
Did the players mix much between if they, in the same way as the commentary teams would see each other that many times a season, do the players tend to
get
mix
together? I don't know anymore. This next one is pushed into the offside. You don't really have a lot to do with the players, to be honest. What's happened, particularly here, since the new pavilion's been built, there's a huge area for the players. Big, great, massive changing room. Yeah. They could hold a dance in there, to be honest. Then they've got a sort of lounge as well, and a viewing balcony, and the players, and also through the winter, tend to stay right away from everybody else. They're not really very accessible. In comes Harrison bowls, and this is dug out by Ambrose and played out to Sterling at extra cover. It's the end of a good over from Harris. So he's at the end of his 5th over. It's 87 for 4. So I don't know whether they mix or not. I think these days, I think there's so much cricket and travelling that they tend to sort of... you don't very often... once the game's finished, like last week, the match against Lancashire, then they'd gone. But whether they go out in the evening, I think they still see each other. I think, or some clubs see them one night out of the 3 or 4 they're away.
Well, I was used to think that it was a nice idea that Ian Botham had to invite everyone around for a barbecue, and but I think those days are...
I think those may have been gone. Yeah, I think they may have been gone.
I've got a good question for you here, Phil, in a moment, after we watch this ball from Higgins. 1 for 9 so far as he bowls, and that was a wide one that Trot just followed outside. He didn't really move his feet to that, just followed it and then played it out into the covers. Last night when I was leaving the ground, I was wandering past one of the rooms on the way out, and there were about 100 models of these bears. They were like life-size sort of sculptures.
Well, they're bigger than life-size, I reckon.
Well, bears can get pretty big.
I'm going to say,
grizzlies.
They're great big fat things.
As Higgins bowls again, back goes Trot and clips that off his legs, and that will be a single down to fine leg, where we find Nick Compton, just the single added, 88 for 4. Yes, I was just wondering, what is it all about? They're all different designs and colours, and I wondered if it was a charity event.
Yeah, I think it's... I'll be honest with you, I don't know all the details on it, but there's a whole mass, and I mean mass, there's probably a couple of 100 there, which have been painted and decorated by different artists.
They look brilliant.
Oh, they are. They're terrific.
As in comes Higgins, bowls again, and back goes Ambrose, and that will get him off the mark. Single into the offside, fielded by Sterling. There's just the 1 run.
And there's a trail which you follow round, which they'll be placed round Birmingham, and I think you have to tick them off on the trail. So and it's a charity event. I'll see if I can find a bit.
They look a bit like the the Russian dolls. Yeah. If I'm trying to describe what these bears are like.
Type dolls.
Yeah,
they're things where they go inside one another.
Exactly. They're brilliantly coloured, all different designs. As Higgins comes into bowl again. And that's through to the wicket keeper, left outside off stump by Jonathan Trot, and no run. 89 for 4. I do think that that's exactly what the idea is. You have to go around and try and find them all, and I don't think
you have to try and then get one and put it inside find the next one down. I think you have to go that far.
You don't have to get like Mummy Bear and Daddy Bear and the 3 little bears.
Let's see if I can find anything about this.
Or Goldilocks. As Higgins comes into bowl, and that's a nice drive outside his off stump by Trot, and he'll get a single to the fielder out in the deep on the offside. So 90 the lead for Warwickshire, and we all think that they want to get over double what they've got already, and push on beyond 200, and then it gets interesting to see if they can get up to that 275 that Compton was talking about. Ball is driven down the ground, and that's a very nice shot from Ambrose. He watched that, it was just straying onto his leg stump, and he just clipped that through the onside, and a drive down the ground just off his leg stump, and that was an excellent shot from Ambrose. 4 for that, and that means at the end of that over he moves on to 5, and the score is 94 for 4.
If you keep going on for a bit,
yeah.
and then I'll see if I can find what this is about.
Well, it was it was very interesting when I walked down there, because these bears were all in this room, and if it would have been a very scary situation if they'd been truly lifelike. But there were a lot of people wandering around looking at the different types of bears that have been designed by different designers, I think, or painted by different designers, and they were all wandering around with a little glass of something fizzy. As in comes Harris to bowl. Higgins, by the way, at the end of that over, 1 for 12. Harris bowls and it's defended out into the leg side, and there's no run.
It's called the Big Sleuth, and it's so named because a group of bears is called a sleuth, which I didn't know that.
Right.
Did you know that? It's the highly anticipated sequel to the Big Hoot, delivered by Birmingham Children's Hospital charity, and its creative producers Wild in Art. And up to 100 of the stunning sculptures will appear across Birmingham and its surrounding areas.
As Harris bowls, that's down the ground from Trot. He's running very sharply, and he will get the single. Ball is thrown into the wicket-keeper's end, and they took a very sharp single there, but they were under pressure as the fielder came in, but they do get the single. It's 1 more to Trot.
They'll be surrounding for 10 weeks from July this year. At the end of the trail, the bears will be auctioned off, with all proceeds going to Birmingham Children's Hospital charity. Last year's event raised more than £500,000 for the charity Star Appeal, which is used to fund the UK's first rare diseases centre for children, which is a terrific cause. So it's called the Big Sleuth, and that's what those bears are for, and it's all about charity.
In comes Harris to bowl again from the Birmingham end of the ground. It's left outside off stump by Ambrose, and through to his fellow wicket-keeper Simpson, no run. I once got given a book which had all the words for a collection of different animals or beasts or birds or fish. It was very good. You know, a murder of crows. Did you know?
Yep. I knew that one.
A conspiracy of ravens.
You gave it to Kevin Hunt. Kevin, you gave it to.
No, I was given it.
Oh right, I was going to say. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was given it, and
I thought you'd given it to Kevin.
Leafed through it, and as Harris bowls, left outside off stump by Ambrose, and I thought that was a brilliant one. A conspiracy of ravens, as if they're just up there, you know, plotting. But it had so many of them, and you know, because someone has come up with a different word for virtually every, unless the animals are particularly solitary and don't hang around in groups. And I didn't know that about a group of bears. It's called a sleuth.
No, I didn't.
As Harris comes into bowl, and that will be clipped off his legs into the onside by Ambrose, and they should run these up, because they might have to run 4 here. I think they'll definitely get 3. They're just going to settle for 3 as the fielder retrieves that from near the boundary rope. I'm always amazed at how brilliantly they can throw in these professional cricketers, because I mean, I played cricket to a certain level, a very lowly level, but if you haven't played for a while and you just come back and try and play, and you try throwing one in from the boundary, especially the boundary as deep as it is on this as we look to the left hand side of the ground from the pavilion towards the Eric Holly's stand, or the Stanley Barnes as well. I mean, it is a long old throw, that, and they whip it in. In comes Harris, bowls, left by Trot outside off stump, and that is the end of the over. 33 overs gone now, 98 for 4 the score for Warwickshire. So that is a lead of 98. They've made it very easy for us, thankfully.
Yeah, going to ask for this every week, I think.
Don't have to get our toes and fingers out to try and counter what the deficit is and what the lead is, but yeah, 4 wickets down now for Warwickshire. They've lost their 2 openers. before lunch, and then they have now lost Hayne and Lamb as well. So Tim Ambrose in at number 6 is joined Jonathan Trot.
Yeah, so he's it's up to these two now as this brings Ambrose forward. He's on 8 as Higgins starts a new over. So anyway, just finish up on those bears. You'll be able to see them all around Birmingham. It's for charity, and if you really like them and you've got one, the very number 1 is Bear Grylls. So I know there's a Warwickshire bear there because it was actually in our reception this morning. So they'll be able to auction. If you fancy one in your front garden,
well, they would look good in the garden.
This next one is cracked away into the offside, and there's no run.
It could be a bit of one-upmanship on the next door's garden gnome.
Exactly. Well,
great bear in there.
I would think it must be about 6 or 7 years ago, Cheltenham Racecourse did a similar thing with racehorses. They had big full-size horses modelled and painted, and you could bid for them, and they were going for something like £25,000.
Wow. Well, there's serious money in racing, isn't there?
Yeah.
For the owners, I think, and not for the people who bet on the races. Certainly
Higgins,
not me.
Higgins in, and this is played into the offside, but no run. Trot just trying to think about running, but Sterling was on it quickly and prevented that.
Because they had this idea, it might have been a year or two ago, where on your phone you had it was called Pokemon Go, and you had to go and find these Pokemon. You could just follow it in virtual reality on your phone.
Yeah.
And they'd be hidden all over the place. I never got involved in it. On
Kids
really
got
knew
into
exactly
it, didn't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But some people, I think they lost their wives over it. They got so into it.
It became obsessional, if I remember right. Yeah.
But this is the same sort of principle. I think they're asking people to see if you can find them whereabout, and I think it's actually a nice bit of fun. You know, if you were, what's the name of the park that we were looking out over yesterday?
Cannon Hill Park.
Yeah, I imagine there might be one in there.
Here's Higgins in bowls, and this is left outside the off stump, and there's no run. I think Wolverhampton do one with as well. There's something in Wolverhampton of a similar type of thing. I think there's a
with wolves.
It is with wolves, yeah. But I think it is wolves actually. Yeah.
I think they're a bit more sinister, the wolves.
The bears look very friendly. There's some small ones as well. It's not just these great big ones. There's some smaller ones. So.
You should check it out though if you're listening and wondering what we're talking about, because I was taken aback when I saw it all yesterday evening as I walked out of the ground, and there were lots of people there supporting it. There's he's
going to have a helmet brought out. John Simpson's going to stand up to the wickets for
he's a brave man to Higgins,
for Ryan Higgins, because he's seen that either Trot or Ambrose is coming down the wicket to play him, and he's decided to negate that by standing up. So he's standing up, there's a slip and a second slip in place on the gully, short extra cover, and then the man at deep cover point has been moved 2 yards to his right, which
that's Sterling.
Just brought him in front of the square, so he's about 10 yards in from the boundary, as this one is left outside the off stump by Trot. Higgins came in, so 1 ball to go in the.
If I was doing what Higgins was doing now, what Simpson was doing now, I would need a backstop. I know you don't have many of those in professional cricket, but
I suggest on that basis you wouldn't be actually having the chance to do what he's doing.
Good point.
Higgins in and bowls, and this is clipped away nicely off his legs by Trot down to deep mid wicket. The round of applause you can hear is because the Warwickshire 100 has come up, and that is exactly the lead. It's come off 33 overs, 204 balls, and has included just the 1 extra.
And those are all little markers. I know it's a long way to go to get to the sort of total that Nick Compton was talking about, but you get past 100 and you start to think, right, we're halfway to getting some sort of score that we can defend, maybe. I mean, you'd think 200 is the sort of minimum that Warwickshire would be looking for. It's not to say that they couldn't defend something below that, but generally you'd think that they wouldn't be content unless they got quite a way past 200, but 200 I think would be the sort of minimum. So they might be looking at this saying halfway there to our minimum target.
Yep.
As Harris will continue from the Birmingham end of the ground, bowls, and it's flicked off his pads again by Trot into the leg side. He looks very relaxed, Jonathan Trot. He's just playing his own game.
5-3 here, Andy, and we've still got 51 overs left in the day. It does seem a bit pedestrian, the over rate.
I'm going to be a bit late getting back to London for my evening drink.
Yes, you are, aren't you? Getting ready for your day tomorrow, relaxation.
Yeah.
Are you
home of cricket?
Is it a sort of evening drink just to get you warmed up for tomorrow?
Yes. Well, it's kind of feeling like you're on holiday. Harris bowls, and that played into the leg side by Ambrose, and there will be a single taken. Trot back on strike, 102 for 4.
I think a no ball as well.
Was there? Yes, good spot. Yeah. Arm is out from Neil Mallender.
No, wait a minute. The scoreboard has gone backwards. There we go. We're up now, 104. That's right. It's gone back to go forward because the no ball.
It was frozen at the end of the over a couple of overs ago.
Yes, sometimes it does an error and they have to reboot. Then it all goes at the end of this over.
Harris is steaming in. Trot digs that one out, and they will run a quick one to Sterling there in the gully, and there will be another run added to the total, 105 for 4.
I'll leave you to carry on talking, as I'll let Clive come back in, because I'm not sure when the news updates are on.
Yeah.
So we'll do that.
Thank you very much, Phil. 51 overs to go, we reckon, and could be in for the long haul again this evening. There's Harris coming into bowl again from the Birmingham end of the ground. Past umpire Neil Mallender bowls, and that's left outside the off stump by Ambrose. And welcome back to Clive Eakin.
Yes, it remains an intriguing contest. We can't yet rule out a 3-day finish. If Warwickshire were to collapse from here, it would be time for Middlesex to get the runs, but Warwickshire will be hopeful that doesn't happen, but it could still.
I would have to tell my learned colleague Jamie Reid to turn around rather sharply, who's coming up for tomorrow's day's cricket. As Harris turns and runs into bowl. This is a longer over than you might have thought because of the no ball. Good fielding though there at mid-on, stops Ambrose getting a single. Murtagh was the fielder there.
Yeah, very sharp fielding for Murtagh. That is important. They've got to save every run they can. It's a tight game. I'm hopeful that Warwickshire won't collapse like that, but this could be a really, really close game. So every run is vital. Every stop, every mistake is going to count.
Well, Clark and Barker batted very well, didn't they?
They did. Whether we can rely on 83. I was also working out Warwickshire 47 runs down on the batsman out so far compared to first innings.
Really?
And whether they can rely on Clark to get 83 again, we shall see.
Harris bowling again to Ambrose. Ambrose beaten outside off stump, and he's squared off completely there with his bat right in front of his body, through to the wicketkeeper Simpson, and they'll be wondering how that didn't find an edge.
Mind you, Ambrose is already 6 runs ahead of what he got in the first innings, so he's going to improve on that. And Trot is close to his first innings score of 49. And the main loss of runs obviously is Matt Lamb, who 51 of the first innings, out for 4 this time.
Trot wants a drink. He's waving over to, not to us, but to someone just below us on the balcony. As Harris comes into bowl the last ball of his over, Ambrose drives, and that will be 4, will it? It's the fielder out on the boundary, won't quite reach it. It's Compton down there at cover point, and it's a good drive to end the over from Ambrose. A boundary to him. He moves to 14 from his 20 deliveries. Trots on 41, and the score and the lead 109 for Warwickshire, 4 wickets down.
Still remarkable similarities really with the first innings. Warwickshire lost both wickets, less than 20 on the board in both innings, then a 50 partnership for the third. A 4th wicket partnership in the first innings was a bit more lucrative, but I mean, they were 119 for 4, 141 for 5. Here they are at 109 for 4. So whether they can rely on the second half of the innings to more than double the score again this time is they'll try and avoid that having to happen. But certainly did happen in the first innings. 141 for the first half of the innings, and just short of 200, 193 for the second. So, still 50 overs left of the day. Still 18 overs then till tea. So, still, they got 2 wickets this session. Middlesex, as I was saying at the start, would need 3 or 4, I would think, this session at least. And they've still got time to get a couple more.
Standing up to him here as well there.
Yes, Ryan Higgins.
Simpson.
Going to Jonathan Trot on 41. So 2 slips and a gully still. There's a field of shortish now and cover. Still 3 men on the boundary to Trot. Higgins in, and Trot leaves that as well wide. Wicketkeeper actually spills it, but doesn't cost him anything. He scampers over and gathers it.
We were just chatting about the Bears. Did you see them on your way out yesterday?
It was yes, yeah.
They're going to have a bear hunt around the whole of Birmingham. They're going to place them all over the city, I gather.
Lovely. And
then sell them off for children's charity for the end of the hunt.
Higgins in, and that's well wide. That's left. So we can keep it. He's bowled well. Higgins just occasionally been a bit offline, mind you. Has got wickets with a couple of wildish deliveries to Sam Hain. 109 for 4. That's Higgins comes in to bowl to Trot, who leaves that. Taken cleanly this time by Simpson, not making Trot play at the moment. Higgins. Trot has been pretty patient, 41 off 92 balls. Warwickshire's second 50 came off 98 balls, the first game of 106, both of them saw 2 wickets lost. Warwickshire 109 for 4 now, which means they lead for up by 109 since the scores were level at the end of first innings. They were going along quite nicely for the third wicket until they lost 2 wickets in quick succession. Sam Hain for the second innings in a row, chasing a wildish delivery by Ryan Higgins to be caught at slip. It was 35 in the first innings, 37 in the second, and Matt Lamb, unable to reproduce his excellent first innings, he hit one lovely cover drive for 4 before he got a good ball, it must be said, one that rose on him, and he was caught behind for 4. Jonathan Trot doing a good job for Warwickshire. He's on 41. Tim Ambrose on 14. The game's still finely poised with Warwickshire 109 for 4. That one left outside off stump, so there's no run. And let's see whether the studio only needs to see my number to know what I'm about to tell them, or whether I have to actually speak to them. Because we're getting music in our ears we shouldn't be getting. In comes a Higgins to bowl, and that's played up the onside for no run. Can you get rid of Q from ISTM?
So end of the over from Higgins. 1 for 18 so far in his 8 overs. 109 for 4 is the total at the end of that over. And we were just saying maybe 200 would be the minimum that they would be happy to set, and then it just becomes how close. And I gathered from Phil that he'd spoken to Nick Compton, who'd said 275 would be the limit of what they would be happy to chase. Really,
as you're going to see a spin with Ollie Rayner in now. His first ball of the second innings. Scores elsewhere. I'm sort of writing off England's game as with England's huge score, but actually South Africa made a decent start, although possibly not quick enough. 51 without loss in the 13th over, chasing 374 to beat England. Sri Lanka 29 for 1 in the 10th over, chasing 233 to beat India, and Pakistan on a spot of bother 33 for 3, chasing 291 to beat Australia. That's all in the Women's World Cup. It's looking increasingly likely to be a draw at the Oval. Surrey 267 for 4 now. They were just in a spot of bother earlier, but they're 381 behind. Rory Burns is unbeaten on 119. Where else? So Somerset still ticking along slowly but surely, 80 for 1, which means they lead Yorkshire by 135 at Scarborough. Second Division Derbyshire 141 for 4, that's at Chesterfield. They lead Durham by 208.
As Rayner comes into bowl, first of his overs in this second innings.
And over 1,000 runs now at Beckenham for 11 wickets. Northamptonshire 354 for 4, replying to Kent 701 for 7.
Ambrose defends the first ball from Rayner. Second one comes in, flicks it out towards Sterling under the hat in mid-wicket.
Sussex not finding it too easy. Arundel 180 for 6 against Leicestershire, first day there. And Oxford University all out for 212, giving Cambridge a 13-run lead at Fenners.
Rayner bowls outside leg stump, and that's flicked off his pads by Ambrose, and they'll take a single to Higgins out there on the left hand, on the leg side. 110 for 4. Is that as fiercely competed for as the boat race or the last two match in the rugby,
so.
The cricket? Yeah, it's kind of I've always wondered about. You have one match all year, for instance, in the rowing, and if you lose it, as Rayner bowls, defended by Trot, you have to live with that for the rest of the year, and possibly even longer if you don't get in the team again, and or if you're leaving. And that must put a lot of pressure on them for those matches. I know most people see them as a sort of maybe a bit amateur, a bit of a bygone age. As the ball comes in from a throw from the mid-wicket area from Higgins, it's Rayner can't get the ball to the stumps before the run is taken by Trot, who moves to 42. Ambrose on strike on 15, 111 for 4. Rayner in the sunglasses, bowls, and that's flicked out to the leg side again. It's an easy run they've taken a few times in this over, just out to enter the leg side, and that is the end of Rayner's first over. The big man wanders off to his position in the field, which will be mid-on by the looks of things. 112 for 4.
We had a slightly odd achievement. I think it was the time of a varsity match where Paul Best, sadly had to retire early because of back problems, but he played a first-class match and a county T20 match on the same day. He played, I think it was a varsity game, certainly he was playing for Cambridge University, it's certainly a first-class match, I think it was against Oxford. And he was able to leave that game at tea, I think either the game was over or he was able to leave anyway at tea, and that evening he joined the Warwickshire squad, I think at Taunton, to play a T20 match against Somerset that day.
So he'd already got his eye in.
So Ryan Higgins here to continue, 1 for 18 of his 8 overs, 112 for 4. These two trying to steady the ship after 2 wickets fell in quick succession, and Tim Ambrose plays that one into the deep for 2. That's good running if he makes it, mind. It was a little bit tight, but that is a good running from Tim Ambrose. Thought that was going to be a single, but he took on the throw for the second run. And Ambrose on to 18, 114 for 4. It's beginning to be a bit of a partnership between these two now, which Warwickshire needed. 29 they've added after 2 wickets, as they fell in quick succession. And they'll want a lot more. Higgins comes into bowl, and Ambrose drives at that to mid-off. There's no run.
It's not the same as in football when you sometimes see John Smith on the team sheet and you think, oh, there we go, this guy's a ringer, especially if he starts playing brilliantly and scoring a load of goals. But that's obviously frowned upon by any of the professionals do it, but I think Brian Clough used to allow them.
Higgins comes into bowl, and that's left, taken by the wicket keeper. 114 for 4. And
I think you were saying that, or Phil was saying, there's a couple of the guys who've been playing for their club as well.
Yeah, well, the Warwickshire players do play in the Birmingham League. Obviously, not the ones that are regular first teamers don't play, but most of them are assigned to a Birmingham League club in case Warwickshire want to give them a run out if they're coming back for injury or whatever, or if they've not been in the team for a while. That's played down towards fine leg, and that will be a couple of runs for Ambrose. He moves on to 20. So, yes, Matt Lamb played for Barnt Green on Saturday, got 99 for them. 116 for 4.
It's so interesting, this game, because every time a couple of wickets come, then someone gets in and you think, oh, is it going back the other way?
That was left outside off stump by Ambrose. Taken low by the wicket-keeper. Good take from him. So the lead's 116. Scores level at the end of the first innings. And the game finally poised.
I think Ambrose, when he came in, the 2 wickets had just gone down very quickly, and you start to think, oh, this is this is a troublesome period. Ambrose is now on 20 and looking reasonably well set with Trot, and suddenly you think Middlesex are starting to think maybe we need another wicket quickly.
Ambrose has carved that one. There was a bit of excitement because I think he did hit it down, but Gully dived to his left, couldn't quite reach it. So here's a 4 for Tim Ambrose. It was a deliberate shot, but perhaps didn't go quite in the direction he intended. He's sort of practicing it now. He's on to 24, so 120 for 4 now, Warwickshire.
He's scoring at a good rate as well, Ambrose.
Yes, he does usually if he stays in. But, I wish I could do with a contribution from him here. I've got Jonathan Trot at one end. That will always give them some confidence if Trot's there. If other players can play around him, then what should be ticking them off steadily, as you say. The first target, I guess, would be to get to 200 and then take it from there. Still got work to do that. 120 for 4. Won't quite be playing for tea yet, but still 15 overs shy of that.
And it will be Rayner to continue from the Birmingham end. Short run up, just a few paces, runs in, and Trot steers that wide of the slip, and it will run down towards the third man boundary. They'll take 2 there as Compton comes across and retrieves that ball just before it reaches the boundary rope. And I think it's quite a hot afternoon out there now. I think there were a few people at lunch who were saying how warm it was. As Rayner prepares to come in for his second ball of the over. Trot on strike, having added 2 more there. He's on 44. Rayner bowls, Trot sweeps, and doesn't get all of that, but it will run away, and they'll look to 2 again. And fielded by Higgins just down below us here at the pavilion end.
Well, it's a long old session as well. I mean, we've already had about just over an hour and a half, and we've got a best part of an hour still to go, so quite a long session for them out there in the field.
Rayner looking to try and find some turn. Bowls, Trot just knocks that down into the offside, and there will be no run.
And they are level with the over rate, and I think Warwickshire were slightly ahead at the end of the first inning, so they won't have to worry about that when they eventually get to bowl.
Rayner, and Trot steers that to the fielder at mid-wicket, who is Sterling, and there's no run. 124 for 4. Rayner bowls, and Trot well forward, just plays that down into the pitch, and there's no run. The final ball of the over from Ollie Rayner. Bowls, and Trot steps into that and drives it down the ground. They will have at least 2 here, possibly 3, as he's looking to turn for 3 here, Trot, and he will keep the strike at the end of the over, and that was neatly done. Just sent it beyond the fielder down there at mid-on, and away it went. 3 runs added at the end of the over. 127 for 4, and he's on the cusp of a half-century, Trot. As
he was in the first innings and didn't get it. Rayner only bowled 10 overs in the first innings. It got after him a little bit. He went for 33. We saw Jitan Patel bowl 16 overs in the Middlesex innings. He took 3 for 29, but he swears blind there is no spin out there. But whether there will be when he gets to bowl in the second innings, time will tell. Which I need to make sure they have runs available to them to test that out. And this one too close to call, as they say in American elections.
That Tim Murtagh coming off just for a break.
Well, we've got James Harris coming on the bowling, replacing Higgins. Higgins now 9 overs, 1 for 26.
I think Murtagh's just been replaced temporarily by the 12th man.
Harris 7 overs, 1 for 30 so far. Well, they've taken a slip out, but they have put him in a sort of attacking position. They're putting the slip to a shortish mid-wicket position, 4 pitches away, a slip and a gully. Quite defensive from Dowbalan. He's got 2 men on the leg side boundary, 1 in the offside sweeper position. Doesn't want to leak runs. Harris comes in and Trot plays that to away for a 50 to back of square leg, so he missed out narrowly first time round. He doesn't miss second time round, and Jonathan Trot raises his bat 50 off 104 balls, 4 fours, and it's 126th time in his first class career that he's gone on. He's brought up a 50, and he turns it into 100 roughly one every 3 times. He's scored 43 centuries. Harris to Ambrose, who drives that to mid-on. It's cut off, and there is no run.
Harris has changed ends, so looking for some magic from the pavilion end now.
I'm going to stick at it. Middlesex again, as it was the case the first innings, only 2 wickets away from being really on top. As it is, they're probably about evens as they come in. As he comes in to bowl Harris, and Ambrose hits off his toe. Strange sort of shot. It, took one hand off the bat in the end. Maybe made a slightly clunky contact on that. Played to mid-on for no run. It promises, assuming that, as I say, Warwickshire or indeed Middlesex don't collapse like a house of cards, it promises to be an absolutely intriguing day tomorrow with all results possible. And if Warwickshire find themselves in a position where they have to make decisions, they're going to be difficult decisions to make in terms of whether when they come out. Harris comes into bowl to Ambrose, and he beats him outside off stump, forward offensive. In a funny sort of way, Warwickshire's best chance might be that they don't have to make a decision as to when to declare, because much as they need to win this game, they'll also be desperate not to lose it.
Yeah, that will be in the back of their minds. They've played pretty attacking cricket in the game. They've always been looking to try and turn the screw, and Middlesex at times maybe could have had an extra slip in, could have been a little bit more attacking.
A little bit. I sort of understand. Harris comes into bowl, and that's clipped straight to mid-wicket, and it's a well stopped there. Clearly, Downland's conscious it's a very close game, and he doesn't want to concede a lot of boundaries. And there's still plenty of time left in the match, but just wonder whether he's not been a little too cautious. Well, Hayne and Trot in particular were very good at finding the gaps and keeping the scoreboard moving with singles. Still those options there for Ambrose. Comes in, does Harris wearing number 5, right arm over, and it's pushed out, and Ambrose is scampered through for a single. That's well run. Here the Warwickshire crowd, and no doubt the Warwickshire changing room, applauding every run that's taken. 25 to Ambrose, 129 for 4. Ambrose did call to the restaurant. I think he just wants a drink, or does he want a change of clothes? Well, the 12th man, Mark Adair's taking no chances. He's coming out with a whole host of things. He's got towels, spare shirts.
Yeah, he's way down, isn't he?
And drinks, of course. So Tim initially is going to have a drink at any rate, and so is Jonathan Trot. Jonathan Trot's popped a pill there, so when the heat's getting to him a bit, he's got a bit of a headache, don't know, but anyway, he's
could of course might be hay fever.
It could be.
Something
there
like
is
that.
a fair amount of pollen around, I think, at the moment. I noticed that way in this morning, so it could be that. Having another drink. He doesn't look greatly troubled, I must say. Now pouring a drink over his head, so I hope it's water.
Yeah.
Otherwise that'll be rather sticky.
It obviously is hot though,
Yeah.
I know they're used to batting in, certainly Jonathan Trott has batted all over the world. It's been used to batting in very, very hot conditions, but I was down at Queen's a couple of weeks ago for the tennis, and it was when that heat wave was hitting London. It was about 35 degrees, 34, 35 degrees, and sitting in the crowd was hot enough, and you were watching these players, playing at full pelt in those conditions. And I asked Joe Wilfred Songer afterwards, I said, what was that like? I know you play around the world, and he said, yeah, it's nice and hot. And I was like, nice and hot to play, that level of tennis. And I always think the same for these batsmen out there, having to concentrate so hard and when the sun's beating down, and tiring for the field as well, especially if they're being worked around. Rayner to resume from the Birmingham end, and Ambrose with a nice looking drive into the onside, acrobatically fielded.
I haven't seen that field so much in this match. It's quite common these days to have the two fielders there, both on the leg side, around about sort of mid wicket side by side, both.
Rayner bowls again. I think that's from the last over. They got a bit miffed because they just sort of milked it, didn't they, on that leg side? Just kept. I think they had 4 singles from the 6 balls. They were just prodded into the leg side.
Both wearing the white hats as well, the same white hats as well. Yes, they've taken one of the men out of the boundary. Perhaps with that in mind.
Rayner bowls again, and it's again pushed into that leg side area. Sterling is there to field. No run. 129 for 4 Warwickshire. Trot's reached his 50. Ambrose halfway there on 25. Rayner bowls. Ambrose rocks back and cuts that away. There will be a single to the fielder Compton down there at the point boundary, and that will bring Trot back onto strike. Rayner just being told to wait by the umpire as Trot makes his mark and goes through his familiar routine before taking his guard. Rayner bowls. Trot turns that into the leg side, and there is a single this time. And the 12th man comes around and grabs it, and that will be 131 for 4.
A couple of singles taking this over, which is steadily accumulating.
Rayner in towards Ambrose, who turns that off his legs, and that will be a single to the one man who's out in the deep on the leg side.
Tim Murtagh returning for Middlesex onto the field. 132 for 4, so these two experienced players steady things after 2 wickets fell in quick succession. We haven't seen any real collapses in this game apart from at the tail of the respective innings. Warwickshire did lose their last 3 wickets for 4 runs, and Middlesex would have been something similar, but apart from that we've seen 2 wickets fall in quick succession a few times, but not really 3.
That's what's kind of made it so intriguing, because every time you think one team's just getting a really strong foothold, the other one bounces back, and that's been the case with this partnership. It's only 3 runs short of 50 now.
So Harris to continue. No real sign of Rayner getting turned, which might not be bad news for Middlesex. They wouldn't particularly want it to start turning square. Harris comes in the bowl, that's driven to mid-on for no run by Ambrose.
Yeah, Rayner gives the other bowlers a break, but he hasn't looked dangerous so far.
No, but he's also not conceding too many runs, so that's okay, as long as he's not doing that. First innings, Warwickshire just have a little go at him, see if they could force him out of the attack. On the 42nd over, so they're only halfway through the use of this ball. In comes Harris to bowl to Ambrose. Oh, and that's kept low, and that's gone through everything, and that's the wicketkeeper couldn't take that. It was so low, it's hit the wicketkeeper in the body. Ambrose has come back for 2. I think it's going to be buys, or did he get? He got something on it. He got a slightest edge on it. Not a chance, because it's scuttled along the ground, hit the wicketkeeper, and it's gone for 2. And there have been a few from this pavilion now. It hasn't been for a while, but there were a few sort of either side of lunch. Just occasionally keep very low, and that one did, and Ambrose did well just to get a bit of bat to that and move on to 29.
Could have so easily been out. That was very close to being bowled.
Harris in again, and that one is a bit of a leading edge from Ambrose. He's going to get runs for it again though onto the offside, and that's the 50 partnership completed. Just what Warwickshire needed, their second 50 partnership of the innings. I think it is about their 5th of the match. They haven't managed a century partnership yet. In the first innings, 2, 3. So it's the 5th 50 partnership of the match. They haven't yet been able to convert any of them to 3 figures. 136 for 4.
Crowd certainly knew about that one. They were applauding that 50 partnership very quickly.
And as next one, he turns around his pads. A well-placed single for Tim Ambrose. He's on to 32. And it's 137 for 4. Middlesex Fields trying to encourage each other. They've got to keep going. It's not going for them right at this very moment, but we've seen the game change so often that they've just got to keep believing. Harris into bowl to Trot, and Trot pushes out to the offside, and there is no run.
They just have to think that, if another wicket falls now, and the scoreboard looks very good from their point of view again. Just as it's starting to look like Warwickshire are getting ahead again, maybe Middlesex, just hit back, and that's been the way of it, and that's why it's made it such a great match to watch. Normally you have one team very much in the ascendancy and the other one trying to fight back, but this one, it's just been so topsy-turvy.
Harris in. Oh, that one kept very, very low. It was wide of off stump, so it didn't trouble Jonathan Trott, but it kept incredibly low. And it goes through to the wicket keeper. 137 for 4. It's becoming a bit of an issue.
You're absolutely right. It's from this end of the ground, the pavilion end. The fast bowler, when they're bowling at the batsman at the Birmingham end, there's a lot of variable bounce. There's been a couple of them squirted up, but there's been the even more worrying probably are those ones that really stay low, and that is what Middlesex at the moment will be looking to exploit. But I'm sure that the Warwickshire bowlers will be thinking, wow, let me bowl from this end. Certainly Barker and Clark will probably be fighting for who's going to bowl from this pavilion end. As Rayner's going to continue from the Birmingham end. 0 for 13 from his 3 overs. Trot past his 50-51, not out. Ambrose on 32. Rayner just removes something from his run-up. Wipes his brow and then comes into bowl to Ambrose, who is well forward, foot to the pitch of the ball, plays it down into the ground, and there's no run. 137 for 4 Warwickshire. Rayner bowling again. That's flicked off his legs by Ambrose to the fielder. That's silly mid-on, there's no run. Rayner again bowls. Ambrose rocks back and cuts that in front of square, and it will be fielded by Compton down there at point, and a single taken again. Good partnership this for Warwickshire after the worries over those 2 wickets lost. Rayner bowls. Defensive shot down the track from Trot, no run. 2 balls to come still from Rayner.
$138 for 4, enjoying a good partnership between Tim Ambrose on 33, Trot on 51. They lead by 138, 138 for 4. Warwickshire 138 for 4 here. Tim Ambrose and Jonathan Trott putting on a good partnership. They've got past the 50 mark. Ambrose 33, Trott on 52. Warwickshire lost 2 wickets in quick succession just not long after lunch, when they lost Sam Hayne, who was looking good before he was caught in the slips for 37, and then Matt Lamb for 4. But Ambrose and Trott are steady things. The occasional balls keeping very low, particularly from the pavilion end, but these two are eking Warwickshire towards some sort of total. They're 139 for 4 after 43 overs. It's going to be Is it you due a break or is it me? I can never remember. Is it you?
I have to tell you, Clive, I've completely lost the.
Yeah, I think it is.
as well.
I think it is. Yeah, that's right, isn't it, Phil? Yeah, yeah. See, we've got. Thank you, Andy Rowley. We've got 10 overs to go till tea, and that's run down to third man by Jonathan Trot for 4. He's on to 56, and it's 143 for 4. And Phil Britt back with us.
Good afternoon again. 10 overs till tea, I heard you say. Gosh.
Yeah, it's some match this now, isn't it? We have now, probably haven't quite, but we're pretty close now to reaching the stage where we are. So we're not going to finish today. I was just making the point to Andy earlier when I started my commentary stint that a big collapse from Warwickshire might still have made it possible for the game to finish today, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen now. Harris into bowl to Trot, who drives that and doesn't get it past Paul Sterling, so there's no run. Trot looking good on 56, dare we say it, so he's past his first innings score. Tim Ambrose as well past his first innings score. If Ricky Clark can get past his first innings score, then Warwickshire will have done very well.
But gradually creeping this lead up, aren't they? 143.
They are now better off than they were in the first innings, but then of course they did have a couple of good partnerships after the first 5 wickets. I can't guarantee they're going to replicate those again. That one's played by Trot down to a wide leg for a single. He's on to 57. They were 141 for 5 in the first innings when they haven't had a decent third wicket stand. There's lost wickets 4 and 5 fairly early, and then rallied after that. I was saying to Andy that we're a long way from that being the case yet, but Harris comes into bowl to Ambrose, and Ambrose guides that down towards third man. It will be stopped, a tumbling stop by Helm, who just deflects the ball and ends up conceding a third run as a result. Or was that a 4th run? Did they run 4 there? Who was on strike?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
no, they didn't. They got 3.
Ambrose,
It was Ambrose who played the
Ambrose
shot.
on to 36, 147 for 4. I was just making the point that if it gets that stage, that where Warwickshire actually are still batting tomorrow and have to make a decision, I think it's going to be a very difficult decision to make.
Well, they really have to go for the win.
Well, but Harris comes into bowl, and that's playing the onside. And Ambrose has come a long way down, but he gets back, and that's hurt Trot. He's
done a Compton.
Yeah, that's he's rubbing his knee, so I think that's hit him on the inside of the knee. They do need to win it, but at the same time they'll be desperate not to lose it, because they know a draw rather, it's not ideal, but then they've got another chance. They'll play Middlesex at Lords, they'll still be 30 odd points behind, 6 games to go. That's not completely insurmountable.
Some toughness there,
but if they lose it, they're sort of nearly 50 points adrift, and that does make it look tough. So yes, they desperately want to win, but how much will they be willing to gamble, I wonder? We may never know, because they may well get bowled out, but if they don't, it'll be interesting. Harris comes in to bowl to Trot, who seems to have recovered from that blow and plays it down to fine leg for a single. He's on to 58 now, and of course he's the captain, so in theory I'm sure he'll get plenty of people helping him, but in theory it'll be his decision, especially if he's still out there himself. 148 for 4.
Quite sure what that was for.
No,
you've got quick info on there. No, they haven't just got so many first-class runs or something.
Don't think so. Certainly not Trot.
Ambrose has already reached his 11,000 or 10,000, whatever it was last time.
Well, unless they're applauding from the fact that Trot has gone past 17,200.
Seems so. Anyway, it's going to be Ollie Rayner to continue at the Birmingham end. 148 for 4. In he comes and bowls, and Trot plays this one to mid wicket, and There's no run. He just clipped this one off his toes.
You say Tim Ambrose had already gone past 10,000?
Yeah, he got it in the last game.
Okay.
This one has Trot pushing forward and fielded by Rayner. His fifth over. .48 for 4. Here's Rayner comes in and gives that plenty of air, and Trot is forward studiously and pushes that down the ground. There's no run.
Trot and Ambrose have shared one big partnership so far this season.
Sweeps or attempts a sweep and just wraps the pad as he was trying to sweep it away down the leg side. Rayner sort of started to appeal, then realised it wouldn't hit another set of stumps. In he comes again and bowls, and Trot driving will get a single up to sort of a long on, which is a sort of halfway back. It's like a deep mid-on, really, as opposed to a long on.
They used to have actually shared Warwickshire's biggest partnership of the season so far. That was against Somerset at Taunton. Not that high for a biggest, 146 they put on at Taunton for the 5th wicket.
Rayner bowls, Ambrose runs it away into the offside. There's no run. End of another over, 149 for 4. We have got 40 overs remaining in the day. So, in theory, 8 more to tea, but yesterday they came off early.
Yeah, but
they?
that would have been because the timings would have changed, I think, because of the delay, which we haven't had. Well, the delayed start, wasn't it? We had a delayed start by 5 minutes, so that, I suppose, was the reason for that. We haven't had such a delay here. No weather interruptions. So, Tom Helm to continue. With, to resume, I should say, to start bowling. He's on 2 for 33, Tom Helm. Got the wickets in this innings of Andrew Umeed for 10. Before that, he got William Porterfield for 0. Porterfield caught the second slip. Umeed LBW, the one that kept low. And he replaces Harris on for 45 in his 10 overs. So can Tom Helm, who got one to really lift sharply against Jonathan Trot in his previous spell. Can he hit that spot again? Comes in to bowl to Trot with a slip. He pitches that one up, and Trot turns it round his pads to mid-wicket for a single. Man on the boundary there. That's 150 up for Warwickshire. And it's come off 272 balls, so they've got a bit of a shift on. They've gone from 100 to 150 in 68 balls, their quickest 50, and the first one in which they haven't lost any wickets. Elsewhere in the Women's World Cup, South Africa making a fist of it, although I think they're well behind the run rate, but they're 114 without loss, chasing 374 to beat England at Bristol. They are in the 23rd over. Helm in, and that's edged down by Ambrose. You'll certainly get one, they will get a second. Ambrose sprints through to move on to 38, 152 for 4. Sri Lanka 59 for 2, chasing 233 to beat India. They've had 19 of their 50 overs, 61 for 2 now. Pakistan in trouble, 65 for 5 after 26 overs, chasing 291 to beat Australia. Won all their games so far. In the Championship, Surrey have lost a 5th wicket. There's still no work to do to avoid the follow-on. They're 297 for 5, 351 behind Hampshire. In comes Helm, and that's hit uppish but perfectly safe down to fine leg by Ambrose for a single. Rory Burns though is still there on 132 for Surrey. Somerset have lost the second wicket, 122 for 2. They lead Yorkshire by 177. Second division, Derbyshire have suffered a bit of a collapse. Could be a good game at Chesterfield. Derbyshire 164 for 7, lead Durham by 231. As in comes Helm, and that's clipped down. Oh, that's a nice shot from Trot. Moved across the stumps. They got that very fine. So though there's a fielder at long leg, he couldn't reach it. 4 runs to Trot. He moves on to 64, 157 for 4. And the runs piled on now is 1,100 runs, just shy of, for 11 wickets. So they're averaging 100 per wicket. Northamptonshire 397 for 4. replying to Kent's 701 for 7 declared. You think that's quite a flat pitch, don't you think?
Is that Canterbury? Oh no, it's Beckenham. Beckenham, isn't it? Beckenham, yeah.
219 for 6 Sussex against Leicestershire at Arundel, first day there. 219 for 7 now, in fact, they are. And Cambridge 21 without lost lead, Oxford by 34. Helm into bowl, that's short and that's rising, and it's fended away from his chest by Trot. But that was a good delivery, actually well played in the end by Trot. And a good sharp delivery from Tom Helm, he's produced 1 or 2. And Trot's on to 66 now, 159 for 4.
They're scoring quite quickly here, these two. The board's ticking along quite nicely from Warwickshire's point of view. That it's still not that easy, the batting, but it's been helped a little bit by, I think, a little bit wayward, some of Helm in this particular over.
Helm into bowl to Trot, last ball of the over. And Trot plays that one nicely into a gap. Again, the men back on the boundary is able to get an easy single. He's on to 67. It's 160 for 4, Warwickshire. This is turning into a really significant partnership for them. 75 added.
Yes, and it's the sort of stand which Warwickshire were hoping to get, having lost those 2 wickets quickly. Sam Hain and Matt Lamb going in consecutive overs. These two have steadied the ship, which the experienced Ambrose, 2 former international players. That's what Warwickshire would hope. Them in the middle order, the middle order, which regularly outscores the back end 5 wickets, outscored the front 5 quite regularly, and it really hoping for that type of performance again. Rayner continuing from the Birmingham end, and Jonathan Trott on 67 goes back and clips this one down in front of him, and Rayner runs across, almost pushing Ambrose out of the way to get to the ball to prevent the run. He turns, he gets through his overs fairly quickly. He's in his 6th over. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Trot reaches forward. Just plays the ball down in front of him, and Simpson comes round and does the fielding from behind the stumps. Trot goes back, and he's not going to be rushed. Rayner now on his way in, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Trot turns this one to Sterling at mid-wicket. There's no run. 160 for 4 it remains. Lots of blue sky overhead, the sun's shining, it's been a beautiful day. Warwickshire trying to make advantages. He turns this one, but again Sterling's quickly onto it, and Trot thought about calling Ambrose through for the single, but decided against it. He's in and bowls, and this one he turns to just behind square on the onside, and there's no run. Murtagh comes in from deep backward point and does the fielding. Rayner in. Trot is working this one away through the vacant mid-wicket area down to fielder down, coming in off the Helm, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. Both men are batsmen are going to have a drink.
Wicket-keeper, isn't it, actually?
The wicket-keeper's having one, yeah. Jonathan Trott coming wandering
Jonathan says,
over.
"Where's mine?"
He wants something as well.
Yeah, he wants a drink.
Yeah, he wants a drink. Come back. He says, Jonathan Trott, I'll have one too. He tipped most of it over his head last time.
6 overs still to go. So he took a pill as well last time as well, but look, he needs one this time. 6 overs to go till tea then. And Warwickshire, again, this match has gone back and forth. He's beginning to, you think, move Warwickshire's way a little bit. I'm not sure the umpire's too impressed by these prolonged drinks breaks. I think Neil Mallander's just got his arms spread to see what's going on. But both teams took them anyway. So
it is a bit warm though.
It is warm, it's hot work. Maybe he was saying, "Where's mine?"
Could be.
Anyway, 161 for 4. Beautiful day, absolutely absorbing match, which Swinging Warwickshire's way now, can quickly swing the other way.
It's days like today that we miss an ice cream van at Edgbaston.
Yes, we often hear one, don't we?
Yeah, but it goes past so quick though, doesn't it?
This next one is a run down. That's a nicely placed shot by Trot, and that's going to be a chase on the man from deeper backward point. Has to field that at third man. It's 2 runs for Trot, fielded there by James Harris, and Trot's on to 70 now. His good form this season continues. Goodness me, Warwickshire have needed it, because
he's been the outstanding batsman by a long, long way this season, hasn't he? Just holding things up, because dropped a third man in place now to negate that shot.
First time I think I've seen one this match, I think, at third man that I can remember. And Trot drives that. It's well fielded, well picked up by Paul Sterling. He's got that from his one-day internationals, no doubt. It was a very good, clean pick-up, preventing any run.
Yes, it was nicely played by Trot. He drove it away towards the gap between extra cover and mid-off, but Sterling was quickly onto it, and one-handed grab.
It's past 800 first-class runs for the season now. Trot, he hits that one off his toes to mid-arm. There'll be no run there. Tim Murtagh fields. 163 for 4.
Well, no need for the floodlights so far in this game.
Nope.
It's this is the sort of weather that they would have been hoping for the day-night, I think, last week. As it turned out, we've got complete contrast to this.
Helm into bowl, and that's short, and it's pulled by Trot. Where's that gone? Has that gone all the way? It's 6 for Jonathan Trot. It's Warwickshire's second 6 of their match, 17th of the season, and it's actually Jonathan Trot's 4th 6 of the season in the championship. Picked that one up over the 2 men on the boundary, but he placed it well. He's on to 76, 169 for 4. Jitan Patel remains Warwickshire's top 6 hitter this season, but Trot rejoins Ricky Clark on 4. Patel's hit 6.
Something of a rarity in the past 6s from Jonathan Trot, but it swiveled on that one and clipped it over the relatively short boundary.
Helm into bowl. That's left outside off stump by Jonathan Trot, and there's no run.
So you're skippering the side, and what do you see as being the target you'd be happy to go for and set?
I think I need to be closer to it in terms of how many overs left, how many runs to get. I wouldn't want to give Middlesex too much of a chance, but at the same time you need them to be in it just about, don't you? Helm coming to bowl to Trot, and that's wide of off stump. It played for a single, but you said earlier they are scoring at quite a good rate now, so he's beginning to look as if they could be 270, 280 ahead if things carry on, because things can change very dramatically. But if they carry on at the moment, 270, 280 ahead by the end of the day. An hour tomorrow gets them over 300, maybe 320, something like that, 330.
Much more than that, you're going to close it out in terms of getting the opposition to go for it.
Yeah, but as I say, I suspect, and I think I'll just about agree, that Warwickshire won't want to gamble too much. After all, I know that 2 balls will be keeping low, but Middlesex did make 330 in the first innings. What would you do then?
I wouldn't do it at this stage.
No.
I would leave my cards completely in my pocket.
Well, you asked me the question,
Yeah,
and now you're saying you're not going to answer it.
I didn't mean to say that.
Thank you very much.
Well, let me think in this over as Rayner comes in and bowls, and Trot cuts this one away, doesn't get hold of it properly, and it is fielded in the covers. I think they're going to be, by tonight, with 37 overs going, if they're scoring at this rate, another 110, I think they're going to be nearly 300 tonight. An hour tomorrow they'll be 350 if they've still got wickets in hand. He plays this one back to Rayner. 3:35 declare and set that at 12 o'clock tomorrow.
As you said, I don't think they'll even be thinking about it before tonight.
No,
And I don't think it'll cross their minds until tonight at the earliest. This is assuming they're not bowled out, of course,
Well,
which they may well be.
Rayner's next one is played back. And that's the we have to say, having seen Warwickshire play on many occasions this season, I wouldn't want to bet on them still being batting tonight. It's sometimes they've been very good and sometimes very poor. Rayner in again and bowls, and Trot is running this one up to mid-on. He thought he'd beaten him for a second, but a dive prevents a single, so he stays on 77. He's gone along really quickly this afternoon. He goes back and trying to turn this one down the leg side, but the ball bounces off the thigh pad and drops down in front of him. There's no run.
As I said before, I think Warwickshire's best chance of winning is probably for them to be bowled out, something like 280, 300 ahead.
This next one, Trot sweeps, but straight to Dernbach at deep backward square leg. It's the end of the over. I think we're going to see Jade Dernbach having a bowl from the pavilion end.
Tim Murtagh.
Sorry, Jade Dernbach.
Yeah,
what am I talking about?
Tim
Tim Murtagh.
He hasn't got tattoos, Tim Murtagh, as far as I can see.
Do you know, I have made that mistake on so many occasions over the years. Tim Murtagh.
So, 170 for 4. Still 4 overs to go till tea. Middlesex can get one before tea. That would lift them a bit. Otherwise, it could be a bit flat for them at the interval. Got two.
Sorry.
No, you can.
I was going to say, I think it's the first time he's bowled from this pavilion end, isn't it? He's bowled mainly from the Birmingham end.
So, he's none for 28 in 11. Yeah, I said at the start of the session that Middlesex would need at least 3 or 4 wickets to be happy. They've got 2 in quick succession, but the third's eluded them. Murtagh into Ambrose, pitches it up. Ambrose drives, good shot for nothing, straight to Sterling, who fields it, and there's no run.
Lovely confident flourish of the bat there from Tim Ambrose. Straight at Sterling, but he's obviously seeing it well, feeling comfortable.
Murtagh, number 34 on his back, so doesn't got a wicket in the second innings. Comes in from the pavilion end. Again, he's pitched it up. Again, it's driven down the ground, and again, it's a good piece of fielding. I'm not sure how he is. He'll be wearing a jumper without a number, but a very good piece of fielding at mid-off prevented runs. Is that Nick Compton?
No, I don't think that is. I think that might be David Mallon.
Yeah, makes sense the position he's in. Captaining the side.
Compton didn't have a sweater on earlier on today.
One is turned round to square leg by Tim Ambrose. He moves on to 40. 171 for 4. Crucial that Middlesex keep at it, keep on the toes, keep fielding well as they have done in this over. Apart from anything else, if they do find themselves having to save the game, then the harder they make it to score runs, the less they'll have to bat themselves. Sterling goes in close now. He's gone in from cover to about 3 pitches away, a shortish cover. Slip in the gully still in place for Trot. Murtagh to bowl to him over the wicket. It's going well down the leg side. Trot has a swing at it, misses. Taken by a tumbling wicketkeeper. He's kept wicket very well. John Simpson.
I think Trot might think he missed out there. Little glance on that. Nicked it away down fine. He would have picked up 4.
I think that was Milan there. Looks like he might be giving himself a little bowl. Bowl 1 over, I think, in the first innings. That's a 4 defensive by Trot. There's no run. Yeah, Just bowl one over for 1 run in the first innings, Milan. Maybe just try and bring himself on as a potential partnership breaker. Give it a go, see what happens.
Did himself a power of good in the T20. For the,
brilliant performance.
Fantastic.
Brilliant performance. In comes Murtagh to bowl to Trot. And that's played to mid-wicket for a single. It's always quite nice to see him. It's nice when someone those of us who cover county cricket regularly have been well aware of Milan for years. He's been around for, I think it's 12 years since he made his county debut. It's just really great to see him suddenly emerge in the England team and have all these national pundits suddenly go, who's this then? So tremendous performance from him.
The one which really sometimes annoys me is when people say, I've not seen him play before, and the guy's been around for a long time.
Well, it's going to be Ollie Rayner to continue for the time being.
I was a bit surprised, just talking on that, when they were talking about Mark Stoneman, and I think it was Trevor Bailey said, I've not seen him play live.
Well, I suppose they do have the selectors to do that, don't they? Yeah.
There's been quite a long spell with that in the international cricket where perhaps would have. It's only at the Oval as well, but anyway, whatever. 172 for 4, and it is going to be David Milan coming into the attack.
Sorry, my mistake.
Bowling, and his first ball, Trot goes back and pulls away through mid-wicket for a single. Just a loosener. It might be hot out there this afternoon, but he's still bowling with a short sleeve sweater on. 173 for 4, just adjusting the field, bringing backward point just a little bit squarer for Tim Ambrose, who is watchful of this second delivery. It was given plenty of air, and forward comes Ambrose and just runs it back up to the bowler. Ambrose waits as Milan is in again, and this one is full and swept. He puts his hand up in the air, whether he's looking for the ball to be thrown back to him. I don't think he was appealing for anything, David Milan. So one more. Murtagh does the fielding down below us. After his impersonation of Dernbach, he's now back to Murtagh again. 174 for 4. Trot back on strike, and he's watchfully playing that one back into the offside. No run. Ollie Rayner comes in from extra cover and does the fielding. Trot is just digging that one out. It drops down in front of him. No pace on the ball at all. It's really it's being lobbed more than pushed through by Milan. Here is the last ball of his first over. He's in, bowls. He gives that one a bit more of a tweak, and they drive it up to mid-on. Big throw, and terrific pick up and throw, which takes the middle stump out of the ground at the striker's end as Tim Ambrose was running to it. Fortunately for him and for Warwickshire, Ambrose was making good ground and pedalling fast when the ball came hurtling past him and took the stump out.
Yeah, probably would have gone to a TV umpire had there been one. But
Ryan Higgins, I think that might have been who did that. But
it was a very fine throw.
End of the over, 175 for 4.
Maybe Middlesex needs something like that to go for them to break this partnership and hope that they can get more wickets. It's just beginning to put them on the back foot here. Tim Murtagh comes into bowl to Trot, and Trot plays that to mid on the way. Milan bowl with a field well spread out. Almost looked as if they're beginning to think in terms of trying to make sure they don't lose the game, Middlesex. 175 for 4. Just
2 overs remaining before the tea interval.
In comes Mercer to bowl to Trot. And that's a bouncer. Trot. Oh, now they're appealing for a catch there, but Trot did leave his bat up in the air. I'm not sure how convinced the bowler was. He did ask the question. The wicketkeeper was keen. Certainly Trot did leave his bat, holding his bat upwards as he ducked under that. But, despite some impassioned appeals, the umpires ruled that it didn't hit the bat.
Steve Eskinazi was convinced he'd got a touch on that.
It's Mercer to Trot again, and Trot's played that to mid-wicket for a single. He's on to 81. 176 for 4. Which is biggest stand of the match now, this.
It would have been a poor way to get out had Trot got a little nick to that, because there was no intention to play the ball. It was just holding the bat, and must have been very close.
Mercer bowls to Ambrose, and that's worked away down to back of a point for a couple more runs for Ambrose. He's on to 43. Just got to do an update on BBC WM. Well, this match, which is swung back and forth, is swinging back Warwickshire's way at the moment. 178 for 4 in the second innings. That means they lead by 178 after the first innings scores were tied. And their biggest partnership of the match so far, worth 93 currently, between Tim Ambrose, who's on 43, and Jonathan Trot, who's on 81. Both looking pretty good. Trot did survive a appeal for catch behind a moment ago when he ducked under a bouncer and left his bat hanging in the air, but he was ruled not out, and this partnership has just put Warwickshire maybe back in the driving seat with a couple of overs to go till tea. They're 178 for 4. So
just this one over, this one ball in this over and one more over, and it'll be the tea break. So
Mercer comes in the bowl, been out there for over 2 hours and 20 minutes now, as Ambrose plays that to back a square leg for a single. He's on to 44, 179 for 4.
I was going to say Warwickshire picked up a weight of runs through that square on the offside and down backward point area in this session. Tim Ambrose particularly, I know he likes, that's one of his favourite scoring areas, but just wonder whether that could have been protected a little better. 179 of the two sides. In terms of what the session has gone, it looked at one stage as though Middlesex had got their foot on it, but on the throat. But these two have really battled Warwickshire back. I think it was starting to get them into a reasonable position here. Hit the last over before today, and this one is from Milan. But Ambrose looks to turn it on the onside, but can't get much on it. It bounces down, and just for a second he thought it might be running back into his stumps. He kicks it away.
134 for 2 this session.
This next one, a sharp throw, but it's gone. He's given him LBW, and David Milan has struck on tee. And just as we're saying, Warwickshire going along, Tim Ambrose is LBW for 44. He's not happy with that at all. You can see that from the reaction. Neil Mallender gave the decision, and as they walk off, Ambrose is it will be tea. It'll be tea early as the 5th wicket falls. Ambrose walks off, and Warwickshire lose their 5th wicket. 179 for 5.
Ambrose in just clearly very unhappy. He's actually in some danger of getting himself into trouble there. He clearly showed his feelings there. Whether he feels he got some bat on it, or whether he just felt he was that far outside the line of off stump, but he clearly feels he's been on the end of a tough decision. But vital wicket for Middlesex keeps him in the hunt. Still, Warwickshire can't manage the century partnership in the innings. They got very close to it that time, but maybe a bit of bad luck, but whatever it is, Ambrose goes for 44, 179 for 5. Still, though, I think Warwickshire's session, despite the loss of that 3rd wicket of it, The 179 for 5, they lead by 179, still got 5 wickets left, and are in a good position to set Middlesex a decent target. So we'll be back in 20 minutes time, or just under. Well, welcome back. Bell's just rung. That should be a few minutes before they come out. But this absolutely fascinating match continues to fascinate. Warwickshire 179 for 5. They lost Tim Ambrose just before tea. He clearly looked upset to be given LBW. You're not supposed to respond like that, of course. You might get into a bit of trouble, but clearly felt he was very hard done by. But he was given LBW to Dowd Milan for 44 after a big stand of 94. Which just swung things Warwickshire's way a bit, but they still got work to do. Jonathan Trot's still there in 81, and now it's going to be crucial from Warwickshire's point of view that the remainder of their batting pushes the score on, Middlesex will feel they can. They ran through the last few wickets of Warwickshire's innings very quickly in the first innings, so they can get a couple more than they might feel. They can rattle this out nice and quickly and give themselves a realistic target to chase. Let's just run through what's going on elsewhere. England well on the way to victory. South Africa 178 for 3. This is in the Women's World Cup. South Africa 178 for 3. They've got 16 overs to score 196 more to win. And it looks like India and Australia will probably maintain 100% records. Possibly the game at Derby is a little closer. Sri Lanka 95 for 3, but they are on the 35th over, chasing 233 to beat India. And Pakistan are in all sorts of trouble, 98 for 7, chasing 291 to beat Australia. In the championship, lost 5 for 5, just a day left, of course, in that match, like all the others. And they're 343 behind, so I think, judging from where that game's gone, it may be asking Hampshire a lot to get 15 wickets, which is now on the close tomorrow. Somerset 141 for 2. They lead Yorkshire by 196. That game certainly seems to be swinging their way. Derbyshire 185 for 7 lead Durham by 252 in the second division at Chesterfield. That could be a good day tomorrow. And the runs just keep coming at Beckenham. I think we can safely say this one's going to be a draw. Northants 421 for 4. With Max Holden having completed a century. Max Holden, of course, of Middlesex, is he not? He's on loan there. So there we are. There's a Middlesex player who's made a century today, which they probably wish they could transfer those runs onto this game. But he's 111 not out, and Northants are 421 for 4, 416 for 4. Now, 421 for 4. Right, you were replying to Kent's 701 for 7, and Sussex got to tear that any further damage. 248. Oh, crumbs, what's happening to my computer? 248 for 7 against Leicestershire, and in the varsity match, Cambridge 32 with that loss leads Oxford by 45 at Fenners. So we're going to have the completion of Darren Milan's over, and Ricky Clark, who made 83 in the first innings, comes back in. He's batting with Jonathan Trot, who's an 81. Vital for someone from Warwickshire to build another partnership with Trot, who's going so well. Milan into bowl, and Clark works that one away straight away into the deep for a single. Good start from him. 180 for 5. Well, we said anything over 200 is a start for Warwickshire, but to really get into a commanding position, they've got to get into the high 200s, the 270s, 280s, I would have thought, to really get into a commanding position.
It's been a great match. There's been no point where it's drifted at all. You've always felt that this could be the crucial session. It's just every time another wicket happens, the shoe sort of is on the other foot, and Warwickshire, if they could have just got to tee, would have had a very nice break there, but having lost that wicket, it's different thinking.
Trot plays that to mid-off. Still think it was Warwickshire's session by a fair way, but they do need at least one more notable partnership, you would think. Milan tosses the ball from one hand to the other, and Trot plays that on the offside. It could be a good situation for Jitan Patel if his batting comes off, which it has done the last 2 or 3 innings. If he can hit the ball about a bit, get a few quick runs, a quick 30 or 40 for him could be really valuable for Warwickshire. Trot works that one into the offside for a single, and there is a little bit of a tail for Warwickshire. You've got Keith Barker next, who's been in very good form this season, made 49 in the first innings. Then you've got Jitan Patel, who sometimes comes off when he hits it, and then you've got George Panay and Boyd Rankin, both of whom were out pretty quickly in the first innings. So the next 2 partnerships perhaps are the most crucial from here. 181 for 5 Warwickshire, so they lead by 181.
Yeah, they batted well, those 3. The 2 opening bowlers for Warwickshire, if you like, Clark and Barker, and Patel was left stranded at the end, but if they can produce even half of what they did in the first innings, they could get Warwickshire to a very competitive total and set the very difficult target for Middlesex to chase. Tim Murtagh is about to start his over from the pavilion end here at Edgbaston. You're listening to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM and BBC Radio London's coverage of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Middlesex in the First Division. Murtagh coming in to bowl, and Trot, a very solid forward defensive out to mid-off. There's no run.
We'll see. Goes without saying, but if Middlesex could get Trot early after tea, that would be a big boost for them. If Trot settles in again after tea, then he could be in the mood for a really big one here.
Murtagh on the turn, and here he comes in to bowl. 181 for 5 Warwickshire, as Murtagh bowls a full delivery, and Trot just places that into the cover region, and they will scamper for 2 here. Throws not on target, and Trot is very easily back for his second. 84 runs to his name now. Going at about a run every couple of balls, Trot. Threw in a 6 there as well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's his 4th of the season. He does hit them. Don't ask him about it at the end of the game. I've told this story before to listeners, but sorry, Peter, but I do remember him at Guildford. Rather cruelly teasing a young reporter. I'll come back to that in a minute.
As Murtagh comes in to bowl to Trot, who drives down the ground. Murtagh gets a hand to it, and that takes the pace off it, and that means it will only be a dot ball.
He hit a 6 at Guildford in Warwickshire's victory over Surrey, and we all actually went out on the field afterwards to chat to him, and he was chatting away. And one of the fairly young reporter sort of asked him about the 6, as if it was a strange thing, and he pretended to take great offence. He was only pretending, but it was rather well done. But he does hit the occasional 6, as he does point out.
Murtagh into bowl then. Bowls, and it's left outside off stump by Jonathan Trot. Well, I imagine that down the years they have to deal with a number of questions that could rile them, and so they're probably well practiced on being able to sort of feign offence.
He made an interesting comment in his book, actually. Particularly early in his career when he was being interviewed, he found it very difficult to do an interview after a really good innings because he didn't have anything to talk about.
Murtagh bowling to Trot, who leaves that outside off stump, no run.
If he'd had a bad day, I'll come back to that in a minute. I've got to do a quick update. Well, they're 183 for 5, so they are going pretty well. They lead by 183. A partnership of 94 between Trot and Tim Ambrose ended just before tea. Tim Ambrose clearly very unhappy to be given out LBW, but out he was for 44. But Trot's still there at 84. If Warwickshire can get much past 250 here, they'll probably fancy their chances, but they still have a bit of work to do at 183 for 5.
Murtagh bowls, and that is driven down the ground. Compton, it was in fact, I think that was Harris who came into field that, and did have a shy at the stumps, but they got through for their single. 184 for 5.
And he said to this reporter, and I have a feeling it might even have been me, because I do recall some sort of conversation like this. I'll come back to this in a minute. I've got to do another. Have I got to do an update? Let me just check one. They're talking football. So, and he said that, he when he had a good innings, he didn't really have much to discuss. But when he had a bad one, he could talk you through it and where he went wrong and how he felt about it and what have you. So,
but why was he unable to? Is that just his character? Because
it wasn't. He wasn't being difficult. It was just how he just found it.
Some people, they flow when they think they've had a good one.
And Brendan McCullum was not dissimilar, actually, as in comes Milan to bowl, and that's hit straight down the ground by Jonathan Trot. It will be cut off, so you'll only get, they think about it a second, they thought about it for too long, so they have to settle for 1. When McCullum hit that astonishing 158 in the T20 match here against Derby, we actually didn't get an interview him at the end of the day, which was a bit frustrating, but it was explained to us afterwards that he didn't like doing it when he done really well.
Really?
Because he felt he was taking all the sort of lamplight, so you're much more likely to get an interview with him, when he hasn't done so well, which is not always ideal from a work point of view. But anyway, Clark pushes out into the offside and there's no run.
Well, I wish the footballers could be a bit more like that, because it's very rare that you get someone to come out when they've had a bit of a shocker.
Milan, who's got 1 for 6, so bringing himself on, is working well. And that's a 4 defensive. He might be taking the captain's feeling of, I've got to do a job properly, I have to do it myself, Milan, because he's got the wicket. Never mind that Tim Ambrose wasn't happy about it. Milan won't worry about that. He's coming into bowler Ricky Clark, who guides one just to back of square leg. It's tipped around the post for a single.
It's a good stop.
86 for 5. Sounds like, I think England have confirmed that Liam Dawson will play in the Test match tomorrow.
Right. So Roland Jones will be kicking his heels.
And that's a quicker ball from Milan, which Trot pushes him to the onside. There's no run. Milan does tend to put his arm in the air when he's sort of not exactly appealing, but when he thinks he's threatened a bit. I've got to do another update. Well, this has been a fascinating, well-poised match throughout. It's with Warwickshire at the moment, but only just. They're 187 for 5, which means they lead by 187 after the two teams were tied at the end of first innings. Stand of 94 between Tim Ambrose and Jonathan Trott has got Warwickshire into a good position, but they lost Ambrose just before tea. He was clearly furious to the point where he might even get into a bit of trouble. Had been given LBW, but he was given off the occasional bowling of the Middlesex captain, Darrell 44, having looked really good. Jonathan Trott is accumulating an innings expertly and very nicely. He's on 87. Feel Warwickshire probably need one more significant partnership to put themselves into a very good position here. They're 187 for 5.
Murtagh then to resume from the pavilion end, and he runs in past the umpire. Trot ducks out of the way of that one, and it will go through to the wicket-keeper. 187 for 5, 56th over, 30 remaining this evening, and the lead, of course, 187 as well. I was reading a brilliant article on the last time England won a home test series against South Africa, and of course they start the series tomorrow, and it was that one in 98, which when Donald and Atherton were having their
that famous match.
As Murtagh comes in to bowl, and Trot drives down the ground. It'll be fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. And that was at Trent Bridge, and they went into the decider at Headingley, and Cork had a very significant part to play with the ball, and Atherton has described that match, the deciding match in that series, as the most bad-tempered match he ever played in. There was quite a lot of flack flying from both teams, as in comes Murtagh again from the pavilion end, bowls, and that reared and bounced away from Trot, who tried to pull his bat out of the way and managed to, but again he comes down the pitch to have a look at what might have caused that, because that was another of the nastier bounces we've seen, particularly from this end of the ground.
I sort of saw Mike Atherton an inkling of what he was going to be like in terms of that sort of conflict with him and Alan Donald when I covered Worcestershire many years ago. It was going back to 89, 90, something like that.
Murtagh bowling to Trot, and Trot will just turn that into the leg side, and we'll have an easy single again there, just accumulating 88. He moves on to 188 for 5.
And Graham Dilley was bowling for Worcestershire in that game, and he was having one of those games where he was absolutely firing it in and getting the ball to do everything and throwing real pace and venom. This was at Old Trafford against Lancashire, and the only Lancashire batsman who looked to have any appetite for the fight was a very young Mike Atherton. So I could see there that this was somebody who was going to be a strong player.
There he could be, I guess that you'd describe it as bloody minded, wouldn't you? He'd really dig in and say, I'm not going anywhere, as Murtagh comes in to bowl to Clark. Forward defensive from him, holds the pose, and there will be no run. But it's a long old time, 98, and I was reading about it, and it said that it was the only victory over a major test playing nation in the whole of the 90s for England. A couple against New Zealand. In fact, I mean, you would count India. They beat India twice at home, and they're obviously
a major. Harsh on New Zealand, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. But I think at the time as the ball swings past the outside edge. The bat lifted out of the way by Clark, and there's no run at the end of that over. Yeah, I think what they were trying to say in the article was the only other wins they got were against an India team that never won away, and a New Zealand team that very rarely won away. But you might remember that was the lowest point, wasn't it, for England when New Zealand did win over here?
Remember, there was that TV documentary, wasn't it, a few years ago, I think on Sky,
yes,
England, and that was very entertaining. Yes, that was seeing poor David Lloyd.
Desperate times though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you think about how they are now, England, and some of the glory days they've had in the last 10-15 years.
Dowd Malan into bowl to Jonathan Trot, who hits that off his toes to long on. It's looking pretty easy for Trot at the moment. He's on to 89.
He's looked very relaxed, I think, for the whole piece so far. Really, he just wanders down to the bowler's end, hand on hip, leaning on his bat.
Malan bowling to Ricky Clark. He's appealing for an LBW there. Clark a long way forward and outside off stump. We might have heard a heckler from the member stand there saying don't be ridiculous. 189 for 5. It might have been Tim Ambrose actually. In comes Malan to bowl to Clark, who comes down the pitch, and he has hoisted that over mid-on for 4. I did wonder this might be why Malan's put himself on, really, is I didn't think Clark would be able to resist the temptation for long, and although he hit that pretty well, he wasn't a million miles from playing that to mid-on.
It wasn't
mid-off rather.
It kind of faded, didn't it? It was a bit of a squirty shot, and if the fielder had been further round, it could have been a straightforward catch.
That 4 takes him to 6, 193 for 5. He's come down the pitch again. This one he's hit along the ground. Hasn't beaten the fielder in. This could be an interesting contest here. How long will Malan be prepared? But he's not gambling too much now. Off back to the boundary. So long off and long on are now back. And so Clark, predictably, with that being the case, stays in his crease and pushes it onto the onside for no run. I'd be tempted if I was Malan, and I know he's worried about the runs, but just for a little bit longer to keep mid-off up and just see if Clark makes a mistake. He swept to that one, Clark, and not really got hold of it. In fact, he didn't get anything on it. It's going to be a leg bye or two. It's a 2-leg byes. And 195 for 5. So
I wonder if Malan will continue after that.
Well, it depends whether he wants to gamble, I guess, and see if he can get Clark to play a false shot, or whether, and it may well be the latter, whether he feels he can't afford to risk a big over for Warwickshire.
And also the fact that he pushed the fielder back, because if he's trying to lure him in, he's got to leave that fielder up, and he might just feel that he's had his little spell and got the wicket, which was very, very important, but might now ask someone else to take over. We'll wait and see. Murtagh will continue from the pavilion end though, in and bowls to Trot, who leaves that outside his off stump. Trot 11 runs short now of what would be an incredibly valuable 100 to his county. And could pave the way for a successful defence of this target they're setting. It's we all felt 200 minimum was required, and they're 5 runs short of that now, so they're on their way to setting a target that could be defended. Murtagh runs in, and a forward defensive from Trot. Sterling into field, throws the ball across, and they are shining this ball up as much as they can, trying to get some life out of it still.
But again, the pitch just seems to be misbehaving less often now as the day's gone on, and as the ball's got softer. They, like yesterday, they will get a little nibble at the new ball today, should we get that far. Where are we? 57 23. Yeah, they'll get about 5 overs with that if they wanted, or 4 overs.
Murtagh bowls, that's clipped off his thigh by Trot down to the square leg boundary.
It's remarkable how
1 run.
things in this match keep repeating themselves,
Yeah.
really. The same as yesterday. The bowling side are going to get a few overs of the new ball they wanted. We had both teams starting the day on almost the same score.
Yep. And we will have the situation of tomorrow morning. Most of the batting, you would imagine, will be being done by Middlesex in the most treacherous of the conditions. As Murtagh turns from his mark and comes into bowl to Clark, who drives down the ground. Murtagh gets a hand to that, and that again takes the venom off that one, and it will be fielded, and they avoid giving away a single to Ricky Clark.
I wonder how treacherous it's going to be. We don't know until we see it. It doesn't always deteriorate that much here. Sometimes it even flattens out a bit. We have seen a few balls that kept alarmingly low, particularly from the pavilion end. That might become more common. Jitan Patel might find a bit of turn, but there's not much sign of it so far.
As Murtagh comes into bowl over the wicket to Clark, who plays that down along the ground to the fielder at point, and there's no run.
When the ball was still hard, the odd one reared up, didn't it? But
if we're going with that theory that the morning is the toughest
yes,
part of the
indeed.
day.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes, yeah. That will be a crucial session, and Middlesex did well to get through it in their first innings, that too much loss. Yes, there is a danger that they could find themselves a few wickets down in that.
I mean, would Warwickshire, do you think that they would bat into any of tomorrow, or would they leave?
Yes, I think.
Yeah. Murtagh bowls, and a little edge up in the air and out, caught in the gully, and Clark has gone for 6. 196 for 6, and that ball reared up again. It's been a feature of this game from the pavilion end. Murtagh getting a bit of extra bounce there. Clark just couldn't keep that down. It looped up in the air, caught in the gully, and Clark walks, caught by Eskinazi off the bowling of Murtagh for 6 runs, and another man down. The Warwickshire lead now 196 with 4 wickets remaining.
Well, that one did rear up, just saying it wasn't happening so much now. That one did, and came off the shoulder of Clark's bat, not much he could do about it. So I mean, the question may well, I think it's increasingly likely, not be in Warwickshire's hands. I suspect they will be bowled out. I think if they are still there at the end of the day, yes, they would bat on tomorrow. I don't think they're going to take too many risks here. So still some way short. I mean, if they get to 200, they've got a chance, but I think anything less than 250, and Middlesex will probably be favourites. Once it gets beyond 250, then I think start looking better for Warwickshire. But that is a bit blow at Keith Parker. Made 49 in the first innings. He's been in good form. He comes out now. Not a huge amount after this. Jitan Patel will play his shots, and if that comes off, that could be valuable. After that, not really much to write home about for Warwickshire, and they're still some way short of where they'll feel they need to be.
Never less than enthralling, this match. It's been brilliant. You never quite know who's just eking the advantage away from the other. It's always seemingly in the balance. Is this a regular thing? A flock of seagulls.
You see them from time to time, maybe not that many. There's rather a lot there now.
They're all over on that leg side.
I mentioned to Brian the other day, if they're seagulls, they must be a bit lost. But before anyone writes in, we know there's no such thing. So you know, they are flying right over the ground. Actually, this is quite unusual. This is a significant swarm of. This is a bit like an Alfred Hitchcock film. This now.
We were having a good chat actually about the different words that you use for flocks or herds, and apparently, what was it for bears? Oh, Phil told me, but now I've forgotten. We were talking about a conspiracy of ravens, a murder of crows, and I imagine it is flock of seagulls.
Yeah, it is. It was a 90s group, weren't they? 196 for 6 then, and Eskinazi, by the way, took the catch, and it is going to be this Ollie Rayner now bowling, so he's back in the attack, so taking Milan out, even though Clark, the man who's threatening him, has gone. Trot plays that back down to the... No,
it's Milan.
It is Milan, so it is Milan. Yeah. Why has he not got a number in his back?
No, I don't know, but
50 runs deducted for that.
I was just keeping a look at him because Rayner is just such a big presence.
Yeah. I wonder whether dismissal of Clark encouraged Milan to keep himself on as Trot plays that back to him. Trot on 90 now. He'll be anxious to play a big innings and make sure that Warwickshire get to, I think 250 has got to be now what they've got to look at as a minimum, and beyond that if at all possible. Milan into bowl, and he drives that not quite cleanly out of the middle of the bat, but he'll get through for a single and trots onto 91. Brings a new man to the crease. Umpire Graham Lloyd removes his hat and mops his brow.
Did you say 300s? First class this
3
already.
Championship hundreds, 4 first class hundreds this season.
So he's done pretty well already.
Yeah,
this summer.
So well past 800 first class runs now for the season. Got 130 against the students. Well, Keith Barker looks around. 2 men on the boundary on the onside, 1 on the offside. Still quite a defensive field. There's a slip in place. Barker plays it into the ground, out to the offside for no run. And Milan to bowl. And Barker in his typical style, just sort of punching that onto the onside for a single. Warwickshire are a bit behind where they were in the first innings now. But not far behind actually. They lost their 6th wicket on 219 in the first innings, and had a big 7th wicket stand, moderate 8th wicket stand, and then the rest collapsed quickly. In comes Milan, last ball of the over, and Trot drives it back to the bowler. There's no run, so a couple of singles in that over take Warwickshire to 198 for 6. Barker off the mark, and Jonathan Trot on 91.
So Milan is one of the players who's been wearing a jumper for most of the day, so maybe he's got away with not having the number on for most of the day, but I think his jumper might be he's got rid of that now. He's bowling, but I was surprised anyway, because there's another player out there with a sleeveless jumper on, isn't there? And I was just thinking they must be warm on a day like this. It's about 28 degrees. I think that, I wonder if is that Eskinazi?
I think it is.
Yeah, they've got the sleeveless jumper on as well. Must have cold blood. As the ball is thrown to Murtagh again from this pavilion end. 16 overs now for him, 3 maidens, 1 for 39. As he looks to try and find a way through Barker, who's got 1 from his 2 balls faced so far. 198 for 6, the lead then 198. And it will be a significant mark. They just go past 200 and then they start to think, right, now how far can we get up towards 300 to really set the cat amongst the pigeons. Driven down the ground by Barker. It's a lovely shot, and that will go all the way through to the boundary for 4, and a great round of applause meets that, because that was a classic drive down the ground, almost dead straight, and that's the 200 up as well. So 356 balls, 59 overs.
So the fourth 50 came off 84 balls, slightly slower than the second 68. But the second 100 took 152 balls compared to 204 for the first. They lost 2 wickets, both in the last 50 and indeed in the last 100.
I think that second 50, that was probably when Hayne was moving along quite nicely.
Yeah, the third 50, and they got off 68 balls, yeah, it was. Well, they didn't lose any wickets. That was the one, they went from 100 to 150 without losing a wicket. And they did score at a good rate there.
Barker defends that one from Murtagh down the ground at Stirling Fields. There's no run. And the way this match is going, anyone who's got a free day tomorrow or has already got a ticket, it will be a really good day to come down, because it's going to be a result, I fancy. I know it's a big call, but you never know. As that ball is left outside off stump, you might have
I think all
Middlesex trying to bat out the day.
Yeah, I think all outcomes are still very possible, but they are all very possible. There's still a long way to go in the match, so it depends really when the Middlesex bowl Warwickshire out. If they do bowl them out today, then I think we are probably guaranteed a result, pretty much. Unless, as you say, Middlesex get into real trouble and end up trying to dig in.
Well, that's what they were trying to do at Essex in not similar circumstances, but they were trying to just bat out the last day and they couldn't quite make it as Murtagh bowls, and that's a lovely shot. Cut away by Barker in front of square, and that will run away very quickly to that short boundary away to our right hand side from our view here at the pavilion end, and it's 4 for Barker, second boundary for him, and he moves on to 9 not out from his 6 deliveries, 206 for 6.
That's a confident start from Keith Barker. Last of the real recognised batsmen in the team. 6 first-class centuries to his name.
Murtagh into bowl again to Barker, who strikes it down the ground, and this should be another 4. It's a very similar drive to the one a few balls ago, and this has been a very good over for Warwickshire, very productive one. Barker has struck 3 boundaries, and Murtagh is just getting a chat from one of his teammates because he'll be pretty angry about that. Barker's come in and clubbed him for 3 fours.
Yeah, it's a slight danger of giving a return catch on that last one. So yeah, good positive stuff from Keith Barker. Warwickshire may feel that might be a deliberate plan. They feel they need to now play positively and try and get a lead as quickly as they can.
Murtagh bowls again to Barker, who treats that one with a little more respect. Plays it down into the offside. It's fielded by Eskinazi, and there's no run, and that is the end of the over. Murtagh takes his sunglasses off the head of umpire Lloyd, and that's the end of the over.
They are scoring at more than 3 and over, so even if it is just 3 and over between now and the end of the day, if they're still there, they're 285 ahead by the end of the day, which and if they can be a bit more positive about maybe make that 300, then they would be in a position to take tomorrow. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. They've only got 4 wickets left, and it looks like we are going to see, well, Ollie Rain is doing some practice deliveries, but Dawud Malan is heading over there. So maybe Milan will have one more. He will. 20 overs away from the new ball. So we will get that for 5 overs today if they want it. Again, assuming that Warwickshire are still batting. Mid-on is a little bit further back than mid-off, but they're both in. There's a sweeper on the offside. 2 men about 2/3 of the way back on the leg side. Trot plays a 4 defensive and rolls out to the onside. There's no run. Trot is playing in his own style. He's not really changed the way he's played throughout the innings. Steady accumulation. It's been a terrific innings. And he plays that one into the ground onto the onside. It's fielded by Sterling, and there's no run. Remember, these 2 teams tied at the end of the first innings, both made 334. So Warwickshire's score is their lead as Milan comes into bowl, and Trot drives a little bit of a half volley to mid-off. He has to run quickly and call Keith Barker in quickly, but he gets a single to take his score to 92 and the Warwickshire total to 211 for 6.
I was just thinking about what you were saying about Barker and the slight threat of a return catch, because Murtagh did get him, didn't he? Caught and bowled in the first innings. So that's a very good point.
It was a brilliant low caught and bowled, that one from Murtagh.
But he looks like the sort of guy who likes to keep the score moving, Barker.
Yep. And he hits that one off his toes to mid-off for no run. His score is his shirt number now. We'll settle for that from number 33 Panay and 30 Rankin.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Hopefully a little bit more than 5 from Jitan Patel. In comes Milan, and Barker has hoisted that and is caught at mid-wicket. He hasn't got hold of that. Keith Barker in his hold out. He came out trying to play positively, but that was not a great shot, and he's played it straight to mid-wicket. And Milan has now got 2 wickets, and it's 211 for 7, and Barker goes for 13.
Rayner's got very good hands, often fields in the slips, and on that occasion fielding at short mid-wicket, and Barker picked him out, and he would have been gutted to have dropped that one. Rayner, he safely pouches it, and that means that they have got another one down. 211 for 7. Barker gone for 13. And well done, David Milan, the captain, has got a second wicket and is playing a big part here. And Jonathan Trot is running the risk. Well, he's not running the risk. The rest of them are running the risk of leaving him stranded.
Yeah, that's what you've got to be careful here. They're not there yet. They're not at where they need to be in terms of setting target. They've got enough now to have a chance, but it would only be a chance if they lose these last 3 wickets quickly. They need to get another 50 runs on the board. And Jonathan Trott, as captain out there, he'll be acutely aware of that. But he does it effectively, but he will come out and play his shots. If he gets out early, then Trott will just have to hope that he can eke out runs with Panay and Rankin, who can hang around. They didn't in the first innings, but they can. They won't score a huge number of runs, but I think they can. Particularly Rankin can hang around there. Anyway, Jonathan Trott has a chat with Jitan Patel. There's one more ball this over, so probably no heroics this ball from Patel. But well, Malan bringing himself on is working very well. 2 for 16.
As long as there's no weather interruptions tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
I think there could be enough time in this game for.
Well, certainly if Warwickshire get bowled out today, but Parker maybe just a little complacent against Dawud Malan there. Maybe just fancied his chances a bit too much against him. However, Malan to bowl the final ball of this over, and he comes into bowl. And Patel is very watchful and defensive. Malan does his Dennis Law impression or Alan Shearer impression again. Show me age there. Goes Alan Shearer impression again with one arm raised. 211 for 7.
Yeah, we had the famous Freddie Flintoff celebration a few years back, didn't we? The old jumper off imitating Ryan Giggs. One, there's the Alan Shearer, which was a simple enough celebration, but it was completely unique.
Well, except he copied it off Dennis Law, you see. If you're old enough, you know that.
Right, okay. You kind of hold one arm in the air and then sometimes put the other one up as well. Was that Dennis Law's modus operandi? The King. That was what he was known as, wasn't he? Dennis Law, the King. Part of that amazing trio at Man United. A good ball from Murtagh, straight Trot plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. But he did relegate Man United, didn't he, with the old...
Actually, I hate to spoil the story, but of course he didn't.
Right.
He did score the goal, but they were already down because of other results. I remember it well.
Right.
He probably thought he had.
Yeah.
But actually, because
he didn't celebrate, did he?
There was another match that had already finished elsewhere, which had already relegated them.
Murtagh coming in to bowl to Jonathan Trott, who's 92 not out. And he will drive down the ground. They'll take a single to the fielder at mid-off, and they manage to scamper through Milan fields, and there will be a single taken. Trott moves to 93. 212 for 7. The lead, of course, 212.
Well, okay, very finely poised now. Trott's a long way down to talk to Patel. It's a difficult one, this, because Patel is his natural game to play aggressively, but Trott will be anxious that they're still good 50 runs short of where he'd want them to be. And if Patel were to get out now, then they would be in severe danger of finishing well short of what they want.
Seagulls back. They're all gathering behind Simpson, the wicket-keeper. Murtagh comes in to bowl from the pavilion end, and it will be played back down the ground by Jitan Patel. He's facing his first couple of balls in this second innings. I'm just waiting in this match for one team to take a decisive move ahead, but it's not been that sort of game.
No.
Murtagh into bowl to Patel, past the umpire. Short ball, and it's through to the wicket-keeper. Patel ducks out of the way, and no run. Murtagh being given plenty of encouragement. He's bowled the most overs in this second innings, 17.4 now, 1 for 52. Come on, Timothy, is the shout as he prepares to bowl to Patel, who drives down the ground. It's in fact, it's more out towards the cover boundary, but it won't go that far. He will be able to almost amble for a second. So 2 runs added. His first 2 runs, and 214 for 7 is the score now. Last ball of the over coming up from Murtagh. Three more wickets for Middlesex to get. As many runs as they can get for Warwickshire. Ball is played out down the leg side. What a good drive that was from Patel. Just turns his back on it almost, because there's no need to run for that. Straight through the mid-on area of the ground, down to the boundary rope, and the applause sends the seagulls scattering as another 4 is added to the total. 218 for 7. Patel on 6, Trot on 93. End of the over.
I'm going to do a quick update and we'll bring Phil back in then. But, 218 for 7. It might yet prove enough, but Warwickshire will certainly feel it's far from being enough at this point. I'm going to do my update now. Warwickshire 218 for 7 now. They lead by 218, but they are seeing a strong position slip away a little bit. A stand of 94 between Tim Ambrose and Jonathan Trott had really got them in command, but Ambrose upset to be given LBW out just before tea, and since then Ricky Clark falling to a very difficult delivery that rose sharply from Tim Murtagh. He was caught in the slips for 6, and then Keith Barker trying to play his shots but maybe a bit complacent again. Down at Milan and hit him straight to mid-wicket to go for 13. Through it all, Jonathan Trott is still there. He's on 93. Jitan Patel's joined him on 6. Warwickshire will feel they need at least 50 more, you would think. They are 218 for 7. And Milan will come into bowl to Trott, who pushes that out to the offside. There's no run. We'll bring Phil in.
Well, things are very much in the balance still in this match. Andy Rowley alongside Phil Britt, who's just joining me alongside me here in the commentary box, where Trott plays the ball down the ground, thinks about taking a single, thinks better of it, and then says, no, let's do it. And down the track he goes, and that's another run added for him to his score. And what an important role Trott is going to have to play now. 94 he is, and 220 for 7 is the score, as 219 for 7 I should say, as Patel takes strike.
This game, I think, is going to be a result game one way or the other.
So do I.
I don't think this is going to be a pat it back. I think one side's going to win this.
Milan bolts, and that's going to be clipped away by Patel into the leg side behind square, and that will be a run taken down to Murtagh down in that area of the field.
Just listening to you talk about Dennis Law. You know, he played in the game in the cup, scored 6 goals and still ended up on the losing side.
Never.
Yeah.
Who was that against?
He played when he was playing for Huddersfield Town. He got 6 against Luton Town. And it was 6-2 up and it was abandoned through a waterlogged pitch.
Taken down the leg side by Simpson. There is an appeal, but no edge from Trott. Over is over from Milan. 22 overs remaining in the day. 63rd over completed. Patel is on 7. Trott is on 94. So thoughts of a century very much in the minds of everyone around the ground. 220 for 7 is the score, and that of course is the lead as well for Warwickshire in this game. And it's just a very interesting match. It has been. It's been a real privilege to be here and a pleasure to watch this unfold, because like a good thriller, there's always seemingly something about to happen, and it's if I'm going to liken it to a book, it's like a page turner, isn't it? You wouldn't want to.
You see, you won't be able to concentrate on the test match tomorrow.
No, I will be
too busy looking at your phone.
I'll be doing a lot of that, and that's That's the thing. I could have come up here and we could have had 1.5 days washed out, and hadn't seen anything and knew that there wasn't going to be a result. But instead, this is what's happened, and it's left it very finely poised. And I think Jamie Reed's going to really enjoy this tomorrow when he joins you, Phil.
I don't think Warwickshire got anywhere near enough at the moment. 220 seems light. I think they want at least another 40 runs, 50 runs. Bowling change at the pavilion end. It's Tom Helm coming back into the attack, and his first ball goes right through Jeetan Patel. Beauty, which lifted, and Patel comes down and gives the wicket a bit of a tap. The only thing I would say is that the ball, from bowling from this pavilion end, the odd one's done a bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And whether that gets worse as the game goes on, but it may make it difficult.
The one Murtagh got Clark with was they definitely
did some, didn't
reared
they?
up at him.
But, even so, I think at the moment they're light. Helmian bowls, and this is Shapford caught behind as Patel isn't moving anywhere. Helm wasn't too interested. Simpson behind the stumps looks as if to say, well, what's wrong with that? He hit it. He's not going to get it. They all wander back. Ollie Rayner doing a teapot stance. He's looking very hard done by it, but the bowler didn't really.
No,
the bowler wasn't very interested.
That
I'm
was
afraid
the one.
on that.
He didn't turn to the umpire and beseech him.
And Graham Lloyd not persuaded.
I've liked the way he's bowled though, Helm.
Yeah, he's stuck to it well, hasn't he? Got the first 2 wickets. He comes in and bowls to Patel, who drives, but only up to mid-on. And mid-off rather. There's no run.
They were a very good first couple of balls of this over. Coming back on, they really asked questions about Patel there. The 2 outside his off stump, and that's a good return to the. After Murtagh's come off, to come back with those first 2 deliveries was very impressive.
Patel waits. He's on 7. Into him, and this one goes in off the thigh pad and runs away down to second slip. Good sharp delivery from Tom Helm, which Patel not quite able to deal with. 220 for 7. The lead.
The thing is, Warwickshire will know that they can ping it in and from this end as well, and any total that Middlesex are chasing, you'd never say never. You'd always think there was a chance.
Helm comes in again and bowls, and that's a beauty. Goes right through Patel and through to the keeper, and just too good for Patel.
What an over this has been.
There's a certain Sam Robson as well, who Warwickshire got for nothing in the first innings. They'll be looking at him and thinking he's got to score some. He always does against us.
He's due. It will have been a long wait for him since that first innings as well.
You could be worse. You could have had 2 days commentating on Kent against Northampton. 1182 for 11. That's Tom Helm in. This is going to be running to the offside, and Patel will get a single, just pushing it wide of Paul Sterling. He pinches the bowling off the captain. 221 for 7.
Or it could be Gloucestershire against Glamorgan over in 2 days. That one apparently.
That was the most peculiar game. 30 wickets going for nothing virtually, and then they win by 10 wickets. They knock 100 and something, 130 off for naught.
Very strange.
Yes, Kent 701 for 7 declared, and Northants 475. They haven't avoided the follow-on yet. That's the other thing for 4. 226 behind still, but that's not a bad old performance by Northants either. I would imagine that's a sort of wicket which is a bit like a road. Holden's 150 not out for Northants, and Rossington 89. He's formerly of Middlesex, isn't he?
David Milan to resume from the Birmingham end of the ground, flicked off his pads by Patel, who wasn't even at walking speed there. He stopped halfway down the track and then thought, probably better keep going, and eventually saunters over the crease to get his single. He's on 9, and here's Trot on strike. 94 not out. 2 for 7. Anyone who's superstitious will know the significance of this score that they're on at the moment, the lead that they've got, and Trot will play that down the ground, fielded by Sterling. Back into Milan, who's having a good spell here. 2 for 19 from his 7.2 overs. Can he get the big fish though? Trot rocks back and just plays that down into the ground. He's just indicated to the pavilion he wants something being sent on.
Yorkshire against Somerset is play's been held up for bad light.
Don't think we've got a problem there. Over here, as the ball is played into the ground by Trot again. He's looked very comfortable while all around him are finding it more difficult. It's a bit like Eskinazi for Middlesex. Trot has just continued to slug away.
I think Somerset must be very upset. They're 246 ahead with 8 wickets still in second innings wickets. So.
Milan, Trot plays that down into the ground. It bounces up and he has to watch it closely because he just for a moment thought it might bounce onto the stumps, but it's a foot to it and moves it away, and that will be thrown back to Milan for his last ball of the over. Trot, despite being on 94, is not in any hurry seemingly to move on towards his 100, but that is a shot, a weightier shot, and it should get him at least 2. He's scampering and looking to try and get 3 here. Throw comes in, but from the long boundary it was never close enough to the stumps. Milan is giving a long look out towards his fielder there, as if to say you were nowhere near the stumps there with that throw in, but Trot does take the 3, moves on to 97, and he will retain the strike, Phil, and this might be the over. And he gets the 3 figures yet again this summer. I gather 4 hundreds already this summer and 3 in the championship.
3 in the championship, 1 in the match against the Universities. So he's had a terrific summer, and Jonathan continues to bat just as well now as he has ever batted. Terrific cricketer has been, both for Warwickshire and for England over the years. And Warwickshire getting the real benefit again of somebody who's had a very successful England career, who carries on playing back for the county. They've got Ian Bell. Ian's not quite picked up the form which you'd have expected in the championship in the 2 years since he lost his England place, but even so, it's great to have them both back playing every county game for us. How long Jonathan will carry on playing? Let's hope he carries on playing into his 40s, because he's remarkably fit. He's lost nothing at all. He's bowling well, his fielding we've seen is still superb. There's absolutely no reason why he would need to stop. And he's getting runs for fun still, so
yeah, he's looked so composed in this innings, I have to say. He's just told Helm, just wait a second.
Just taking a new guard, 97. Warwickshire 225 for 7 in an innings which had been a bit stop-start. It's looked at one stage as though they were getting right on top. That disappeared a bit. This next one he clips nicely up to mid-on, where Tim Merton does the fielding, and there's no run.
Well, this will be an interesting over because Helm caused Patel problems in the last over from this pavilion end. And Trot, who's looked relatively untroubled throughout this long innings, 192 balls now, might just have a couple of balls to deal with in this over.
Ian bowls, and Trot opens the face, runs it away down through the vacant gully area where he will get a single. That's all it'll be. He goes to 98, 226 for 7.
He was always on the lookout for 2 there, Trot. He was definitely trying to get back on strike, but Patel was not going to take on the arm there of the fielder.
Warwickshire will look at this innings and think there's been 1 or 2 wickets which they might just need, in the circumstances, might have been just a little bit loose with the shots. And the wickets have gone. Ian bowls. Patel is forward to that and just plays it away into the offside. There's no run.
Well, Barker's one, I do feel that it was a bit loose. It was a bit too easy to hit that one straight to Rayner at mid-wicket. But
Lamb's earlier on, I think, as well, they was not a great shot.
The thing is, though, that with Barker, I can't comment on Lamb because I don't know him so well, but with Barker, if that's the way he generally plays, then sometimes you just have to take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. Helm bowls, and Patel leaves outside the off-stumper ball, which is short and just moving away from Patel and bouncing, and he has nothing to do with it. It goes through to the keeper.
I don't know how you feel. I mean, some people say you should always bat to the situation and you should adjust your way of playing, but some say, look, this is the way I bat and it works for me sometimes it doesn't, but I'm going to be aggressive, whatever, the sort of Kevin Peterson approach.
He'd hit 3 4s, hadn't he? And got the field moving back. He'd perhaps just picked the wrong one off down in Milan, just a bit loose. In, but Tell goes after this one wide outside the off stump, and fortunately for him, he doesn't get an edge to it, but he certainly threw the bat at one and given a bit of width, and not a lot of foot movement playing the ball.
You see, Clive was saying that he's another one that plays that way.
Yes, he does. Yeah, and to be honest, his role, and I think if he starts to defend, that's totally against his normal game. If he's at the wicket, he will go for it, there's no question. Helm comes in and bowls to him, and this one he plays away nicely through the covers. He'll get a couple of runs here. Sterling is after it. He just walks back for the second run. So nicely played along the floor, and just popping that one away off the last ball of Helm's over. 228 for 7.
Because I would say that in this sort of situation, Trot would probably prefer someone just to stick around, in the way that Harris did for Eskinazi for a long time. Just keep him company, just don't give your wicket away. But if Patel is just if he's just not going to play that role, then that's that done. I mean, I also think that Trot is such a composed and introverted batsman. I don't think that he probably thinks that much about what his partner's doing. I might be completely wrong, but he just seems to just get on with it himself. He almost seems like he's in a bubble.
You can do nothing really about how your partner decides to play, can you? You can talk to him, but ultimately
Milan bowls. Trot will play that down the ground. He's on 98 not out, 194 balls faced, 228 for 7 Warwickshire.
You really ought not to need to talk to professional batsmen, cricketers.
Maybe the youngsters, as Milan bowls and Trot plays that down into the offside. Just in terms of the step up between what they've been used to in the professional game, sometimes they can maybe get a bit giddy or just not quite be focusing on what the match outcome might be.
The other thing is they've got to put some runs on the board as well, so they've got to keep their eye on that as well.
Milan bowls. Trot will drive down the ground. He'll have a single there. The throw-in comes quickly to the wicket-keeper's end, but Patel is through quickly enough. He moves to 99, Jonathan Trot, and Patel on strike on 11 not out. Milan, he obviously feels, I think, that he's with good reason, with the wickets he's taken, that he's providing more of a threat than Rayner at the moment from that end, the Birmingham end, because he continues Milan. It's driven down the ground by Patel to mid-off. There's definitely a single there. Now, will they change the field at all here with Trot being on 99? Because they are offering him a very easy single there to mid-off, but no, they have changed it.
Yeah, they're just bringing them in. Look, the man's come off the cover boundary, so he's coming into orthodox covers. So David Milan, he hasn't filled the square leg position or the mid wicket, so Trot can just squirt one just behind. Now he's doing something about that. He's bringing up his long leg, who is Tim Murtaugh's coming up onto the backward square leg, but there's still quite a big gap through mid wicket. He can just work the ball into and scamper through for his single if he wants it.
Will he go for it this ball? Trot, he turns it round the corner, thinks about setting off for a run, but that's exactly why Murtaugh was brought in there, and that little move has paid off. 230 for 7. This is the last ball of the over. Trot seems the sort of guy that would be happy just to wait and wait, but will he go for a single on this one? Trot, no, forward defensive, and back down the ground it goes, and that is the end of the 67th over of the innings. 230 for 7 and 18 remaining in the day. Milan 2 for 24 from his 9 overs. The lead is 230, 3 wickets left for Warwickshire, and Trot is there on 99. Some players might feel very stuck there on 99. I might get a bit angsty, but I just don't think Trot is that sort of guy, really. He just seems so composed, and he's not the sort of one that wants to get the moment out of the way as quickly as possible. He will play each ball on its merits.
Middlesex will be looking to wrap this innings up tonight if they can. They do have as well the opportunity, if Warwickshire's innings does extend, that they can get 5 overs with a new ball tonight.
Yeah.
The second new ball, so they do have a second form in their attack. Here comes Helm from the pavilion end, Inderjeet Patel, who is trying to work this through the onside, but gets turned round a bit and it plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Pakistan ladies have lost to Australia by a huge amount, 159. England ladies against South Africa South Africa needs 70 off 5 balls. So
oh dear.
England ladies look well on their way to victory unless somebody bowls an enormous number of no balls. Here's Helm in bowls. This is bouncing away off Patel's. Oh, now that was close.
That could have been a run out.
Patel went to play that one, came herring down the wicket. The ball bounced out to Rayner at second slip, who then had the opportunity to steady himself and shy at the stumps, with Patel desperately trying to make his ground. He'd fallen over and was trying to reach to get his bat in, and Rayner missed. And I think you have to put that down as a definite chance for a run out. Anyway, he survives. Helm comes in and bowls, and this one is clipped off a thick outside edge down to third man. One bounce down to third man. Another single to Patel. 231 for 7. Warwickshire move on to Trot is on 99.
3 balls of the over to go. This could be when it happens, potentially.
Looking for another century. He's got 3 in the championship and 1 against the Oxford University, Oxford MCCU. Still want to call it the university. He steadies himself and waits as Helm
deserves 100 here, for me.
He waits and gives you can hear his back smacking into the floor. He bowls and pulls this one away, and he's hit it straight to mid-wicket and has gone. Trot is out for 99. Helm gets his 3rd wicket, and Warwickshire now, you have to say, that's a big wicket. 231 for 8. The captain goes for 99. Just ball which he was looking to play away through the mid-wicket boundary. It got plenty of bat onto it, but he picked Nick Compton out, and Compton takes the catch, and well, I think that's a big step for Middlesex. Trot walks off to a terrific round of applause. He's made 99 out of 231, but that really does expose now the George Pranay and Boyd Rankin to the tail. Clive, I think, has got to come back in for. Right.
Yeah, he's not acknowledging too much of the applause, just because of the sheer frustration of getting out on 99. But a great knock, nonetheless.
Thanks very much there to Andy, and he'll be back in half an hour or so to wrap up the day as George Pranay comes out, and that's a big loss for Warwickshire. 231 for 8 now.
I think if Warwickshire can get 20 more runs, we're in the territory of being about even, I would say. I think 250
it's a chance.
It's about I'd say it's a 50-50 chance.
I don't think 230 is enough, but 250 I would say you're in with a shout.
But Trot hit it well, to be fair, but straight to field, slightly surprising, but there we are, very good innings from him. But now George Panay in, and Patel will need to try and get a bit more of the strike than he did in the first innings. I'd be nervous, Panay. He knows how crucial it is. Even a 20-run partnership here can make a big difference if he could just hang around for a little while.
Third wicket for Helm, who I think has bowled pretty well. In fairness, the Middlesex bowlers as a group have done well here. He's in and bowls. Panay is defending that one back down, and Helm runs through and it's fills up his own bowling. It's kind of ironic that the only reason Nick Compton, who spent virtually the entire afternoon on the deep mid-wicket boundary, the only reason that he was actually in the position he was because Trot was on 99 and David Milan brought everybody in to save him getting the 100. Otherwise, I think Trot would have got away with it, and it would have probably certainly been a single, if not 4. This next one is beat left outside the off stump by Panay. It goes through to Simpson. It's 231 for 8, and that's the lead Warwickshire have. As we have another 17 overs remaining in the day. There's still a lot of cricket tonight.
Yeah, here's a chance, because Middlesex might have to start their innings tonight, which won't be ideal for them. They'll be delighted to get Warwickshire all out, but could be a testing few overs for them before the close. It'll be interesting to see how Jitan Patel approaches this. I think he'll go for his shots. He'll know, as I say, 20 runs psychologically, I think, to get to 250 will make a big difference. A lot of these gulls are still all around. I don't know what has attracted them, but certainly boosting the attendance.
I don't recall seeing so many like this ground. Well,
there's updates coming up, but we're going to see David Milan come into bowl to Jitan Patel. Field well spread out. Patel's guided it. Well, he's happy to take a single again. He did this in the first innings. It didn't really work, but he's taken the run, and he's on to 14. 232 for 8.
Might put a bit of pressure on David Milan, perhaps bringing 1 or 2 closer into the bat here.
He's only got 1 catcher at the moment, but there are 6 there, saving 1. 16 on his debut. Panay, and innings like that would be absolutely invaluable here if he could produce that. But Middlesex 2 wickets away from wrapping this innings up. Panay 4 defensive, onto the offside for no run. So Milan comes into bowl. Yes, Jonathan Trot out for 99. He hit the shot well enough, a pulled shot off Tom Helm, but straight to mid-wicket. A fielder had come up to save the one, and Nick Compton took the catch. And it leaves Warwickshire probably short of where they want to be. I would say that 250 is what they'll be looking for. They're 232 for 8. They would look to be in a stronger position when Ambrose and Trot were together, but since then wickets have fallen at fairly regular intervals. A brilliant innings from Trot, but he's gone for 99. Jitan Patel's there on 14. We're down to the tail now with Panay yet to score. 232 for 8. As Milan comes into bowl. Panay surviving this over so far. Gives out a bit of air. Panay works it onto the leg side. They think about a quick single that's not to be had. He's got 1 more ball this over to survive. George Panay.
Going to give him the 1 as well, sending his...
Well spread out. Be interesting to see whether they take the 1 if it's there. Might well be that Jitan Patel will take it if Panay hits this onto the leg side, but there's plenty of room for a single. Milan to bowl, and that's all gone past Panay. Wicketkeeper drops it, but I don't think it came off the bat. It's a good delivery, but it's the end of the over. 232 for 8 Warwickshire. 16 overs left of the day. They lead by 232.
Bowled very well, Milan. He's bowled, really tied that end up from the bowling from the Birmingham end. Caused Warwickshire all sorts of problems. Tom Helm going to continue here at the pavilion end. He's got 3 wickets and a big one, of course, Jonathan Trot. He got the 2 openers and then picked up Trot for 99. That's off 199 balls, 6 fours and a 6. So he'll be bowling to Jita Patel. Comes racing in, bowls, and Patel has hit this one in the air straight to extra cover, and Paul Stirling takes the catch, and it's the simplest of simple wickets, and it was just almost like, here, let's see if you can get under this one and take it. And there was hardly any celebration at all from the Middlesex players. It was just one of those where it was just flat batted straight to Stirling. The Warwickshire lose their 9th wicket. Patel goes for 14, and that really was very strange dismissal, the way that was played.
Yeah, tame shot from Chetan Patel, and well, it's not a gimme by any means for Middlesex, but it looks like they might be chasing something a little bit less than they would have feared at one point. Warwickshire have rather fallen away in the latter part of their innings, and you wouldn't think there are too many more runs left in it. And they've, 53 for 6 now. They've gone from 179 for 4 to 232 for 9. Boyd Rankin coming out now. He sometimes goes for his shots. He might decide to try and do that. But Middlesex probably look like they will be batting tonight to add to the drama, and it now does look like a result is almost certain if the weather holds.
The 4th wicket for Tom Helm. He will not get a wicket in first class cricket, which has so little celebration. It's Paul Stirling there.
Just got to do an update. Well, Warwickshire's second innings is rather falling away. Have they already got enough? Time will tell. They're 232 for 9. They lost Jonathan Trot for 99. Trot trying to pull Tom Helm to bring up his century. Played it straight to mid-wicket, and a good catch taken by Nick Compton. Just now, Jitan Patel's gone rather tamely, slapping a Tom Helm delivery straight to the covers. Helm now has 4 wickets. They're down to numbers 10 and 11 at the crease. Warwickshire, who were 179 for 4 at one stage, at that point would have been looking for a big target of in excess of 300. As it is, it looks like Middlesex will be chasing, well, at the moment they'll be chasing 233 if the last wicket were to fall now. There's still 15 overs left of the day after this one, so Middlesex probably will be batting now before the close. Warwickshire 232 for 9, that means they lead by 232.
First ball from Helm to Rankin was left outside the off stump.
Well,
there's been a feature of this season, though, hasn't it? The collapses. Warwickshire have had the mini collapses, and it's Helm round the wicket to the left-handed Rankin, who is going to get runs, tucking this away behind square on the onside. He gets a single, so he's on his way. Nice shot actually from Rankin. That one just played it away.
Every run there gratefully received. Middlesex got 18 runs for their last wicket permittedly. They did have a James Harris is a bit higher up the order than these two, but they got 18 for their last wicket in the first innings, and any run that Warwickshire can get from here will be gratefully received. It's a run that Middlesex will have to get.
Pnai waits. He's yet to get off the mark. There's Helm into him and bowls, and he has been caught at slip. Warwickshire are all out for 233. It's 5 wickets for Tom Helm. Terrific performance from him. 5 for 59. A really impressive piece of bowling from the young man. It was Sam Robson who took the catch. Middlesex require 234 to win, and Warwickshire have gone down like snow on a summer's day, I'm afraid, at the end there.
Well, there we are. So it'll be interesting to see how competitive that total is, but Warwickshire all out for 233. Say Helm finishing with those 5 wickets, and Warwickshire will have a few overs to bowl before the day, but Middlesex are walking off. They're not by any means celebrating at this stage. They know they've still got a big job to do. Chasing 234 won't be easy, but they've got a big chance now of getting a win here, which would go a long way to preserving their First Division status and possibly putting Warwickshire closer to the Second Division. But all to play for. 234 will be required by Middlesex. Warwickshire 233 all out. We're just going to take a short break. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Taking them time, man. I've got to make you back.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston, where this intriguing match of one thing now we know that unless the weather intervenes, the one result that we're not going to get is a draw. Almost certainly. Middlesex still have 13 overs to face today. They need 234 to win. Having bowled Warwickshire out for 233, Warwickshire's innings falling away at the end with Tom Helm, the star of the show for Middlesex. We'll go through the Warwickshire card. As we start, didn't get off to a great start. William Porterfield had been hit on the hand, was struggling. He edged Tom Helm to Ollie Rayner at second slip to go for naught, having faced 7 balls. That was 4 for 1. Andrew Umi then, to be fair to him, got an unplayable delivery which kept very low. He was LBW to Helm for 10. 4. That was 17 for 2. Then a partnership of 63 between Sam Hayne and Jonathan Trot before Hayne went out the same way he did in the first innings, chasing a wildish delivery from Ryan Higgins, and was caught at second slip by Rayner for 37, 62 balls, 4 fours. That was 80 for 3. And then Matt Lamb couldn't produce his heroics of the first innings. He hit one lovely cover drive for 4, but then was caught behind a good delivery, to be fair, a bit of bounce from James Harris, and that was Lamb gone for 4, 85 for 4. A stand of 94 followed between Tim Ambrose and Jonathan Trot, and at that point Warwickshire 179 for 4 were looking very good. I'll come back to that in a minute. Keith Barker is opening the bowling. Compton and Robson, the men at the crease, and it's Compton who takes the first ball, plays it to the onside for no run. But Ambrose, given that LBW, is clearly unhappy about it, but he was given that LBW just before tea to Dowd Milan for 44, 61 balls, 3 fours. That was 179 for 3. Ricky Clark, again, did get a tough delivery, one that rose on him, shoulder of his bat, caught on the slips off Eskinazi, off Tim Murtagh for 6, 14 balls and 1 4. In comes Barker round the wicket, and that one's left outside off stump by Compton. And then Barker went for his shots, but he played Dowd Milan straight to mid-wicket to be caught by Ollie Rayner for 13, 10 balls, 3 fours. That was 211 for 7. And then Jonathan Trot on 99, pulling a delivery from Helm straight to Nick Compton at mid-wicket to go for 99 of 199 balls, 6 fours, and the only 6 of the innings. Barker is in now with 2 slips in the gully to bowl to Compton. He pitches that one up, but it's too wide, and Compton doesn't have to play at it. So that was 231 for 8. Then Jitan Patel slapped one straight to the fielder, straight to Paul Sterling in the covers off Helm for 14, 23 balls, 1 4. George Panay last man out, edging Helm into the slips where Sam Robson took the catch. Panay out for naught, he faced 8 balls. Boyd Rankin left 1 not out, having faced 2 balls. Just the 5 extras, 2 leg byes, 1 wide and 2 no balls. As in comes Barker, that's left, there's no run. The bowling figures: Tim Murtagh 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 58. But the star of the show, Tom Helm, 15.4 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 95, which I think is a career best for him. James Harris 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. Ryan Higgins 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Harris, by the way, bowled the no ball and the wide. Rayner 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. And Milan 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. Warwickshire all out for 233 in 69.4 overs. Barker in to bother Compton, who leaves that. It means that Middlesex need 234 to win. They're none for none in the first over. Andy Rowley with us.
69.4 overs as well. It was, doesn't seem long enough for that second innings from Warwickshire, and I really felt for Jonathan Trot. He'd batted really well and hadn't really given any chances.
Barker into Compton. It's going down the leg sides. Well taken. There is a stifled shout from 1 or 2 of the fielders, not from Barker, but it is a good take by Tim Ambrose. So a maiden to start with from Barker. Warwickshire know they need early wickets. They still have a chance in this game. 234 is not easy by any means, batting last, and the pitch is showing some variable bounce. Do you feel that Warwickshire need early wickets? It's none for none after an over.
And Phil was indicating that Sam Robson, having not got many in the first innings, will no doubt take his toll. When a player has that in his, is almost like a bête noire for Warwickshire, having scored heavily in games previously. But he'll be feeling a bit of pressure now as he faces his first ball, having been out for a duck in the first innings. won't want to be getting a pair. And they will definitely, I think the way that innings was wrapped up, I think Middlesex will have more of a spring in their step than Warwickshire coming in, despite us saying that anything over 200 would be difficult to chase, as Clark comes into bowl, and that will be played down by Robson into the offside. There's a good reaction to that ball from the fielders around the bat.
Scores elsewhere. All the Women's World Cup matches went to form. England beat South Africa by 68 runs at Bristol. India beat Sri Lanka by 16 runs at Derby. And Australia beat Pakistan by 159 runs at Leicester. Surrey, a little bit of bother at the over. 382 for 7. They're still 266 behind Hampshire. But Somerset going very well. 228 for 3. Lead Yorkshire by 283 at Scarborough.
As in comes Clark to bowl, it's left outside off stump by Robson, and there will be no run. Oh, there was bad light at Yorkshire after rain yesterday.
Wow.
Bad light this evening.
I think they're playing at the moment. James Hildress 85 not out there. Tim Rouse made 69, he's now gone.
Their openers, Yorkshire, haven't quite done it this season compared to last season when they were scoring quite a lot of runs. As into bowl comes Clark from the Birmingham end of the ground. He bowls at Robson, who just plays that down into the offside again. Lots of audible shrieks and gasps from the Warwickshire players in and around the bat.
Bad light is now delaying them at Scarborough. Second Division, Durham are chasing 282 to beat Derbyshire. They're 23 without loss. Northants now 509 for 6, so haven't avoided the follow-on yet. 192 behind Kent at Beckenham. And Sussex all out for 262 at Arundel. Leicestershire 28 for 1 in reply. Cambridge 109 for 2 in the varsity match. Lead Oxford by 122.
Even I'd like to bat on that pitch. There's Clark bowls. Robson again sees that down into the offside, and there's no run.
So a cautious start for Middlesex, but the great thing for them is that time is not an issue. They have plenty of time. So today their priority, I'm sure, will be to try and get to the close without any loss. Don't want to give Warwickshire any encouragement.
And Clark and Barker will be roaring in, trying to make something happen for their team as Clark passes the umpire, bowls, and Robson again plays that down the track. Forward defensive is practicing that, and they're definitely Warwickshire just trying to unnerve him by reacting to every single ball and every shot that Robson plays as if he's got a bit lucky with it, or have a sharp intake of breath and go, oh wow, that was a close one. And Robson's just got to deal with that. That's standard for an opening batsman coming into face. He'll get a bit of chat as Clark bowls again, and Robson plays that down to the offside, and there were lots of gasps and cheers, but I thought Robson played that over pretty well, really. Watched Clark, played him with a lot of respect, but got through it. They yet to get off the mark. Middlesex, none for none, chasing 233 to 234, I should say, to win.
There is a chance of some rain tomorrow, though at the moment the BBC forecast is suggesting that'll be later in the day, by which time Middlesex should, assuming that, well, one team or other should have won by then, you would think, but it could add a little bit of drama to the equation, with the possibility of weather closing in.
I would be very disappointed if it did actually play any part in this, because it's been a really great game to watch, and should have a result one way or the other.
Barker comes into bowl. Yes, it should, although sure Warwickshire would take it if Middlesex are 220 without loss, and then it poses down for the rest of the
yeah, no, definitely.
And likewise, if Middlesex are 99 for 9, I'm sure they'd take it as well.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. It's been a very good match, and it is now looking almost certain to finish in a result, but don't rule out the tie yet. It would be the most remarkable tie if it was one, because both teams would have been tied at the end of each innings. 2 slips and a gully. In comes Barker round the wickets, and Compton leaves that.
And you did say it's been a strange one for the amount of times things have been mirrored by the other team in the game scores wise, and obviously with the 2 first innings totals being tied up. So yeah, that's one to keep an eye out for. And the question will be whether we'll see the wickets going with the regular intervals like we've seen through most of the match. We haven't had that many big partnerships, even though we've had 2 players who've scored big.
Barker in, good accurate delivery, well played by Compton for defensive out to mid-on.
I should probably include Clark in that as well with his 83, but Trot.
Well, Warwickshire didn't manage a century partnership. They got to 94 with one partnership in this innings. Neither side has actually managed a century partnership involving 2 batsmen.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, there was a century partnership for the second wicket for Somerset the first innings, but that of course involved 3 batsmen because Nick Compton retired hurt.
Yeah.
In comes Barker to bowl to Compton, who's all right now and plays the 4 defensive to mid-on. And no run.
There's been no sign of that knee injury that Compton suffered yesterday hampering him today, really. He's been quite sprightly in the field. He's been out on the boundary running this way and that, and took a good catch to dismiss Jonathan Trot, the key wicket, if you like, and but he's looked okay because he got a nasty rap on the knee yesterday.
Barker in again. That was outside off stump, and Compton's happy to leave that one. So we've got 10 overs to go after this one, so it's going to be on 6:30. I doubt we'll see much of Jitan Patel today. We might see a couple of overs, but I think I'll go mainly with the 2 new ball bowlers, I would think. Jonathan Trot tosses the ball back to Keith Barker. Can Warwickshire get something tonight, which would just put them back in this. Barker bowls, and it's a good solid 4 defensive. They think about a quick run there. Sam Robson has to go scurrying back. There isn't one there as Sam Hain runs onto the ball. It is the end of the over. It is a maiden over. Interesting, Sam Hain's run straight off now. So therefore I could be wrong about Jitan Patel, because he might be going to get pads and helmets, but I'd be very surprised if we see Jitan Patel in any time soon. But Mark Adair is fielding as 12th man for the time being.
Still no run. They're
Nope.
taking their time. 18 balls gone now.
Well, they won't be playing like this next week in T20, but
Yeah.
they have got plenty of time. Time is on their side.
As in comes Clark from the Birmingham end. He will bowl to Robson, who plays that down into the offside. There's no run. I mean, that's a major turnaround, a very quick turnaround, isn't it? With the it's actually coming up Friday at Cheltenham. That I'm going to be doing that game with Middlesex, and I was trying to work this out with Jamie Reid, who's coming up to do the commentary tomorrow here. I think that Middlesex will stay up in Birmingham.
Yeah, I would so, yeah.
Overnight on the Thursday.
Yeah,
And then go on down to Cheltenham on the Friday.
that would make sense.
As Clark comes into bowl again, and that is left outside the off stump. No shot offered from Robson.
There were some occasions, certainly last couple of seasons, where teams have finished matches very late and then had to sort of travel the next day and not go back to the hotel till 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I mean, I sometimes think people are a little bit over moany about travelling and what have you, but that is one thing. I do think a professional sportsman's entitled to to get an early night if they so wish, before a day's professional sport. And if you're arriving at your hotel at 2 in the morning, then
no, that's no
you're
sort
not
of
getting
prep.
that.
As Clark bowls again to Robson, who tries to flick that off his thigh pad, and that is out. LBW trapped in front. He was trying to turn that, but it was too straight to try and play that shot to, and Robson trying to turn it off his pads has gone. LBW to Clark, 0 for 1, and that is a pair.
I'm going to say, has Robson ever had a pair before? Look, he did seem to get a fair way forward, so I was a little surprised. I mean, it was a very confident appeal from Ricky Clark. But
I also wondered if it was maybe on the leg, just maybe going down the leg.
Well, maybe, but both sides, I'm sure, will be chuntering about a few decisions in this match. But the umpires give them honestly, and that's the end of it. So Robson goes for 0. Well, there we are. Warwickshire have got Sam Robson out twice for 0. And that will give them great encouragement. They did celebrate that wicket with great enthusiasm, as you'd expect. And they will feel and it might be unfair on some of the lower order batsmen, but they will look at this Middlesex lineup and see the danger as being right up at the top of the order, the first sort of 4 or 5 batsmen. If they can get past those, they may fancy their chances. And it's all set up now for Higgins and Harris to put on a century and win the game, but that is how Warwickshire will feel about it. How we, not interesting. We've got there's 10 overs remaining, so we're not in night watchman territory anyway. I don't know whether Middlesex use night watchmen. Personally, I hate them, but anyway, we're not going to see one yet. Eskinazi marches out there.
Jumper on. He was batting at the start of today.
If Robson was out for the same score he made in the first innings, if Eskinazi's out for the same score he made in the first innings, then Middlesex have won. We actually quite an unbalanced innings as well.
But he would be Compton scoring at a very slow rate at the other end, but Eskinazi will certainly feel very confident. I mean, it wasn't the best way to start today, going out for just one more added to his overnight total, but he was over the moon last night, and he should feel very confident given how that went. But the pressure's on as Clark comes into bowl. It's left outside off stump by Eskinazi. It's a very good ball from Clark, and it wasn't far away from his off stump. And Clark just having a little word there. Eskinazi's not giving him the chance to get any eye contact.
Yes, I'm not a great fan of that, I must say, but Ricky Clark does do it. The umpire is just, I think, in a slightly mock manner, taking Ricky Clark off, but I know some people like that. I'm not a great fan of it, but you're right, Warwickshire are doing plenty of shouting. They're trying to put some doubts on the batsman's mind, trying to give them the impression that the ball's gone all over the place.
Clark, who's trying to intimidate Eskinazi, comes into bowl. Eskinazi plays that down into the offside behind square. Bit of a shout from the Warwickshire fielders, but I think he had control of that one.
Well, it was an edge, but he did play it down well. I'll give you that. He definitely played it down well, but it did come off an edge, which is why they got excited. In fact, he played it pretty well in the end. Soft hands, and the ball went straight down into the ground.
But this is pressure on, no doubt about that. We've almost had 24 balls of this second innings, and they're yet to get off the mark, Middlesex. So 0 for 1 as Clark comes tearing in again from the Birmingham end. That's dropped into the leg side, and again there's no run. And end of the 4th over, Middlesex 0 for 1, chasing 234 to win here at Edgbaston. And this great game continues as we approach the end of the 3rd day.
Sam Hayne has come back on again. It's some sort of comfort break for him. So still 9 overs left in the day. Warwickshire can get one more today, then I feel really good about that. And they can also sometimes put the batting side into a bit of a muddle if they start getting into night watchman territory. Usually 6 overs seems to be the accepted standard for night watchman. In comes Barker at a bowl, and that's a good push and run. It's a good running by Nick Compton. Jonathan Trot was a fair way back at mid-off, and Compton spotted that quickly, and Middlesex have got their first run. 1 down, 233 to go. They're 1 for 1.
If they all take that long, we're going to take most of tomorrow up as well.
It'll be a draw if they all take that long.
Yeah.
But I don't think it will.
They're just being circumspect at the moment. They're just definitely trying to just be very careful and pragmatic and not try and do anything rash.
Yeah, it's never an easy balance to strike. I mean, if the ball is occasionally misbehaving, I suppose the danger is if you're too defensive, then you might get a ball that has your name on it, and you're out without scoring very many. And they've got him again, Barker, have they? No. Warwickshire is celebrating, and the batsman has gone. And so Eskinazi's gone for naught. He's turning around towards the Warwickshire fielders. I don't know whether something was said to him that's upset him, but he is walking off, and it's 1 for 2 Middlesex, and Warwickshire have got back into that, and Ambrose has taken the catch. Eskinazi goes for naught. Wow.
We are in the midst of a very, very exciting game here now, with Middlesex would have come out with a bounce in their step thinking we are on for this, And it just shows the vulnerability of these two teams, I think, the way that Warwickshire fell at the end of their innings and the way Middlesex have come out here. I think that if this was last season, Middlesex might have come out and,
I've just got to
been a
interrupt
bit
you.
more
Apologies. Well, this astonishing match continues to thrill. Warwickshire all out for 233, quite a bit less than they looked like they were going to get at one stage, setting Middlesex 234 to win. But Middlesex are now 1 for 2, and Warwickshire have struck twice. Remarkably, they've got Sam Robson out for a pair. Robson, who's made 2 double centuries against Warwickshire in recent years, out for naught in the first innings, out for naught this one. LBW to Ricky Clark, and now Steve Eskinazi, who made 179 in the first innings. He's been caught behind a faint edge off the bowling of Keith Barker. He has gone for naught. So Middlesex chasing 234 to win, in a bit of trouble. 9 overs to go today. Warwickshire's innings fell away badly in their second innings, but right now they're back in it with Middlesex 1 for 2. Eskinazi, as he walked off, looked pretty angry, and I suspect that wasn't with the decision or his shot, but I think words might have been said out there that have upset him, which is a shame. It's a good competitive match, but maybe it just boiled over slightly there. I might have misread that, but that was sort of the impression I got as he walked. He certainly turned towards the fielders a couple of times as he was walking off. Barker to Milan. Darren Milan now, the Middlesex captain. Can he calm things down? He left that was a good leave. Didn't miss much. I think it kept lower than he probably expected, but it was wide. 1 for 2. And Middlesex certainly can't afford to lose another one now before the close.
He's played in Australia, Eskinazi.
So he should be used to it.
Yeah,
okay,
I imagine he's heard a lot in his time, but they will have seen that as a big wicket given what he did in the first innings, and I think that was it was on his, they sent him on his way.
What they might have said is that they thought they got him out for naught in the first innings,
right,
so they might have been rubbing that in, but that's neither here nor there. Barker in, and that's pulled by Milan, and that's going to be a run. As a brave shot, he managed to play it down. There's a man on the long leg boundary. So 2 for 2. Every run will be ticked off by Middlesex. Middlesex need 232 to win. Warwickshire need 8 more wickets. And a tie is looking all the more on the cards. You're all right for a bit. I
think I just heard someone.
Yes, I'm getting instructions from my producers. I take it in my stride.
I know. You didn't bat an eyelid, and I was just worried in case it was just coming down my.
I just ignore them generally. Barker in to bowl to Compton, and Compton gets back behind that, plays it to the offside. It's a good accurate delivery, and Barker be hoping that one might keep low and do what's done to Andy Umeed. 1 ball left. I'm going to be doing an update, and possibly you might hear a slightly one-legged conversation in a minute with BBC Coventry Warwickshire. I'll try and make as much sense for you as possible. Barker into bowl to Compton round the wicket, and that's it's gone down to fine leg for 4. Compton just getting the faint edge, and Ooze and Arson Warwickshire were big runs for Middlesex. 6 for 2. Well, it is an absolute thriller, this now. Warwickshire all out for 233. Middlesex chasing 234 to win. And for the first time really in the match, the one result now that isn't very likely is a draw. This match is going to be won or lost, or dare I say, possibly tied after the first innings was tied. Middlesex are 6 for 2. Warwickshire's innings fell away pretty badly. They looked in a really strong position at 179 for 4. And looking then as if they could set a formidable target. Tim Ambrose and Jonathan Trot putting on 94 together, but after Ambrose was given out LBW, the rest of the innings fell away pretty poorly. 54 runs for the last 6 wickets for Warwickshire, and Jonathan Trot out for 99. One of 5 victims for Tom Helm, who's a young pace bowler who's had his injury problems but looks to be a prospect on the basis of this game. Trot pulled him to mid-wicket, so Warwickshire all out for 233. Certainly competitive, but rather less than they would have hoped for. Middlesex probably started their second innings as slight favourites, but that may have changed, and Sam Robson out for a pair. That can't have happened too often in his career, certainly not against Warwickshire. He scored 2 double centuries against them, but he was LBW to Ricky Clark. And then the man who made all the runs in the first innings, Stevie Eskinazi, out for 179. Made 179 in the first innings, out for that this morning. He was caught behind of a great delivery from Keith Barker to go for naught. Nick Compton out there on 5, Darren Bannan on 1. We've still got 8 overs to go in the day, so more drama possible today, and it could be a very tense game tomorrow. Possibly Warwickshire's noses are slightly in front now, but it's all to play for. Middlesex chasing 234 to win, are 6 for 2. So, in terms of who I expect to win this, I'm going for the tie. There we are. Ricky Clark comes into ball. That's going to be runs here for Middlesex. That's a nice chop shot by Milan for 4 past the gully. They tied in first innings, both made 334, so why not tie in the second innings as well? Warwickshire actually need the win, but if I had to pick one team, I think Warwickshire might have been 15-20 runs short, so Middlesex might still fancy their chances. One more wicket before the close would change that, I think. T20 coming up for Warwickshire. I think to get a win before that would actually be a big boost to them. I think that would be perfect for them. It would get them back in touch with the teams above them as they try and avoid relegation. They've got Middlesex next at Lords in their next championship match. I think it's crucial that they get a win in this game from Warwickshire's point of view, and then they can concentrate on T20, feeling a little bit better start to the season. So Clark bowls that one. It's played back to the bowler, and there's no run, so it's 10 for 2.
Yeah, I have to admire the way you handled that, Clive, because I do feel exactly the same way. I
can't hear anything now.
Yeah, no, I do. I do feel exactly the same way, that when you're asked which team's going to win, you know, it's just a fool's errand to try and pick that, because this game is swung this way and that throughout, and every time you think one team might just be taking advantage, the rug's swept out from under them. So this one is very much in the balance still. Clark coming in to bowl, and that will be played down to around his toes by David Milan. Goes nowhere. 5 runs for him. Compton on 5.
Just check elsewhere. I want to give you the Women's World Cup matches. They've all finished with wins for England, India and Pakistan. Surrey still playing there, 393 for 7, 255 behind Hampshire. So they'll still have to either avoid the follow-on or bat through their second innings on the final day, Surrey, to save that game. They haven't got back on at Scarborough. Somerset 234 for 3, lead Lancashire, lead Yorkshire by 289.
Clark bowling, and Milan will play there straight back to that. Down the ground it will go, just for no run.
Durham 33 without loss, chasing 282 to beat Derbyshire. Northampton now 525 for 7, but they only need another 27 runs to avoid the follow-on, and therefore make the draw pretty much certain at Beckenham. And Leicestershire 46 for 2, replying to Sussex 262. Cambridge have closed on 118 for 2 in the varsity match, leading Oxford by 131.
So last ball of this over from Clark. 1 for 4 so far in this second innings of Middlesex. Clark bowls, and Milan will drop that into the leg side, and that will be an easy single to keep him on the strike. He moves on to 6. Compton's on 5, 11 for 2. Middlesex having lost Robson for naught and Eskinazi for naught.
Yes, well, they've got 7 more overs to see off. Warwickshire could get one more before the close, I think they'll be delighted, but it's still a fairly modest total they're defending. They can't afford any partnership to get settled. A game, of course, that Warwickshire desperately need to win.
Now Compton was in this situation last week at Essex and got 100 in what was a defeat in the end.
Barker to Milan, and Milan defends it out into the offside for no run.
But he'll be feeling a similar way, really, I would imagine. Although he was definitely batting for the draw on that occasion on the final day. But this time around, Middlesex have got the big carrot of a potential win.
We're going to. In comes Barker to bowl, and that one kept low, but he did get bat on it, hence the strangled appeal. And it's 12 for 2.
Thank you very much indeed, Clive. I'm going to hand over to Phil for the last few overs of the day and just watch from the back of the commentary box. But thank you very much for having me alongside. It's been a great pleasure to be here. Really good match to watch and very much enjoyed it.
Terrific match indeed, yep. I'll bring you back on if Warwickshire take the extra half hour. 12 for 2 here. 2 slips in a gully. In comes Keith Barker to Compton. And Compton, very correct. 4 defensive there from Compton. Nicely played.
Well. It's a pair for Robson.
I know, that's pretty rare.
Got a bit of a send-off, Stevie Eskinazi.
Yes, a shame really, but he clearly wasn't too impressed by it. But still, it's competitive stuff out there. It's a good competitive match. Who will have the last laugh? That's the question. In comes Barker to bowl to Compton. That's going down the leg side. Well, there's a peel, but only from second slip, really. It's a good take again by Tim Ambrose, just down the leg side, but Compton didn't get a bat on it. 12 for 2.
It's quite strange. When they walked off the field, when Warwickshire's innings had sort of capitulated, really, which it did at the end, you would have thought that of the two teams, that Middlesex would have come out absolutely steaming, and yet it's quite the other way round.
Well, it was interesting. They didn't get all that excited when Jitan Patel was out. I just wonder whether they think this is still a very, very tough job for them. That one's played to mid-wicket. Compton plays that one to mid-wicket, well fielded by Jitan Patel. I wonder whether they felt they needed to get them out for less than 200, or maybe they've just been cautious. It's going to be a tie, I'm telling you. It'll be a historic tie. Somebody will have to look through the record books and find out whether any match has ever ended in a tie at the end of both innings. Barker to bowl to Compton, and Compton leaves it, and it's taken by Tim Ambrose. The end of the over, another over ticked off from Middlesex's point of view. 6 to go today. 12 for 2.
People keep saying it, but this is the beauty of cricket, isn't it? In the longer form of the game, that you never can take anything for granted.
It's been a good fluctuating game. Middlesex need 222 to win and 221 to tie. It's a terrific game of cricket, and there's going to be probably a few more twists and turns.
Have you looked at tomorrow's forecast? What it's like?
I have, and there is a bit of rain about, but probably not until this is all done and dusted.
Oh, good, excellent. That would be tragic if it was ruined by now.
Although, as I was saying to Andy, if Middlesex are 200 for 2, then Warwick should be quite pleased.
Yeah.
But
here's Clark from the Birmingham End. He's in and bowls, and Milan goes up on his toes, runs it away just behind square on the onside, where there's no fielder, and they just amble through for a single. Takes him on the total on to 13 for 2. Been a terrific day for watching cricket, and it's been a day where we've had 16 wickets.
Yes, a 4 for the Middlesex innings, that's right. 10 for Warwickshire and 2 for Middlesex. So it does suggest the pitch has deteriorated a bit. It's far more than we've had in either of the first 2 days. It was 7 in the first, 9 in the second, wasn't it? So it's gradually going up.
Just waiting while Nick Compton, I think it's maybe the first time he's faced Ricky Clark. We're in the 8th over as well, as Clark comes in, charges in and bowls, and Compton is playing that one not altogether convincingly from the crease, and back up to Jonathan Trot, who's at mid-off. How Jonathan Trot would love to get a victory under his belt. Well, they all would, but Trot as the stand-in captain and almost got that 100, almost got it. The whole of the onside, he hit the ball, really pulled it hard, but straight to Nick Compton. Here comes Clark in, bowls, and this one is edged away down to backward point where Hayne does the fielding. Not looking entirely convincing. Warwickshire really fired up here.
I think that happened to Ian Bell. Was it last season? The first win Warwickshire got, he wasn't captain. I think William Porterfield was in charge that.
Do you know, I've got a feeling you're right. Yeah, I've got a feeling you're right. Well, is there something there, Clive, that we should expand on? In fairness to Ian, he doesn't miss many games, does he? Here's Compton on his way in and bowls. Clark to Compton, and it's turned behind square on the onside. They're going to come back for a couple of runs this time. So just avoid Rankin having to run round from long leg and doing the fielding. He gets there and not before Compton's comfortably back for 2, 15 for 2.
They've just settled things down a little bit, these two, after all the shouting and all the kerfuffle. Those 2 wickets falling, they just eked out a few runs and just calming things down a bit.
Clark in, bowls, and across goes Compton. So Eskinazi's been dismissed twice in the day.
Yes, for 1 run.
Did he actually add one? He got one to his overnight score.
Got a single,
whether he had or not.
His off stump cut out of the ground. So slightly contrasting day to yesterday. He scored 178 undefeated. So someone else is going to have to get the runs for Middlesex this time, and I suppose that is the worry. You made that point that Middlesex will be a little bit concerned about how top heavy that innings was. That one man made so many, and the rest got about 160 between them.
There's Clark again in. Compton waits, and that's left outside the off stump. Good leave. It's the end of Ricky Clark's 4th over. 1 for 6. 1 for 8. He's got. Paul Sterling's been in a bit of form. He's down there.
Actually, I thought had a shocking innings first time round, so he can only do better. He played 2 pretty ordinary shots to get out, but yes, you're right, he's in good form, and he's a sort of, if they're getting a bit stuck in the rut and in trouble, if he gets going, then he could change things very, very quickly.
The other problem they've got is it's slightly long-tailed. Normally when Roland Jones is playing and batting, then, because he's quite a fair batsman, but Harris, Rayner, Helm and Murtagh would just make it perhaps a touch weaker at the back end than it normally is.
Barker left arm over to Dowd Milan, who good accurate delivery. Milan plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. Milan's on 8, Compton's on 7. Middlesex chasing 234 to win, are 15 for 2. There are 29 deliveries scheduled to remain today. Warwickshire are 1 up on the over rate, so they don't have to worry about that. In comes Barker to bowl to Milan, and Milan pushes out the offside. There's no run. $15 for 2, Middlesex.
Clark and Trot having a quick word. Ricky Clark's obviously got some right thoughts. I'm sure Jonathan Trot's responded to those.
I wonder whether Trot, does he bring Jitan Patel in for an over before the close? I wonder if that's what he's discussing, that's what he's wondering. Barker into Milan, and that's a good delivery. Milan plays forward at that and goes past the outside edge, quite low to the wicket keeper, but he survives. The Middlesex captains, 2 relatively novice captains, so both would love to get a win here. Middlesex just the 1 championship win this season. Warwickshire yet to get a win. Barker to bowl, and he plays that to the offside. They think about a run, but wisely think otherwise as Trot fields.
Yes, when you think the experience that both Milan and Trot have got, their captain, you're quite right, neither of them had a huge amount as skippers of the side. Jonathan's always played in the side rather than captaining here.
3 slips and a gully in place for Barker. Bowls, and that's solidly defended by Dowd Milan, who will take any runs that are on offer, but mainly he'll be determined to try and see Middlesex. The question is now, do they have a night watchman padded up? We're in night watchman territory with 4 overs to go after this one.
Which one of them would it be? Would certainly
Guess it would be Harris, would be my guess.
Yeah.
In comes Barker, and that's edged down, very well fielded at third slip by William Porterfield. He did play it with soft hands, and it bounced about a third of the way towards the slip, and William Porterfield did well to dive to his left to stop it. Another over seen off by Middlesex, 15 for 2.
Now,
Padding's coming out,
yeah.
and I suspect we are going to see Jitan Patel. That was what the conversation was about. Adamant, absolutely adamant he was that there's no spin out there. I asked him, was there much no turn at all, no spin at all, he said. He was emphatic that there was nothing out there.
Was he your interview? He
yes, we interviewed
last night.
the play yesterday, yeah.
Who are you going to do tonight? I don't
know. It might be one for the coach.
Yeah. Trot's 99, of course. Or
yes,
have you already done
either the coach or the captain, I guess.
I think 99 with Trotty. He's and of course his thoughts on what it's doing. He's been out there.
So Haynes putting some pads on and a helmet. Jitan Patel's going to come in. 3 wickets in the first. So given that there wasn't apparently taking any spin whatsoever, he did manage to get 3 wickets. So
yeah,
it was taking a little bit of done. Not that there was much sign of it from Ollie Rayner really, but let's see how Jitan Patel gets on.
So he's going to bowl from the Birmingham end, and he's going to Nick Compton. First ball, Compton turns to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Played it between short leg and Jonathan Trott at short mid-wicket. It was in the end just out to Panay, who's out at fielding out at mid-wicket. In comes beaten outside the off stump. This one just given a bit of air outside the off stump, and Compton just sort of fended at it as it went past the outside edge. I don't think there was any great turn there or anything, but it was just beaten through the flight. Trotty comes down to have a chat with Cheaton and brings in another close catcher. Takes out now this is an interesting one. Sam Haynes taken the helmet off, thinking he wasn't required at short leg, and Andy Umeed rather has come into that close catching. So we've got 2 short mid wickets as Compton waits and Patel bowls. Compton plays it to Umeed, who's just been moved into that spot.
Well, Middlesex put 2 there when Ollie Rayner was bowling, and partly it stopped the easy singles being scored in that area.
Patel again. He's on his way, he's in, he bowls, and Compton goes back and just defends that one from the crease. Plenty of oohs and ahs. Those wickets have really G'd the Warwickshire players up. Jonathan Trott, I have to say, is trying lots of different things here, so you'll win a few friends, I think, win a few people over with some of this. Patel in, bowls, back goes Compton, looking to cut it, but the ball not quite coming on to him, and in the end he dabs it out to Matt Lamb, who's out at extra cover, and there's no run. 15 for 2, 1 ball to go in this, the 10th over, Patel's first of the innings. Sun has temporarily gone in as he comes in and bowls, and forward comes Compton, just killing any potential spin. End of an over, good accurate over, maiden over for Jitan Patel to open up with. It's 15 for 2 after 10 overs, so Warwickshire really be keeping this tight.
3 overs to go today then. Umpires having a chat. They've chat quite a lot, these 2 umpires, and we're good to see
where are we going
Boyd Rankin to have a bowl.
Where are we going for dinner tonight then? Where do you think, Graham? I don't know, Neil.
It's going to be Boyd Rankin coming in for Keith Barker. It's interesting because Jonathan Trott actually stuck with his 2 new ball bowlers quite a lot in the first innings, and there's a case for doing that here because they're both doing pretty well, but he's going to try something different before the close with 3 overs to go, maybe just to keep the Batsman a bit unsettled.
Might just be, he wants to see what if Rankin gets on with his bounce, gets anything out of it.
Yes, because Helm got 1 or 2 to rear up, didn't he, from this end. If you can get that and make Milan and Compton uncomfortable.
It's an important time for Middlesex, these two, to hang around there for these last 3 overs and then come out tomorrow morning. 218 still required.
So, Rankin's...
219 required, 218 behind. That's for your tie.
218 to tie, yeah. Sam Hain 2 pitches away at square leg, 2 slips in the gully. Rankin in, he bowls a bouncer which is pulled, and it's going to be pulled 4 runs, and it's going to go all the way for 4. It's not quite what Jonathan Trott had in mind, but I suppose he was just going to see what was going to happen there, Rankin, but it was well played by Milan. 4 precious runs for Middlesex. They are 19 for 2.
That is going to be the slight problem with Rankin. If he does go with this short delivery and he doesn't get the exaggerated bounce, and Milan, who's a terrific puller of the ball, might just find this meat and drink.
Well, how does he approach this one, Rankin? He's in now to bowl. He pitches that one in short as well. It's hit away for 4 on the offside. It's a great response to Milan. From Milan, and 2 successive 4s, and that's put a bit of pressure on Boyd Rankin here. 23 for 2. Does he have another go? Does he try and buy a wicket? That's 8 runs off a fairly relatively modest target.
There's both of them, in fairness, got pretty much what they deserved. That was that last delivery, which Milan cracked away through the offside, was little more than a long hop, and by the time it got to him he was able to lay into it, and very open on the offside as well.
Rankin in to bowl. He does bang that one in short, and it's a better delivery. It's played into the ground, into the gully area for no run. Just pitched a little bit further up that time, and a good line. Milan didn't have room to play the same shot he played last time round. Just had to play it down to safety.
Good response though from Milan. He's taken the opportunity with a couple there. He's moved on to 16.
Rankin in again pitched it short. Oh, that's hit Sam Hain on the full at short leg, and he goes hobbling away. It
got him on the back of the leg, I think. David Milan just going to check he's okay. But,
so why didn't you catch it?
It was in the air, wasn't it?
It was in the air. Didn't land in his pocket either, as happened to Jonathan Trott, famous occasion.
I think that one might have ripped his pocket off out of his trousers.
Well, Hain is in discomfort, but he's manfully going to carry on. He does stand even a fraction closer, actually, as Rankin comes in, pitches that one up, and it's a lovely delivery, which Milan plays forward out and misses. That's a beauty. Hain's gone down again. He's not enjoying life at this moment. That's going to be a job for Gerhard Moster at the end of play, I think.
Yeah, he's clearly, that one is just beginning to, wherever it's hit him, is beginning to seize up a bit, because he's still hunched over, hands on knees. Fortunately, he shouldn't have to do a lot of running from where he's positioned.
That was a lovely delivery, the last one from Rankin. What will he serve up this time? Pitches that one up on the leg side. It's turned around into a big gap, so there should be a couple of runs here for Milan, maybe even 3. They think about it, but Matt Lamb gets a throw in. So they got 10 runs off the over, all scored by Milan. He's on to 18. One particularly good delivery which beat the bat, but 25 for 2, and can Middlesex get the target to down below 200 before the close? They've got 2 overs to go. They need 209 more to win.
That's useful 10 runs there for Middlesex. Just ease the pressure a little bit. These two, David Milan taking full advantage of that. Rankin clearly trying to bang the ball in, trying to use the bounce to get it, but the best ball he bowled was the full delivery, which went straight through him, through Milan. Jeetan Patel to bowl his final over, the final over of the day from the Birmingham end. 25 for 2. He's into Nick Compton. He bowls, and Compton pushes this one to one of the 2 short mid wickets, Andrew Umeed, who does the fielding. he wanders off. Just the sun goes in, the light just beginning just to dim down a little. As this one is fuller, and Compton drives, but drives straight back to Jeetan Patel, who feels off his own bowling. He's in no rush. He wanders back thoughtfully to past Neil Mallender. Comes in again. Outside the off stump, goes back and looking again to run it away on the offside. He was just tied up a little bit. That one just came into him a little, and he had to play a little restricted shot, and in the end it just drops down in front of him, not able to clip it away. There's a run if he can get it away on the offside, but that one was just too tight into the body for the shot. Patel bowls again, and this sees Compton forward and just dead batting it down to Hayne at short leg. 2 balls to go in this over, which will be Patel's final over of the day. This is the 3rd day. And what's been a fascinating day. 16 wickets so far have fallen as Patel comes in and bowls, and Compton again playing it out, this time to short extra cover. Lamb does the fielding. So he's on 7. Milan's on 18, and the 2 men to go, the 2 openers. Sam Robson, sorry, not the openers, Sam Robson, who went for a duck, he's a pair, and Stevie Eskinazi, who came in at number 3. This last ball is turned just wide of a diving Hayne at short leg, and just evading the outstretched hand. Compton survives that over. It's the end of the day for Bijit and Patel. He gets a round of applause. 2 maidens from the couple of overs he bowled. It just leaves the last over for Clive to describe.
Yes, it'll be interesting. Boyd ranking the ball again, 10 off his last over. Stomps now at the Oval. Sorry, we have a bit more work to do tomorrow, but look like they'll get the draw. 410 for 7, 238 behind Hampshire, still in the first innings there. Stomps now also at Scarborough. They didn't get it back on. Somerset 234 for 3, lead Yorkshire by 289. So you'd think it's either a Somerset win or a draw there. Durham 36 without loss. We'll need another 246 tomorrow to beat Derbyshire at Chesterfield. That could be a good game. And Northants all but safe now, 528 for 7 at Beckenham. That's also close to play. The only other game they're playing at the moment is Arundel, where Leicestershire is 76 for 2, replying to Sussex 262. That was the first day of that game. So, ranking then. Having tried a couple of bouncers in the last over and seen them both hit for 4, then one glorious delivery pitched up. Batsman played at miss. He's got 3 men now on the leg side boundary. So he's certainly signposting that he's going to bang it in short, but he bangs that one a little bit further up, and there's a huge space now, of course, on the leg side. So that is an easy single for Milan. He even turns to think about a second, but doesn't go for it.
He was a lot keener than Nick Compton. Nick Compton was quite happy with the 1. But I think it's indicative that Milan is keen to get every run going. But he was looking for that second. Probably wouldn't have been a sensible second, but Sam Hayne is still hobbling, you know. He's that's giving him a bit of a smack on the leg.
Good news for Middlesex is that they won't need a night watchman now. They won't need a new batsman in. If they obviously they don't want to lose a wicket this over, but if they do, that'll be close of play, and they won't have to bring a new batsman out today. Rankin then with 2 slips in place, comes into bowl to Compton, and that's short leg side boundary, and he's cleared it, but only just. 6 runs for Compton, but there's a man down there, and it just went over his head. So a risky shot, but a successful gamble taken by Nick Compton. He's on to 13, 32 for 2.
Interesting. I'd like to hear what that conversation between the 2 Middlesex batsmen is, because Nick Compton he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better, but fortunately, as you say, he just got it over his head.
So does Rankin gamble again? Still got the 2 men out there on the leg side boundary. Comes into bowl to Compton. He does pitch it in short, but Compton plays that into the ground onto the onside. The ball rolls to Sam Hayne. 3 more balls for Middlesex to see off today, and they have knocked 32 runs off their target, so they'll be chasing around about 200 tomorrow with 8 wickets left. They may still feel that they've got a very, very good chance, that they might even still feel as slight favourites, but the morning session is going to tell us a lot. Rankin comes into bowl to Compton, pitches that one up. Compton is glance it down to fine leg, and there's going to be 4 more runs. So again, 10 off the over. Just strained down the leg side there, Rankin. And Compton leant into it, hit it slightly aerial but safe, and he's on to 17, so they'll need less than 200 coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just that little psychological thing with cricket where you see a number drop down, it goes down below 200 and it just gives you that little bit more boost. It's 21 off just 10 balls from Boyd Rankin.
He's trying to buy a wicket, but at the moment it's not for sale. He comes into bowl to Compton. It's a good accurate delivery. Compton as well to play it down just to short leg. Last ball of the over to come. So a match which you see Middlesex's first innings end up on 334 all out, same as Warwickshire got in their first innings. Then Warwickshire bowled out for 233. And Middlesex are about to close as Rankin comes in to bowl. 2 slips, forward short leg and a gully, and it's a good forward offensive by Compton. So Middlesex close on 36 for 2. All to play for tomorrow. Don't miss it. It should be fascinating stuff. Compton's on 17, Milan's on 19. Middlesex chasing 234 to win are 36 for 2 at the close of the third day. From Andy, from Phil, and from myself, Clive Eakin, will say a very good evening and really look forward to seeing you tomorrow. It's just finished here, so I doubt I'll send an interview back in time. Does Martin want a quick word with me now? It's up to him, doesn't have to, but cheers. Okay, so quick as you can so I can get interviews. Can you clear down ISDN 6 for me? Brilliant. Cheers. Cheers, mate. Ta-ra. Hello. Okay, lovely. Brilliant, thank you. Well, Middlesex are closed on 36 for 2, so having got those 2 early wickets, Warwickshire couldn't winkle another one out before the close, so the match is still very finely poised. Middlesex will need another 198 tomorrow to win. Boyd Rankin came in for a couple of overs in the end, tried to buy a wicket, and ended up conceding 21 runs in his 2 overs, though he did come close a couple of times to getting that wicket. Nick Compton on 17, Dowman on 19. behaving a bit, not much sign of any turn there though, so it's hard to call this one. Warwickshire will still have high hopes of getting the 8 wickets they need to win a game. They desperately need to win. A defeat would leave them really stranded in the bottom 2, and since a draw now is very unlikely, it really is a win that Warwickshire need, and they'll need 8 wickets tomorrow. Middlesex will need runs. That's right, and Middlesex 31 points ahead of Warwickshire ahead of this match. There'll be 6 games to go after this game. You can get up to 24 points in a match if you win it, so both got the same number of bonus points, so if Warwickshire win this game they will move to within 15 points of Middlesex, who they play match. Somerset, who started 2 points ahead of Warwickshire, second from bottom, have a chance of winning their game against Yorkshire at Scarborough. So really, if Warwickshire were to lose it, they would be 47 points behind Middlesex, possibly a fair way behind Somerset as well. And although you wouldn't quite write them off, especially with Middlesex still to play, it would leave them with an awful lot to do, probably needing to win at least 3 if not 4 of their last 6 games, which, given they haven't won any of the first 7, would be asking an awful lot.